Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every single person worldwide listening to us right now. I want to tell you guys, welcome to the show. Happy weekend. For those of you that are getting the opportunity to enjoy the weekend, and for those of you who are working hard this weekend, God bless you. We love you. God bless you and your family. Um, we're here today to have a nice time. Um, and a big shout out to everybody who tunes into this show um, and catch the replay. Whether you're watching us live, joining us live, or whether you catch us in the replay. These shows tend to be lengthy, and sometimes we're not always able to meet all together at the same time, which is unfortunate. It would be a luxury of life uh, if we were all able to meet at the same time. It would be groundbreaking. Be something that it's something that me and people like me and Shendon talk about sometimes, whether we look eye to eye or not. We tend to wonder uh, the what's and the ifs of if every single person in JTV and every person worldwide could be just together for a moment. It could possibly equate to world peace, or it could possibly equate to absolute chaos. You just never know, folks. I'm still trying to organize myself here, get myself together. I'm excited to be with you, of course, as always. It's always my pleasure to be joining y'all live on air and to be recapping today this extraordinary, iconic event and going back and reflecting on the very, very iconic JTV Mega Rush episode 132 that took place in Fresno, California, a little over 2 weeks ago, with that opportunity to make history, of course. And today I'm gonna try to see if we can get special guests here on the show, several people to come in and join us, and I'm gonna shuffle ask them a couple of questions. The questions will be random, you know, so we can make enough time to talk to everybody. And we're gonna be looking back at some of the show, reflecting, and also going back on the some of the matches that took place at JTV Mega Rush episode 132. So you guys relax and make sure you smash that like button. And feel free to save all your questions for when the time is right for whatever guest I'm going to bring on here. I want to shout out everybody that's in the comment section. I'm still pulling out equipment here, so bear with me. And just want to show you guys love as well. I mean, the JTV talent that makes this come to reality. I mean, without you guys, there is no JTV. I'm the conductor of the train. I'm the guy who makes sure everything is all right and that JTV's heart continues to beat. But of course, without the talent, you know, the heart is worthless. What is a heart if you don't have a body, right? So that kind of thing. All right. So yes, sir. So let's see real quick who's in the comments. Excuse me, before we get this thing rolling. Uh, looks like we got Draskell in the comments. Big shout out to him. We got let me go back to my comments. Stuff that we can highlight. Top of the morning. Yeah, you got that right, Draskell. Let's throw that one up. You know what I'm saying? Buenas tardes, this man speaking Spanish. Big shout out to Draskell, former JTV World Heavyweight Champion. A man who's grown up over the years, had the opportunity to come on that one episode of City of Impact with me, and we was able to chop it up, have a nice time, and he's been having an excellent and wonderful time with us over at JTV ever since he's been in the community, and has realized that everybody is super chilled and everybody just gaming, having fun, and focusing on things and stuff like that. And so, big shout out to him for sure. We also got looks like Mark is giving a shout out to Draskell in the comments. Good to see him on there. You got, of course, John Skinner in the comments. Lavish, he's up in there. You got the Golden Boy. Dallas Goldman is in the comments. It looks like Shannon is trying to start some fire up in the comments. I don't know that I would recommend that. Somebody gonna call the police on your ass. Um, yes, sir. I agree with that right there. The talent is the body, but the heart is you. Yes, sir. Thank you for the love. Of course, a never dull moment for Dallas Goldman to, of course, immediately um, point at BKS and reference BKS for sure. And John Skinner, of course, reminding everyone that they do whatever they want. Indeed, you know. So let's get this Mega Rush. Let me prompt up this clip real quick so that we can go back in time and talk about this event, the wrestling matches, and whatever fun stuff you guys want to get into for us to have a nice time. We got a lot of nice pictures. I had a conversation with Shannon some days ago who reminded me of something that, kind of made things a little easier for me here. The fact that we got a lot of pictures for this event, and I even have pictures that we didn't even release publicly. So that should be fun. We have pictures that did not go to social media that we're happy to share. And also, I have some really fun, exciting, and sad and emotional footage to show that did not air for JTV Mega Rush about cuts that we had to make, extra footage that we were not able to air or did not make Mega Rush because, it was just too long and stuff like that. And so happy to share that information with you guys today, along with the guests that are going to be coming here momentarily. And once again, smash that like button. Let's have fun. I know that I have some people backstage that are messaging me and stuff like that. I just want to let you guys know, just relax, take it easy. I can't get everybody here at the same time. We will be bringing you in momentarily, okay? So let's just be patient. Let's just be patient. Let's take it easy. Um, what are we doing here? Is this it? This is it right here. Okay. So, um, this is the beauty of having an extra version of your show because then you don't have to have commentary over it, you know. So, what shall we focus on first? And I'm even wondering if I want to go with pictures or if I even want to go with video first. Uh, I think I'm gonna go with video because it's just more fun that way, more better. Um, I think though, let's show some pictures first because I want to talk about some of the very iconic individuals who was with us in the building. So I want to see if we can get those pictures up first. Do we have them in order? We have them close enough. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So let's prompt this and we get this prompted. Let's get this up and showing. Where is it at? Okay, here we go. Oh, it's popped up 3 times in a row. Jesus. All right. So here we go. Let's see if we can get that full screen. Uh no. No correct. Okay, here we go. Um okay. Let's see here. A few celebrity guests. Let's talk about the celebrities. Let's start with the celebrities, and having you guys tell me who was your favorite. Okay, so we're gonna get the screen going. Let's see here. All right. So we got Bolo Yang up on the screen. Want a quick shout out to that man right there. No doubt about it. An absolute icon of film and picture. He of course was with us as special guest on the show, and He was there, of course, to give his farewell to Chuck Norris, who we lost not too long ago. We had John Claude Van Damme come in to Mega Rush, and of course, give the small, just to say a few words, just so we could do a little something, something at least for Chuck Norris. And Bolo Young was in the building, and it was special for me to have him there. And of course, with the adaptation of now going into AI I think was something that took us to the next level with that Mega Rush, and that a lot of people seem to like. And I think a lot of people have fun with it to explore with that as we continue to upgrade with JTV. And it was really nice to have him there and show love for Chuck Norris. Him, of course, symbolic because him and John Claude Van Damme worked together with Bloodsport, who's iconic, and of course, a big farewell to Mr. Gibbs, who passed away also, was in the movie, who has been a fantastic actor for quite a long time. Passed away recently, so got to show love to him for sure. Uh, Hopefully this loads. Um, Let me double check to make sure you guys okay. You guys are not getting the right picture. I'm not really sure why you're not getting the right picture, but let's get this let's get this right one. All right. So do we got that screen up? Okay. So someone else who was in the building, of course, we had the very iconic Ice Cube, who was in the building with his son. Uh, we got the opportunity to have Oshia, who's in the building, and I think it was cool that we was able to bring them to life. I think you know the contributions and history and track record that Ice Cube is, and the impact that he's had on pop culture and music. I think I don't have to speak about how iconic Ice Cube is, folks. We know how talented he is. His work in the NWA, his iconic roles in films like Friday, and a lot of other great movies which he was featured in. Um, Great music, great actor, great uh, figure in pop culture all around. And he's passing the torch to his son. I think his son's doing a fantastic job. He's a big professional wrestling fan, and I think he speaks his mind, which I really like about Oshie a lot. And he's had conversations with Corey Flash. They've had a bit of a good relationship. I hope that Shia and Corey Flash could probably link up sometime and get a good face to face podcast. I would love to see Corey Flash and O'Shea Jackson Jr. go on camera and have a podcast interview. I think it would be fantastic. So I don't know if Corey Flash has moved away from that, but if he has, my hope is that he goes back to that, and I would like to see them link up. I think it would be fantastic. And from JTV Wrestling to the Q family, big shout out to you guys. We'd love to have you guys here one day. And you never know, because I might have some interest in bringing in Bad News Brown's daughter, who's a friend of mine. Would love to have her on this show someday, Mrs. Daughter of Bad News Brown, who is an amazing wrestler. You know what I mean? And very, very underrated was Bad News Brown. But we can get more to that some other time. I don't want to lose track of what we're doing here. Um, Wrap up on these celebrities. Just a little something, something. Someone else who also joined us at Mega Rush, which came as a shock to a lot of people, but it was good to have this individual in the building. Of course, was the legendary Holly Berry. Holly Berry making her Mega Rush debut, I think was amazing. She is an icon, no doubt, in Hollywood, and we were in Amber Rocks' territory, in California, in her hometown of Fresno. So I just saw her in the comments somewhere, and it was really good to see Holly Berry join us and just have fun and it almost seemed like the whole world wanted to be part of the ride when Mega Rush was on the air. And I think we broke a new record. I think we got up to about, I could be wrong, uh, somewhere in the neighborhood of like 31 to 35 people live, which was, I don't think it was 35. It was like probably 31 or something like that, which was a record breaker for us. I think went up to 31, 32. I can't remember, but I thought it was pretty cool. And I'm seeing more of JTV expanding how it should be, with the right people on screen and the right people just supporting us and just kind of going forward. So it's really fun to see that. So uh, Holly Berry's track record speaks for itself. You know, she obviously played Catwoman, and a lot of many iconic films in Hollywood. So I really don't have to speak about Holly Berry to detail just how important she is to pop culture in Hollywood. So big shout out to Miss Holly Berry for sure. Um, who else do we have? Let me make sure I don't open a lot of windows here. Another one of my favorite celebs who were in the building, and this one was very, very close to home with Kevin Impact, is this individual I'm about to put on the screen, the very iconic Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken, to my childhood and when Kevin Impact was coming up in this world, was very important. He's someone who impacted my life coming up with his iconic film King of New York, along with a lot of other great films he was featured on. An absolute legend of picture, along with Clint Eastwood and many other icons that were not on JTV Mega Rush, but he deserves to definitely be mentioned among the absolute greats. This man is an absolute icon. He was even in the 1990s Tim Burton's Batman film, which I felt he did a fantastic job on there as well. And I know how iconic he is, but I believe that he's underrated because there isn't enough mention of him. And I think that a lot of parents and families should be talking about him and telling their kids about him, because this man is just an absolute icon. I'm a big fan of Christopher Walken. I love that guy, and God bless him. And it was good that we was able to have him on Mega Rush. I think that's dope. Um, Yeah, let's go to Drasko real quick. Drasko says, "What's the movie called? Walking Tall." So I believe he was on Walking Tall. You know, what I mean, I don't really follow Dwayne Johnson a whole lot anymore, but I believe he was on Walking Tall. And I mean, the guy's been just, like Al Pacino and Clint Eastwood and guys like that. He's just been a phenomenon. Someone else that I would have loved to have had if they were still alive was Chuck Norris. Not Chuck, well, Chuck Norris for sure. You know what I mean? But Charles Bronson. Charles Bronson's another one of my favorite. I wish he was still alive, and definitely impacted me and on the way up. You know what I mean? If there was no Christopher Walken, there would be no Kevin Impact. Okay, so that's that. Let's see if we can keep it moving. Uh, Someone else who joined us at the event, and I think a lot of people were very happy. And if you're keeping up, then you know who I'm about to put up next. Um, but I think a lot of people from probably Ruthless Aggression era and late 90s, early 90s, mid 90s, and kids who grew up watching, I don't know, Disney Channel and stuff like that were probably really happy to see Brenda Song at JTV Mega Rush along with her husband, Macaulay Culkin. Um, I love Macaulay Culkin and I love Brenda Song, absolute icons of film. You know what I mean? I seen a lot of The Sweet Life, so I'm very familiar with Brenda Song, and I absolutely came up with Macaulay Culkin, with Home Alone, like a lot of us did. So I think it's really dope that we was able to get them to be a part of Mega Rush, and that we got to enjoy that moment, because I believe that that couple deserves so much in life, and God bless them, their family, their kids, and if anybody felt any type of emotion when they were there at Mega Rush, I think that's fantastic, because you got to reminisce on your childhood. So there you go. All right. So I'm probably going to be bringing someone in here momentarily. I can tell you guys that Mark Bennon and Nick Kaiken are backstage here in the studio. So those two are obviously very, very eager to be a part of this show, which shout out to you guys. Uh, we're gonna try to see if we can get back to the show now. See if I can put some footage up. Uh, so where's our Mega Rush? Okay, let's get Mega Rush back up. So, uh, what is the first thing I want to cover? First thing that I want to cover for Mega Rush. Um, I thought the show was, I have my doubts. You know what I mean? I have my doubts. I have my thoughts in my mind. I was like thinking, I put together a good show, and then I was also thinking I was probably putting on something that was a little too much. So, you know, I have my reservations about Mega Rush. But you never know what's going to happen until the show goes live, and then it's just like everybody just loses their mind, and they're like, "This is just the greatest thing." So it's kind of one of those things with Mega Rush, and I just felt like, I think I tried to do everything in my power so that people could enjoy a good show, and that it would mean a lot to everybody and stuff like that. So I mean, I try to do my best. Um, Taking a look at this, let's see. So we got the screen up, right? All right. So let's let's talk about this. So big shocker. Um, Everybody's greeted to Degeneration X theme song. They don't know what's happening. It's loud in the stadium. 41,000 plus fans in Fresno, and Mike Tyson walks out. One of the greatest boxing champions of all time in the world of professional sport. And one of the greatest fighters, and a man who, of course, we all know Michael Jackson. Shout out to Michael Jackson. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson has swum in a shit ton of controversy in his career. What I mean, for the longest time. Different things, different rumors, different accusations that I'm not going to go into because I got respect for Mike. You know what I mean? All through it, he still remained a humbled guy, keeping respect for guys like Muhammad Ali, and respecting boxers who came before him. I don't know how Floyd Mayweather feels about all that. I can't tell you that because I'm not too sure about that. But I've known Floyd Mayweather to be very disrespectful, very self-serving, very greedy with the money. I've never seen Mike Tyson grab money and throw it up and be about the money. So that's only my opinion. I'm not saying Floyd Mayweather isn't a great guy. I just don't really like his person. I think he's a great boxer, an absolute icon for sure. He's gonna go. He's definitely gonna go down as one of the greats, and deserves to have his, you know, Hall of Fame ring in the world of boxing, and the world of pop culture. You know what I mean? I believe that you know the nothing on this fight just yet. If Mike Tyson does fight Floyd Mayweather, I just want everybody to know that I'm Team Mike Tyson all the way. Um, Hopefully, it doesn't feel rigged. If it is going to be rigged, uh, you know, and I do have respect for both men, but I got more respect for Mike Tyson. To have these two symbols of pop culture on Mega Rush make their debut, I think was a memorable moment. I think a lot of people were really surprised to see Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather open up Mega Rush. And I also want to double check something. If you guys can hear me, please let me know because I didn't even ask if you guys can hear me. It looks like you guys can hear me from the left side of the screen. But I want to welcome Chris Conscience. Let's give a quick shout out to my partner in crime, Chris Conscience, who says, let's recap. I agree. Hopefully, we'll make a phone call to him later in the show, see if we can have him on here. We'd love to have him. 15 people watching for sure. Make sure you smash that like button. Shendon, my former JTV 19 associate, says that we can hear you. I know he's mad as shit. We'll talk about him. Vince McMahon, Vincent Kenny McMahon spawned upon the scene of JTV Mega Rush. I think a lot of people were really surprised that that happened and just came out of nowhere. It just goes to show that anything is possible in JTV. Back in my time in the Attitude Era, back in the old WWF, there used to be an old saying. The old saying was anything can happen in the WWF. Uh, that doesn't seem to be the case now with TKO's WWE. But in JTV, anything can happen in the pro wrestling circuit of JTV. Yes, indeed. So Vince McMahon popped up. Vince McMahon came in. He almost wanted to weigh in on the fight between Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather. Vince McMahon is a money man, so it makes sense, in my opinion, for Vince McMahon to be there. Uh, Vince McMahon obviously came in. Vince McMahon was welcomed by the crowd. There were some people who I heard booing him and did not like the fact that he was there. And then I heard a lot of people cheering and also singing his theme song when he came out, which to me, it makes sense in today's society because there's going to be people that are going to hate Vince McMahon and people that are going to love Vince McMahon. You know what I mean? I don't know that I love Vince McMahon like I used to, but I definitely respect Vince McMahon. And, I think Vince McMahon is responsible for me being able to be the owner of JTV and to be able to run it and to be, whatever it is that I may be, the owner, the founder, all this other stuff. You know what I mean? So Vince McMahon definitely inspired me, the positive side of Vince McMahon, anyways. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so, you know, I think it was shocking that Vince McMahon would show up at Mega Rush, and I mean that's what Mega Rush is all about. So I think it make perfect sense for Vince McMahon to be there out of nowhere, even with his trial still going on. There's things that are still coming up on Vince McMahon, and the case that I'm not going to talk about on here. I'm not going to mention names to that because that's all in a courtroom, so we don't need to talk about that. But you guys know what's going on with that. And if you don't know, you should know. You should educate yourself. You should be smart enough to educate yourself in the world of professional wrestling. Okay. So um Stone Cold Steve Austin's glass hits, the bottle breaks, and Steve Austin comes out right into the ring. Stone Cold Steve Austin hadn't been on Mega Rush in quite a long time. Last we saw him, I think it was last year when he took time to try to confront. No, the 2 years ago, it was at the ECW event. He tried to confront Shandini and the rest of BKS several times. And it was only appropriate that if Vince McMahon was going to be there, Stone Cold Steve Austin had to be there. So I made some phone calls, make sure we got Steve to come in, and I think a lot of people were really excited and happy to hear that he came out to his Glass Shatter theme song by Disturbed, which is something we don't get often in professional wrestling. Certainly TKO's funky ass is not going to bring Stone Cold Steve Austin out to Disturbed and give you something worth your money. They're just going to tease you with clickbait and you know week to week dragging, but we don't need to talk about them. We're talking about Mega Rush. Uh, Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson being in that ring, I think, made sense, and it was shocking. And I just thought that why not have Vince McMahon and Stone Cold Steve Austin face to face? Mega Rush is symbolic of the old WWF Raw is War in many, many ways, along with the WCW Nitro, and is in many ways a replica of the Attitude Era Monday Night Wars. So I think that Vince McMahon and Stone Cold Steve Austin deserve to be there at Mega Rush and blew the roof off the building. And I really hope that when you watched it, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a lot of fun with it. Um, Stone Cold Steve, obviously it made sense for Stone Cold Steve Austin to go right after Vince McMahon. No talking, didn't have to get to none of that. And we're gonna see if we skip ahead a little bit here. Just gonna skip ahead a few moments to another part I want to talk about. This is one right here. I think a lot of people was really surprised when this prompted on the screen and thought that Draskell was going to join us. Little tease right there before, of course, the World Heavyweight Champion Shandini would walk out with his coveted championship title belts. JTV 19 Tag Team Championship, and of course the JTV 19 Global Championship. Uh, Shendon, of course, you know, no stranger to welcoming himself to any party, walks right in to the middle of this iconic moment with four iconic figures in pop culture and added his name to that. Um, Definitely was not something that I was really looking forward to, but Shandini welcomed himself and created an iconic moment. Created an iconic moment, not just with these four legends, but also with myself and Jimmy Hart. Shendon would eventually wound up calling Jimmy Hart out after, of course, Mike Tyson laid the smackdown on uh, Floyd Mayweather's candy ass. An iconic moment with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Shendon that was uh, uh, interrupted abruptly by Vince McMahon. Then he got his ass beat by Stone Cold. I thought that that all added to the entertainment aspect of what a real wrestling show should be in 2026, and not just four matches and a boring show and just a clickbait and just about 108 commercials and more bullshit. That's not what professional wrestling is all about. Professional wrestling is about iconic moments. It's about fun. It's about great things. So um, we were not able to get Draskell. People were expecting, I guess, Draskell to come out at that moment. But instead, Shannon took the liberty to call out whoever it is that's been taking his megaphone. We got to find out who that is. Shandon's megaphone would continue to go missing, and all of a sudden, Jimmy Hart walks out, the very iconic mouth of the South. I think a lot of fans of Mid South wrestling and some of the territories and the old WWF and the golden era, and would have been very happy to have seen the iconic Jimmy Hart join us in Mega Rush and to have a moment with Shendon as Jada Nix takes a shot in the comment section there. But I'm going to take the opportunity momentarily after this very iconic moment, and I would like, if possible, to have. Want to mention this right quick. We got the opportunity to bring the JTV Championship back as we had this moment to reveal the new JTV World Championship. Hopefully, you guys like it. But I want to talk to Shendon. So the first person that I would like to bring on this show is Shandini. I don't know if he's backstage, but I'm going to check momentarily. I don't see him backstage. Shandini, I'm calling you to the show. If you could join us, please, I would like to have a few words with you. We got this very subliminal message here. Obviously, something big is going down in chemical warfare. There are rumors about what that's all about. Uh, Obviously, I'm going to have to address that. Uh, Shandini says he has no access. How do you not have no access, Shandini? I don't understand that. Let's see if we can get Shandon here on the show. Jaden Nix is obviously showing signs of disgust that Shandon is about to join us momentarily. Um, let's see here. Got to make sure I keep all my screens open, so I apologize for that. Uh, just a little bit, just a little bit. I'm a little confused here. Give me one moment. Okay, yeah. You got access, bud. You got access. You know what I mean? You just not checking your inbox, Shindy. You sleep, you sleep. You know what I mean? So just check your inbox, Shandy. You should be good to go. I want to have this man on the show. Let me see. There's enough space to bring him in here. So, yeah, you sleep, brother. You sleep. Go ahead. You got your link. Come up in here. We got the World Heavyweight Champion Shendon, who's going to be joining us momentarily. I got a few things I'd like to say to him on there, so I want to bring him on there. Let's see. Shendon's going to be joining us momentarily. So we talk about this. Um, I want to say that I stand by everything that I told that man to his face, and I don't apologize for a damn thing that I said. Um, Once we get Shendon joining us in here, we will add him and we will talk with him. And this is how we're going to kick things off. Shannon, of course, is also the JTV 19. Uh, we do apologize on behalf of Shannon. This man is just stuck. You know what I mean? He definitely should have been looking at his notifications, but he's not. You know, I mean, we all know how unprofessional BKS is. BKS can be so, but nonetheless, I like to welcome him to the stage right now. Here's the king of let. Here's the majesty. You know, welcome to the damn show, man. How's it going? You know, you got your mic on. You know, you get your mic on. You know, you put your mic on, you speak into it, and then we can have a conversation. You know what I mean? Let's see. What do we got? What are you having issues with your mic now? Where you at, Shannon? Where's this man at? I can't hear him. You with us? Can everybody hear me? Testing, testing. Okay, looks like they can hear me. Where you at, Shannon, man? You using the McDonald's connections again, man? Using them cheap BKS connections?
Testing,
I
freaking
don't.
test.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
Well,
man,
welcome to the show, man. Well, welcome to the show, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, you stay buying cheap stuff, man. You know, you're always such
you
a
see, I
cheap
don't
bastard.
appreciate the
Welcome to the
disrespect.
show.
When you want to inform me to
I
be on the
don't give a
damn show,
damn.
you
I don't give
message
a
me
damn what you don't
directly. Okay,
appreciate.
okay. You
Listen,
gotta message me
listen, man.
directly before. You
You
know,
you ain't
making
special,
things
man.
harder for me, and then you
You
trying to
just
make it too difficult.
you
No
just like
special.
everybody else. You just like everybody else. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
what the hell
You
you
know,
want now?
you supposed
I
to
don't
be
even
on
want to.
top of
I
your.
don't even want to be here like that. I'm
Listen, man.
ready for chemical
Just
warfare. So
just
just spit out your questions already. Yeah, let's get this over with.
just shut up and let me spit them out. You know what I mean? Let me speak when I got to speak, and then you speak. All right. All right. A very iconic Mega Rush concludes. About 400 plus views and still counting thus far. You know, does it mean anything to you? A very iconic event. Does this night mean anything to you? Let's start with that.
I mean,
What
obviously,
did
it
you
means a
think?
lot.
Go
It
ahead.
doesn't even work. Hold on. Test, test. Hold on.
Can y'all hear him?
Can you hear me? Do I
I
sound
can hear
clear?
you, but I can hear
Okay.
Shannon. Can y'all hear this man? Let me know if y'all can hear him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me see.
It's probably they can hear you. They
Yeah.
can hear you. It's probably Maverick hacking the system. I wouldn't be surprised. Or maybe Jaden Nix is he's ready to choke your ass out in a little bit. But go ahead,
I
say
mean,
what you want to say, man. Say what you want to
don't
say.
don't don't even mention that crybaby that's still living in the past. So, of course, it means a lot, you know. As I've been through this
Yeah.
damn roster, this brand for a long damn time, making it bigger, just like Connection, when it was nothing at the time, it was just there like a show, and it became an important brand. And same thing was the intention to do the same thing on Mega Rush. Obviously, I'm not gonna be an asshole. I can't do it alone. Obviously, a lot of people gotta get involved to make this brand today like how it is. So yes, it does mean a lot. And
I
this
agree.
episode, especially this episode, is very important because now JTV hangs them in balance in one of the most toughest battle they're gonna go through very soon. That's what I got at
Jay,
this moment.
not bad so far. We got Jaden Nix talking about talking that shit like I won't take your title, Boyo. Whatever that means.
Oh, you talking about the time that you couldn't win the co-op when you lost 3 times and 1 time off camera? You just settle down, Nixie. You want to bring me up, mention me. You want to block people and talk shit behind their back and telling JTV, please post my post. You know, you said before you want to let things slide and want to the past of the past, but you're still living in the past. You know what I mean? You are a waste of time. You're here on JTV so we can you can be used, for attention, nothing more. I am here putting the work, showing up, sharing everything, but you're still living the same moment and don't want to let things go. It's such an embarrassment you on your 30s, close to 40s years old, act as such a child. And we have plenty of folks here that is close to become 20 are more mature than you are, you know? So that is a very disappointing on your part. But either way, this is not about Knicks because he barely even done anything on the freaking show for the past 2 or 3 years. Just talking and grabbing the mic, having the championship, the Z Division title that he only defended one time, and he want to talk all that shit. Maybe if you defended it 10 times like I did and more, maybe come back and talk to me. Make that championship valuable like I did. When that Next Gen Z Division championship was on Next Gen, I brought it to the Mega Rush roster. Now, sometimes the time people forget about the Z Division championship, just like the total championship that people forgetting about, So shut your damn mouth before I make another promo and force you to make another trash ass boring video and telling JTV to please post my videos. You know what I mean? Keep blocking me. Keep it that way, little boy. Simple-minded prick. Moving on.
All right. All right. Well, what you
Next
want to call him?
question.
You want to call him a prick? I mean, obviously, Jada Nix sent us a video some days ago. It dropped. Do you want to respond to that video and defend yourself? Something that he said?
I actually didn't watch the video. There's no point of it because everything that he said, he already said it multiple times. He want to believe in his lies and believes his bullshit and doesn't want to
Yeah.
listen to people that talk to him. And when they want to comfort him, he just be like, "Oh, are you done? Taking a nap?" All that childish bullshit. Don't have time for none of that. My intention is to make JTV bigger than ever. I'm not stuck into one level. I'm not comparing myself to anybody. He's comparing himself to me as he's been copying my shit and my stuff for the longest time. But it's okay. You want to be Shandini? You can be Shandini if you want to. But I am competing against myself to be the biggest version of the Majesty. You know? Every single year you see Shandon is always improving. Every single time. Focusing on left to right on people to grow and to grow this community. You worrying about me all the damn time? While you distracted to me, well, I am doing bigger things to make this community unforgivable. You know what I mean? So, with your shit, you're a waste of time and you're pathetic in this promotion. A negative prick that's only want to talk all that shit. Nothing been positive from you. And what is even freaking hilarious that you haven't been around in JTV, even in the backstage. Jurassic not too long ago, he came back and he was more involved in the locker room than you were in the past 2-3 years. You know, Jurassic been more positive than you, Nixie boy. I think it's time for you to grow up and let things behind and the past. You know what I mean? So give me a moment. I got this phone call. Give me like 10 seconds.
Well, this
Give me a
guy,
moment.
the audacity for y'all's champion to, we're in the middle of a show here for crying out loud. I definitely have questions for sure, but you know, I'll do this. I'll do this because I have Jaden Nix backstage. I think
I'm back.
okay. Actually, I got
Yeah.
Jaden Nix. You're gonna have to make sure your mic is good because you're having some. Okay, never mind. I see it. Okay. All right. I'm not gonna bring Jaden Nix out right now. Jaden Nix will have his opportunity later on to reply to all of that and say what he wants to say. But I'm gonna continue what I'm doing here. So, um, you've
All
been
right.
having a good run, Shandon. You've been having a hell of a run, and I have something I want to tell you, but I'm gonna wait until the end of my interview to tell you. Uh, you've been having a hell of a run. You've been champion for the longest time. You now have the brand new world heavyweight championship back with you, even though you guys had to pry the shit from me and you wanted to be slick and then put the briefcase on the line. You know, you obviously think you got one up on me. I get you. I understand what you're doing. You know what I mean? But a chemical warfare, there's only going to be one owner for a surviving group, and I think we both know who that's going to be. All right, I'm not going to
Huh.
brag about it. It is what it
Uh-huh.
is. I really don't give a shit what you have to say, how you feel. We're on the air. You can say whatever the hell you want. You know what I mean? But I'm just letting you know, man to man, what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? And if it
Mm.
needs to come down to your dream match, amigo, and you need Kevin Impact versus Shannon at Chemical Warfare as an extra bonus, then I guess that's just what might just happen. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna try to be professional and do my job. I sincerely hope you do yours. Okay. And I'm gonna do my job right now. I'm gonna be professional right now. And I'm going to ask you with the JTV 2K26 season coming up, you have a lot of championships. You have a lot of opponents looking you in the eye, new talent that are looking to be coming in. You know what I mean? Like Gage and Toa and these guys who are training, in the performance center to try to get ready to come here and work with guys like you. You have an arsenal of people in JTV, including Jaden Nix, who really is now starting to threaten you in your heavyweight championship. You got a bit of a handful move set on you. Do you think you're ready for 2K26 season of
Yeah,
JTV?
absolutely. Any kind of pressure I've been through ever since I opened the door of JTV wrestling, it was the same attitude. It just come in here and make and break histories all the damn time. And that's not gonna change. You see, I'm not perfect. Losses and winning happens both sides all the damn time. But when it comes to losses, you learn from it. As I say this to many people, failure is your greatest teacher. Not because you lost some battle doesn't mean it's over for you. You know, I mean, I can see where Nixie's talking when I talk his shit. We're gonna hear it. Let it all out. You probably gonna help you. It's gonna probably help you feel better. But the pressure is gonna be on this year more than it has been for a couple past years. A lot of people always want to have their eyes on the championships. People want to talk about why I'm not getting this opportunity, that opportunity. Why is he on TV all the damn time? It's because you're not doing the same thing what he been doing, which is being all over the place, practicing, and have attention to actually wanting to be at the top. You know, I don't think I'm gonna be here forever. I don't think I'm gonna be in my position forever. But in this very moment, I have a goal. And the goal is that you piss me off, Impact, for a very long time when you backstab BKS, when you don't want to do your damn job. My goal, my goal is very simple: to take over JTV Wrestling so I get what I want exactly in a fair way. Not like when you were the owner of BKS and want to take everything away and destroy. Your BKS was a cancer. Mine's, we're here to save it. You cannot believe every single word I say, but the numbers don't lie. And we BKS, we've been showing up all over the place. We've been doing our part to show you guys that we are the real shit. Understand? So once we take over JTV at Chemical Warfare, there's a lot of new things going to be put down, and there will be a lot of new changes. You know, even some changes going to affect you, even if you're not in JTV. Even when you're outside of JTV, it will still affect you. Could be positive, could be negative, but at the end, the pressure will always be on in JTV Wrestling, and everybody in this damn roster gotta step up on that game. There's a plenty of championship now, more than ever than when I started JTV in the first place. Now there's a lot of more opportunities, but what you gotta do is step up, be in the comments, like, share, promote yourself, so you can get that opportunity to be in that position.
All right, Shandon. If you ask me, the only changes that are going to be taking place is going to be you're going away sooner than you expect. So you ain't got to worry about the future. You got to worry about 2K26 because at Chemical Warfare, your career is done. It's going to end right there. But if you want to talk to me after BKS is done and over with, maybe we could have a conversation man to man, and then you could really show these people a side of you that should have never changed. Maybe you can transform back into the King of Legends. Go back to
No,
your old
no,
self for
nah,
once and be a
nah,
man.
nah, 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 nah,
You
nah.
know.
No, it's not. It's not gonna happen. All right, King of Legends, King of Legends. Why you guys care about him anyways? Why you guys miss him so much? What's the difference between this version of me and that other pathetic version of me? Huh? What do you think?
I
Why
think it's
is that?
very clear. I think
Is it
people
because
want.
I'm more aggressive now than ever? Is it because I am shattering more records now than the King of Legends did? You know? Is it because you are still upset that your big has been taken over by the Majesty? You know? What is this man saying? Oh, look at Dallas. You know?
This is what Nick's is saying. If you really want to know, all right.
I mean,
So
if you want to think about sexual shit, sexual shit and be gay about it, excuse my language, that's our business. That's his dirty ass mind. This is called loyalty. Something that Nyx and Marcus have some problem with, a little bit especially when they beat each other up in the ring sometimes in the tag team matches, That's called loyalty, Nixie boy. Something that you don't even have for JTV. You understand? Something you need to learn and figure that out, and let the past behind. When I open my arms multiple times, but then I'm gonna give my middle finger to your face. That's it. No more forgiveness, you know?
yeah, I think we're going to get canceled after this show, but well, I'm gonna keep the show going. I'm gonna take Shendon off the show momentarily because we'll get the opportunity to talk to Shendon again hopefully later on. We're gonna continue discussing everything else, but that's to begin with. But before I let you go, Shendon, I want to
Mm.
let you know another secret. Since you had a lot of secrets from me at Mega Rush, you know what I mean? You obviously wanted to expose me. You wanted to be like other people who tried to shut me down for years and couldn't do it. Listen, man, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of none of that. You know what I mean? You went out there, you know that you weren't supposed to say that. When you said it, that's fine. I'm not mad about it. You told people that you own half of the company and whatnot, but even though my percentage is higher than yours, you know what I mean? It's fine. I said what I said to you, and I'm gonna keep it professional. But the last thing that I'm going to tell you is this. You thought it was real funny and it was very slick to do a number on Jimmy Hart when I told you guys anybody that touches Jimmy Hart is going to get fired. I don't have enough information yet, but I have it
You
on good
don't have
authority.
evidence. You
Listen,
don't have
man,
no
I have it
evidence.
on good authority.
You
I
have
have it on
no
good authority.
evidence to blame to none of
I
that.
have it
You
on
have
good
no
authority.
evidence.
Okay. When I find out who it was, they're gone. I want you to know that. And if I find out it was you that took out Jimmy Hart when I told you not to do it, you're gonna see what's gonna happen, Shendon. And it might not wait until chemical warfare. So I just want to let you know that, man to man. Man to man.
And that doesn't scare me a bit, because you don't have no evidence of who did it anyways. I don't even know who did it anyways. But if he
Of
was
course you
taken
don't.
out, then he was taken out, There are probably some random folks wearing BKS shirt. There's a lot of people that love and care about BKS because they believe in what we do, Probably one of the crowds be attacking, People are wild in it nowadays in 2026, you know? So you cannot take
Sure.
that blame on me. At Chemical Warfare, but, it's going to be a war that is going to be worse than what happened at No Redemption, if you remember. When you even didn't do a damn thing to save JTV when I did, if you remember the briefcase. Yes. Now this time around, I'm going to save JTV. And this time around, and JTV doesn't have the King of Legends just be on your side. Not anymore. Because he's dead and he will never come back, whether you like it or not.
Are you done?
I am done.
All right.
Yeah.
So you could get the hell off my show, and we're going to continue, folks. Shannon will have his opportunity to come back on here probably a little later, so he could talk some more shit. Uh, I don't think we have Johnny Franchise available at this time, but I want to put something back up on the screen that we were just looking at when this man was spewing his mind all over the place. Let's get that screen back up real quick. Something very interesting that was not shared in social media that needs to be talked about is this right here. And I also want to point out at how weird, um, how very strange Cerberus was acting all night long. I'm not really sure what's going on with him. There was an incident in the parking lot that took place in which we saw Johnny Franchise emerge out of nowhere and attacked Cerberus, stealing his JTV Total Championship. And Cerberus really didn't do nothing about that. Cerberus was just kind of not there. And I don't know. We saw him a few times. He had his confrontation with Axel. You know what I mean? I saw him backstage in the JTV dressing room with the other guys. And I was just trying to tell him the truth. You know what I mean? Because there's different rumors going around, and I don't know what to think, what to expect. My honest opinion, I don't think that Cerberus is trying to join BKS. I don't see that as a possibility because Cerberus is the guy who has been trying to go after BKS for the better part of about, I don't know, 5, 6 years now. It's been a long time. He's been trying to come after BKS since the pandemic era. I mean, he had eyes on BKS. So even way back then when I was the leader. Uh, so I believe that something is not right with Cerberus. We don't know what it is. We don't know what's going on. We understand that Johnny Franchise is still in possession of the JTV Total Championship. And I don't know what's happening to Cerberus. Once I have more information on it, I'll be able to share more. But at this point in time, I'm not really sure. All I do is just assume like everybody else, and I don't like to assume. So that's that. Okay. Let's see if we can move on to what else was on the show. I wonder if I should cover this. I mean, I think we can move along from what I'm looking at. You know, maybe, maybe, maybe talk about Mark Bannon. Probably going to talk about Mark Bannon. Going to have Mark Bannon come on here momentarily. Is Mark backstage? Can we get Mark Bannon in here? Where is Mark Bannon? Oh, okay. I'm looking in the wrong place. All right. So I'm going to take this time to bring Mark Bannon to the show. Can we get a picture up? We need picture. Let's get a picture up before we bring Mark Bannon out. So Mark, let's see. You with us, Mark?
Hello? You hear me?
I hear you, Mark.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna ask you a few things because I don't know how welcoming your mic is gonna be. It sounds like you're just trying to tear somebody's ear out. Is it possible that you can get another connection? Because that mic is just horrific, brother.
I don't know if I can or not.
All right, look. All right, we'll try to bear for a little bit and see if I can talk with you. I just want to ask you about. We'll do this. Can you guys in the comments hear that horrific sound? If you guys can hear that horrific sound in the background, let me know. Can anybody let me know if you hear Mark's horrific sound in the background? Anybody, please. One person, anybody. All right, Mark, we're going to take you off the show. It's not going to work out unless you get another mic to join. It's not going to work out with Mark. Mark's mic is no good. If he can get another mic, I'll be happy to have him, but it's not going to work. Mark Bennon, uh, obviously, and he can answer in the comment section if he wants to. He had a very intricate interview with Miss J, in which she wanted to confront him about the match that he had with Amber and his tag team match at JTV 19 in Mexico. Mark cited that he didn't lose to Amber, that she cheated, which we all know is not true. He's full of shit for that. And we also know that he was in the tag team match with Dean Apex in Mexico in JTV 19, in which he and Dean lost the match to the Brothers in Arms. It was a tag team match. Why is he denying that? Because he lost the match with Dean Apex? I'm not really sure. But Miss J concluded that Mark Bandit is delusional. During this interview segment, as it went on, Mark continued to be as ignorant as he could be, citing that he sometimes hates women and whatnot, and obviously had Miss J on edge for a little bit. And Mark sounded pretty determined, you know what I mean? And some of the things that he was saying and some of the things that, of course, went on. Obviously, he's preparing to defend the World's Television Championship against Mr. Amazing at Chemical Warfare in Montreal, Quebec. I think it's going to be a great wrestling match. Mark seems pretty determined. He seems pretty ready to go in. But you see Matt Dagger there. Matt Dagger has been on the chase for Conville Wolf for the longest time. And he gets taken out here, of course, moments after Conville Wolf was announced fired from the Iron Misfits. And it was somewhat promised that if Dean Apex and Mark win their tag team match this night, Dean would obtain the Iron Misfits jacket, which he did. These guys proceeded to take out Matt Dagger momentarily. Obviously, Matt Dagger being a threat to the Iron Misfits faction. And then, of course, who were met with an array of smoke on the screen, along with a few other effects, as it almost seemed as if Mr. Amazing was playing some mind games with Mark Bennett and warning that his championship is going to be his. Mr. Amazing obviously making plans, as cryptic as he may get sometimes, to attempt to take the championship away from Mark Bennett. If Mark wants to say anything at all in the comments, I would be happy to relay the message to you guys. But at this point in time, we're going to keep it moving, and we're going to go on to the next phase of this podcast. So in the next phase of this podcast, we're going to talk about the wrestling match that took place moments after. Moments after Dean and Mark went to the ring to tag team against Brothers in Arms. I believe that it was a great match. It was a slugfest, but I think that both teams managed to keep it together and put together what I would say is a 5-star match. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I'll do you a solid while we're at it and we're talking about this match. Let me go ahead and give you guys. Can we do that? Okay, never mind. I don't know if I can do it on here. I don't think I can. It doesn't look like I can, so we're just going to keep talking. Okay, so in terms of this match, yeah, like I said, I think it was a good match. I think that they had a good back and forth. I believe that the performance that Mark Bannon and Dean Apex shared in the match was very impressive. They're showing good signs of teamwork, and it was surprising to me because it was a second match into it. They had a second match that they had where they looked good. When they competed at Stan Lee's Pumpkin Night in October, they looked really, really good in their tag team match, and they worked really, really good as well, and was able to come out on top. And on this night, they was not only able to come out on top, not only able to defeat the World Tag Team Champions that now makes them #1 contenders for those belts. You know what I mean? So that means it doesn't matter who wins at Chemical Warfare from Three-Way Deadlock and Brothers in Arms. Whoever wins is going to be going up against the Iron Misfits as they're the #1 contenders after winning this match. And on top of that, Mark and Dean was able to get their revenge from JTV 19 in Mexico City on the Brothers in Arms. So I just think that that was really, really dope. I think that I don't believe that this loss to the Brothers in Arms make them look weak. I think that they've dominated as champions for the longest time, ever since winning the championships at the previous showdown. And I believe that they've done good. You know, there's a few distractions going on with Ryan, of course. You know, he's dealing with a lot of subliminal things and stuff like that. I think he needs to see a priest or a pastor and just keep it moving. And I think Maddie's trying to support him as much as possible. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's possible. I mean, I don't think we could get Dean here. I don't think we can get Dean here. I could try to get Dean, but I'm gonna try to see if I can get the Brothers in Arms to join. So I'll give that a moment. I'll give it a moment. If I don't get some feedback, then you know we'll just keep it moving. But it looks like Mark Bennett has a question. What questions do you have, Mark? What questions do you want to have? This is your match. You know, what would you like to say about this match in the comments? What are your thoughts? You know, what questions do you have? So while Mark is putting this question together, we're going to scroll up to some of the trash talk that was going on a little while ago. Shendon advising Jada Nix, time to grow up, Nixie. And Nix told him, maybe you should take your own advice, Shen. Jada Nix says, I mean, who bitches about microphone week after week? That's pretty funny. And you got Shendon replying, said, I have, and you were forgotten in mine as I am focusing on the positive. Nobody is perfect. And we got Dallas Goldman says, yeah, I'm definitely not joining on the show because I'm not in the mood to talk. Not in the mood to talk on a live show. Why would anyone in JTV not be in the mood or excited to come on a podcast? That just doesn't make any sense to me. And an absolute waste of time, if you will, from Dallas Goldman there, not to bring himself to this show. He's definitely a sucker for that. But we're just gonna keep it moving. Shendon says, the choice is yours. The choice is on your hands next. If you want to live past all that time, I open my arms many times, and you're the reason is all. Yeah. Shannon says, you are forgiven, but as Buzz, it will not. Okay, girl. These guys are just getting out of control. Who do we got here? The People's Wrestling Channel, 890. Hey, guys. Shout out to you. Subscribe to their channel. Much love to the People's Wrestling Channel. Is this Ricky? Is this Ricky? Don't tell me this is Ricky Armstrong in the comments. I'm gonna lose my mind if that's Ricky. But Mark Bennett says it was a damn good show. I don't understand. I think Mark said he had a question. Now he doesn't have a question. No question from Mark Bannon that I see. He says it was a good show. Okay. Well, they had a hell of a show, a hell of a match. I would say it was definitely one of the greatest JTV wrestling matches of all time. Things would have been different if I think it was Ryan who got eliminated. Ryan had gotten eliminated, and then it was just like boom. You see the Bannerplex snap. You know, Mark tried to get him. I think Mark gets him right now, as a matter of fact. He cut no shoulder came up. Yeah, I think that it was a hell of a match, a good showcase, and an important victory for the Iron Misfits. We're gonna keep moving along. Who is Ricky J? I'm not really sure who Ricky J is, but we're gonna see if we can move this along. We saw some great teamwork there. We skipped ahead a little bit. We'll come back to that. So a big victory for Dean Apex and um, Mark, like I said, they got the job done. I thought it was a fantastic match. And then after, of course, Matt Dagger wasn't letting it go. Matt Dagger running out after to help Mr. Amazing um, in the middle of a scuffle beatdown. And it turned out to even the odds. You know what I mean? Mark Bannon and Dean Apex thought that they was going to get some. Now that Dean was able to get his jacket, his Iron Misfits jacket, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's like uh, we got a tag team tornado fight at ringside. I thought it was very interesting that Matt Dagger ran out. I don't believe Matt Dagger did it to, and of course that was later on. We'll come back to it. You know what I mean? Dean was able to get his jacket, and that's kind of like where it stood. So we'll come back to Matt Dagger momentarily, and then if he wants to join, he could join us. Uh, so the next person that we're going to focus on that I think people need to keep an eye on is this man right here, um, Adam Connor. So, you know, mentioning and talking about Adam Connor for a bit. Um, I like Adam Connor. I think he's talented. I think he has all the tools to make it. And, that there's restraints at this point in time. There's restraints at this point in time because Adam Connor is dealing with a handful of things in life, and physically he's not able to he's not able to compete. So Adam Connor is not able to compete at this point in time. It is my hope that we see him back in the ring very, very soon. Very talented kid. Uh, but he has some interesting subliminal message citing that he will be there, when pretty much things continue to get out of control in JTV with JTV and BKS. And somehow I believe that Adam Connor is either cashing in or enjoying some of the chaos that's going on. I mean, he's a chaotic guy, so to speak. So I'm not really sure, to be honest with you, what Adam Connor meant, but he definitely likes to get very, very subliminal, and he is very, very unpredictable. We're gonna see if we can bring some more guests in here momentarily. We're just gonna try to see if we can get to our next segment as the show rolls on. I don't know if maybe it's possible. Let's see if we can get. Obviously, we have a developing story with Jocelyn Havoc, who is missing. Uh, so, a current investigation is going on right now. Jocelyn Havoc has been abducted, and with Jocelyn Havoc being abducted, it's a major issue. Nothing has been discovered yet. The investigation continues. It's ongoing. Nothing that authorities can give us, but we got the opportunity. Let's see if we can get the screen back up here. Um, let's get the screen back up. Something very interesting occurred at Mega Rush, and that didn't lead to much, but we did get to see Shendon and his sister go face to face, along with Casper just in the background. And I, family's family. I think that there's a lot of people that have problems with their sister, who might be listening to the show, watching it, and just kind of hits home. Uh, it is my hope that eventually they're going to get along. But Amanda Jones Ray hatred for Shannon just continues to grow. You know what I mean? And she just doesn't want to have nothing to do with him. And now they're almost seemingly fighting over the cat and everything. And it's not too wonderful. You know what I mean? So hopefully they can get it together, and her issues with Toyota Muhammad continue to grow as well. We're hoping to solve that at Chemical Warfare. But going back to Mega Rush for a moment, we were greeted to this image here in which um, before Jocelyn Havoc's abduction at Mega Rush, we saw that she got into a bit of a fight backstage with the wife of Ryan Seal, Skylar Rose. Skylar Rose has been in the process of preparing to debut for JTV Wrestling for quite some time, and I'm making it my mission now to ensure that she gets an opportunity to compete at Chemical Warfare. So I'm confirming right here, right now, that she's going to wrestle. She's going to wrestle, and she's going to wrestle at Chemical Warfare. The match is a match that I'm going to name at the pay-per-view at the premium live event, but I'm confirming here now that she's going to wrestle at the pay-per-view. So stay tuned for that. Okay. Um, I don't know if it's possible that we can get her to join. Uh, let's see. So we're trying to see if we can get Skylar Rose to join, and if we can't get Skylar Rose to join, we'll just keep it going. But they had a bit of a scuffle. Things got out of control backstage. These two ladies kept beating the shit out of each other, and it's very interesting because with Jocelyn Havoc going missing, I mean I don't want to assume anything, you know what I mean, but authorities are going to be looking closely at a lot of things. If you look here, something very strange was going on in the parking lot. Then all of a sudden, it turns out that later on Jocelyn goes missing. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys are starting to notice the picture I'm trying to paint here, but Ryan and Skylar Rose are like the two last witnesses to Jocelyn going missing. You know, and then a bunch of hooded individuals came in, and we saw on camera that abducted her. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not saying that that's Ryan and Skylar Rose. You know, I'm just saying maybe I'll just keep it at that. You know, I don't want to make accusations or nothing like that. I'm just saying that that's what authorities are looking at right now. It's not my opinion. And with that, we was greeted to a lot of these sublims that took place with Ryan, and it looked to be Marcus Holloway there. You know what I mean? As things continue to kind of grow with this entire thing. And now, obviously, there seems to be a dark secret that Ryan Seal is hiding from JTV Wrestling. We're still trying to figure out what that is, but obviously, maybe at Chemical Warfare, when three-way deadlock, Marcus Holloway and Jada Nix step in the ring against the Seal family, you know, the brothers in arms. Hopefully, we can get some answers. We did not get them at Mega Rush. We have not had them for the longest time. There's just been all of these strange occurrences. You know what I mean? And Jada Nix even went as far as to mention No Kills, as his stuff with No Kills is not done yet. Now, No Kills is not going to be here. I don't want him on my show. He is not invited. I do have things I want to say about him later, though. Jada Nix had the opportunity to say what he said, and then all of a sudden we saw Ryan kind of walk away. You know what I mean? I want to see if I could take this time right now to get someone in here, if possible. I'm hoping to see if I can get Marcus Holloway and Jada Nix. You know what I mean? So I think Jada Nix is backstage. Jada Nix is backstage. I could talk to him. So I'm gonna bring Jada Nix on the show, and I'm gonna talk to him for a bit and give him the opportunity to say what he wants to say. So hopefully we can get him. Jada Nix, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Jada Nix? Welcome to the show, man. I think it should be appropriate that we start this thing off by giving you the opportunity to say whatever it is you would like to say first. So go ahead. Mike's all yours.
I'm sitting here. Well, let me start by asking, how's your day going?
Day's going good. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? But this is not about me. This is about you.
I
You know what I mean? This
understand,
is
but you
about
know
you.
what? I want to make sure I set give respect to the co-host, the host. I'm not co-host, the host of the show, the proper respect. So that's why I had to come here with respect towards one of the greatest minds of JTV history, Kevin Impact, aka you, to show my utmost respect, since somebody couldn't show that respect to one of the men that made JTV as it is today. So I just wanted to ask you how your day was.
Tastes good. It could be even better if you can tell us who might that be and how you feel.
Who that might be. I mean, I kind of dozed off a little bit, watched him talk about himself so
Right.
much to the point where I feel like my ears was ready to bleed. Shinden.
Yeah.
If I could just take a little moment to nitpick at what he had to say. Shinden, I hope you watch him. You see,
Oh, he's watching.
there is some part of me that respects you for the old you. The old you, when you step foot into the JTV business, I never had a problem with you. I never had an issue with you. The issue only started happening when shit with you became repetitive. Week after week, it felt like you were beating up the same guys just to increase your record. You weren't facing people who could touch you all that often. You were facing guys like Corey Flash. He don't take this shit seriously. I mean, he used to. He don't take this shit seriously no more. He's too busy covering WWE shit and bullshit like that. He don't take this shit seriously. The guy that's known to be a bad word here, when he was here, the one that liked to support pedophiles, Trey Jeter, he wasn't nothing. I whooped his ass on the Indies. Drasko was probably the most watched match that I could say that y'all tore the house down. But he wasn't easy to take down, was he, Shinden? Marcus Holloway, sorry, that's my partner. I love him, truly. When you beat him,
Drasko has never worked with Shinder in a match.
if it were to happen,
If it were to happen, yeah, I get it.
It would have torn the house down. Marcus, he fought Shinden, right?
He has.
He fought Shinden. Love my brother to like the wheels fall off. Love him. But Marcus, he's cool. He's a good competitor. Very strong. A little bit on the cuckoo side, but he lost to Shinden. I beat my own brother before. That's nothing new. Mr. Amazing, good guy. He brought me in. He showed me the ropes. He showed me what I could do. He brought my potential. But at the end of the day, you beat him too. You beat him too. I'm not saying he's not.
You mentioned something interesting. You mentioned something very interesting there. You said Marcus is a little cuckoo, your brother that you love so much. But the interesting about it, next, is that you've been coming off kind of cuckoo yourself. You've been creeping into a bit of a dark side. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? What's the deal? What's with the darkness?
Let's talk. We're gonna save that for another time. Let's leave that alone. Let's leave that alone for the moment. No one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I just rather not talk about that. Next question. Well, more like, let me finish this. Then we can go to the next question.
If you're not going to answer my question, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
My problem with Shin is that, again, he's only beating people he could touch. Okay? He's only beating people that he could actually beat. But has he really fought somebody besides me that could actually challenge him? Has he? No. I'm the only man here that actually challenged him, made him feel something that he himself probably was still denied to this very day. I'm pretty sure he's happy that someone like me actually came along and challenged him. But also somewhere inside of him, he felt like I got embarrassed by somebody that was similar to me that can fight me on my level. You may not agree, Shendon, but I'm your mirror reflection. I'm your reflection. I'm the man that you used to be. But I don't have to sit behind all these dick-sucking BKS members just to prove that I'm valid. I don't gotta be in the main event like you do every time. Clearly, you own the main event spot. Am I mad at that? It bothers me. It irritates me. Because week after week, we gotta see your ass in the main event every fucking time. Every fucking time. Nobody else can defend their titles besides you. Hell, I was surprised to see. I was actually surprised to see I'm sorry. I wanted to dig deep and see if there was something I could do, but you were also in the main event. So you're still in the main event, regardless.
I know you're getting a bit overwhelmed, Nix. You know, there's a lot going on. You know what I mean? Hey, listen, man. If me asking you questions about your health and stuff that's going on with your mental mind right now kind of rubbed you the wrong way, I mean, my bad. I know you're getting ready for so big match, chemical warfare, tag team championships, right? You know, big opportunity. You and Marcus was not able to get the job done at the Rage in the Cage. There was a lot of frustration. You and I had a conversation with Marcus after the show, and you guys weren't too happy. You know, it was a letdown for you. You struggled with yourself. You struggle with that, even though you're the JTBC division champion. But with this opportunity, because Marcus ain't here, Marcus' health is deteriorating. I don't even know if he's going to be able to make it a chemical warfare to tag with you against the Brothers in Arms. Brothers in Arms ain't here. Marcus ain't here. You're here. You're the only guy that's here today representing. So your brother's health is deteriorating, but you guys have an opportunity. It's on you to be full beast mode at chemical warfare and to prove to BKS, Shannon, me, and everybody else who you really are, and to try to come out on top and get those tag team titles. Whatever darkness of a cloud may be hovering over your mind, over your head, and in your mind, do you think you're ready for that?
I'm beyond ready. You spoke something true. Ever since me and my brother lost against that speech impediment asshole, Dallas Goldman, and that Majesty Shendon, it has eaten me, because I felt like they were mostly going after my partner every time, every pinfall, every submission pin, whatever you want to call it. They kept on getting on him, but they couldn't touch me. And that's what irritates me. Why you have to go after my brother for? He's already going through enough.
Right.
What, you couldn't hold me down, so you have to go for my partner? And I know Shannon's fuck ass might be over there, like, it's a win is still a win though. But it's a win, but you still couldn't do me in on your own. Again, you have to have help. Again, you had to bring somebody in that was an outsider into our feud that we had going on. Because I was daring you. I was daring Shendon to push your partner to the side, I'll push my partner to the side, and we can sell the tag team points right here, right now. But he hid behind Dallas. A guy that didn't even deserve to be in the co-op tournament. Because if my memory serves me right, didn't he quit? Then came back? How's that work?
You're correct.
How does he quit, then come back and get handed a co-op tag team opportunity? Shouldn't he work for it like everybody else here in JTV? So again, he shouldn't want to talk about opportunities. Okay. You could have gave that opportunity to any member of your faction who didn't have the mind to quit at that time to be your partner. Why pick Dallas? A guy that like to touch people's balls in the match and spam the low blow. Like that's the only thing he has.
Holy shit.
I guess that's what BKS is known for. Touching balls and touching dick. Because they can't pack it with actual wrestling and grappling and punches. They gotta hit the low blows all the fucking time. So, yes, I accept I didn't take the co-op tag team championship loss in the greatest of things. I didn't take it well. Should could call it like, oh, you was whining and crying to management, all that type of stuff. If that's what you want to tell yourself, go right ahead. I know why. I know why I was frustrated. But yes, it worries me nonstop seeing my brother decline. And then I feel like his symptoms are becoming my symptoms because I've been having my own issues. I mean, Mr. Amazing tried to spear me. Did you not remember that? Miz tried to spear me. My own other brother, Mr. Amazing, tried to spear me.
Well, you got to remember your other brother has a disease. You know, we don't know what's going on with you. I'm still trying to help you. Okay. It don't matter how BKS or anybody feels about you. I'm trying to look out for you, kid. Your well-being is my interest. And if you're impacted, JTV's impacted. So I'm trying to look out for you. I want you to be good. I want Marcus to be good. Marcus has been healthy for the longest time, you know. And there were individuals out there who watched professional wrestling today and was kind of going, oh, you know, Marcus is a great character. He's got a great gimmick and stuff like that. But what a lot of people are not realizing is that this is beyond a gimmick. This is the real Marcus. And Marcus is going through a metamorphosis. And this metamorphosis seems to be manifesting and consuming Marcus alive. But something that strikes as interesting for me is that it almost seems as if whatever he caught jumped over to you. And now you're going through a bit of a metamorphosis, if you will. So with Mr. Amazing, you know, you can say whatever you want and you can call it my opinion, but I really don't think he was trying to spear you. I think that his disease, we've known Mr. Amazing to get pretty cryptic in the past, if you catch my drift. So I don't know that he has control over his emotions or not. But go ahead, say what you want to say.
Cryptic or not, he still tried to spear me. I'm already dealing with this so-called can't even pop up, but has to go to pop up in front of you, even though I don't know if that was the real him. You know, the elephant in the room.
We're going to talk about him in a bit.
No kills. No. I don't want to talk about him right now. I want to talk about it right now. I want to talk about it right now.
Oh, well, we talk about it right now. Let me put his comment back up and you could go get him. He's watching. What do you want to tell him? Elephant in the room.
You
Let's
see,
address it.
No kills. You talk all this shit on social media. You say what you have to say. Even make funny diss tracks about me. But every time it comes down to you and me finally hoping that we will meet, you run away from me. You hide behind these fake ass, shiesty ass niggas And I
Whoa.
just simply cannot stand it. And I personally don't know what's your beef with me. I don't understand what's your beef with me to begin with. To be honest with you,
Are you
it's
feeling all right,
making me,
Nick?
it's making me feel a little fucking crazy right now because why are you targeting me? Me, all of all parts, people. I had my own problems with my brothers, and you just keep knocking and knocking and knocking and knocking and knocking. And then when I try to get my hands on you, you always seem to be playing these fucking mind games and it irritates the fuck out of me. So when are you gonna exactly show up so I can finally put you in the dirt where you belong so I can get back to what really matters? Taking care of my brothers and making sure they all right so I can get back to doing what I wanted to do and run BKS out of JTV. That's what I want to know. I want to know I'm going to show up and fight me so I can finally wash my hands with you. Okay. That's what I want to know. So please, answer. So Jay, you know when he's going to show up. I mean, you guys were seen talking with each other. If that was actually him.
Hey, look, man, it's Kevin Impact, and I'm giving you the free mic to say what you want to say, but I think you're all wild up, Sunshine. You got to just settle down, catch yourself for a moment, you know what I mean? Just take a breather, you know what I mean? You've got a championship belt in your lap. You have an opportunity to get more gold. You got a bright future, kid. You don't need to take the low road, you know what I mean? Just settle down for a moment. I do know, I do know, or I like to think I know when it is that, you know, No Kills is finally going to get this opportunity to do his thing. Now, um, this is what I have for you guys. I think that I can make things officially and official now as the sole owner of JTV 19.
Mm-hmm.
As the sole owner of JTV 19, that gives the box office hit and global phenomenon the command to be able to make matches, brother, on JTV 19. Oh yeah. So the way I look at it, I would like to take the liberty, and I'm going to talk about No Kills later and things I want to say to him personally, but you know, I gave No Kills the opportunity to show up at Mega Rush. He wanted to play games in the backstage area. He wanted to play mind games with you. You decided to go after him. You decided to look in his car. I was told you was looking for him all night long, and he wants to play the Gotham City vigilante. Well, I don't want him to play the vigilante anymore. And if No Kills has got the cojones that are as big as his paycheck to show up at JTV Chemical Warfare, I would be very happy to invite him there. And as the owner of JTV 19, I would like to propose something right now, Jada Nix. I would like to propose. I would like to propose a fight at JTV 19 between the elephant in the room and Jada Nix. For his first match back, you guys step into the ring at JTV 19, owned by yours truly, at my show. Now that you don't have Chandelier anymore, now since I'm running the show, you're invited. Come on down to JTV 19 and step in the ring with the elephant in the room. You do accept the challenge, do you?
Oh, I accept, but I want to add a little something since I had to wait so long. I don't want there to be any ropes. No stoppage. No, none of that. I want to take it to the underground. That's what I want to take it to. I want to take it to my favorite place in the whole wide world where there's no rules, just submissions and knockouts. That's what I want to do.
All right, now. Well, I say, since I like to be spontaneous here in JTV, I said we can call this a contract signing live on the air. Since You just signed the contract. All No Kills got to do is sign his contract in the comment section, and the fight is official, an underground fight. Knockout or submission. Do you accept No Kills? Here's your chance. Contract signing right here live on the air. You wrestling fans is not used to seeing nothing like this. You never see a live contract signing on a podcast out of nowhere. Well, I'm calling it a contract signing. I make the damn rules around here. It looks like he said no. Okay. No Kills has rejected the offer to fight you at JTV 19. This is interesting. He says no. We put that up on the screen. We got Shendon laughing. No Kills has rejected the fight at JTV
Just
19.
like it's like I am just amongst a bunch of fucking cowards. I'm just amongst a bunch of fucking cowards. What is
You got it. You got it. Breathe in, breathe out. Namaste. You got it. You got this. Go ahead.
first?
He said no. He said no to this fight, man. He doesn't want to fight you at 19.
First.
I can't believe it.
I mean, first, it was Shendon was one thing.
Right.
Shendon was one thing. We all know Shendon hides behind his goons at BKS. He can never get the job done on his own. He can never fight somebody of my caliber on his own without help. But I would think that Mr. Elephant in the room wouldn't be in that category where he would hide behind his mind games and tell me no to a fight that he himself have provoked me into. And now he tells me no. 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 I don't get it. I fucking don't get it. Why is it a no? Why is it a no? Why is it a fucking no?
All right, look. Let's just.
What is it? What is it? No. I want to know. I want to know. No Kills. Why is it no? What? It's because you finally woke up to the reality that if you step into the ring with me, that your career may end that very same night? Is that what it is? Is that what this is? You think that I'm going to hurt you so bad that you will never be seen in JTV again? That's why you told me no? Or is it something else? Maybe you want to keep playing these mind games. You want to keep poking at me. You want to keep provoking me to the point where I do something that I'm going to regret just to get your attention. Is that what that is? Is this what this is going to boil down to? What, you want to match at fucking the biggest stage of them all? Is that what you want? Showdown? Is that where the match should take place? Because I can wait. I can wait till Showdown. Sure, I can wait till Showdown.
Hey, listen, man. No Kills, No Damage was one of the guys who started JTV Wrestling with me, and he.
I don't give a fuck.
I get that, but he's had his fair share of moments, and we've had issues over the years. I've not want to sign him to a wrestling contract. You know, I mean, he has no wrestling contract with us just yet. He's kind of been looming in the shadows for a bit.
You can make it unsanctioned. I don't mind.
I hear you, but the point that I'm trying to make is that, you know, the guy saying no to this fight, I think fans do want to see this fight. I think he should consider the fight, but I mean, you know, you're all for it. He's not, and
a bunch of senseless cowards. That's what they are.
You're already losing what's left seemingly of your mind, even though you're not realizing it. And he just continued to play mind games with you. You're it's Tom and Jerry. You know what I mean? You're Thomas. You're hooked. You can't run away. You know what I mean? You're Jerry, I should say. You're Jerry. He's Thomas. He's in control. How much more of these mind games do you think you could take, Nix, before you lose it? And if you lose it, how is your 2K26 season going to go, man? You're the C Division champion. What What if you lose at Chemical Warfare?
You know?
Shandon's gonna be laughing. BKS is gonna be laughing. You're gonna be a loser. You go and lose the C Division championship. What if we put the C Division championship on the line? Would that make it any better? No kills. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know, maybe Nix is gonna feel like you got to earn that title shot. I'm sure.
No,
but
no,
I
no,
mean,
no, no,
what
no, 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 no. Wait. No, no, no. If he wants a shot at the title, sure, we can put it on the line. All he has to do is show up at 19 and fight me in the underground. That's all he has to do. You want a title shot, Mr. No Kills? Fine, I'll put it on the line on JTB 19 inside an underground. All you have to do is show up and you could possibly beat me, or I can possibly end your fucking career. Either way, I still get what I want. So, titles up for grabs, No Kills. Show up to 19 so I can beat you like a stuffed pig. How does that sound?
All right, let me ask you one more question, and then we'll see if we could bring you back in here for some more. So my last question to you is, like I said, you have the C Division Championship. You have an opportunity to get more gold at Chemical Warfare. Going into the 2K26 season with JTV, like I asked Shendon, same with you. Do you think you're ready for the new season?
Oh, I am more than ready. I'm more than ready to assist not only in the new season, but rescuing. I want to do my part and save JTV. Even if I am a little bit unhinged at the moment, I still want to do my part and get rid of BKS, but also at the same time, show that I am ready to take more gold and to take more wins with my brothers. Even if
All right,
they
very,
are a little crazy at times.
all right, very good. We're gonna let your crazy ass take a break for a bit. We'll see if we could get Jaden Nix back again. We'd like to thank him though for being on the show along with Shendon. And we're going to keep it moving with JTV Mega Rush recap show from episode 131. So let's see if we can get the show back up. I have it on good authority that Johnny Franchise may be here later on in the show. I definitely want to talk to him since I've never really had him on any podcast before. So this could be one of his kind, its own kind, something different, something new. We're going to keep the excitement going here. If you are enjoying tonight's show, I mean, it's not an episode, it's a show, recap of Mega Rush 132, smash that like button. You know, I mean, we really appreciate it. It's excellent for the algorithm. And, before we continue, though, I want to show some things. I want to talk about something real quick that I've been wanting to address. I want to make sure that I get the right stuff here. Let's make sure we get the right footage. So originally, when we were planning for this show, obviously there were pre-ideas, pre-entries, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? There's obviously a behind the scenes to JTV, and we're gonna go behind the scenes right now. We're gonna go behind the scenes momentarily because originally there were plans in place that we thought were going to happen for JTV Mega Rush that eventually had to wind up changing and whatnot. And this is a part of the show where we kind of get to have fun with that and explore the depths of the what ifs. Okay. So I just want to make sure we got the right stuff here. Okay, so we have our footage, and I'm going to show all of you footage that you will never ever see. It was supposed to be on Mega Rush, and you're basically watching Mega Rush right now. Is what's going to happen? You're going to watch extras to Mega Rush that you didn't know existed. Okay, now this could be a little emotional for some people. this can be close to home. You know what I mean? Especially for the Attitude Era kids and whatnot. Um, let's make sure that we have everything. Okay, we're gonna see if we can get the screen up before we bring out any more guests, bring out anybody else. I'm gonna air some footage for you guys. And Lowrider just got backstage. Shendon is backstage. John Skinner's backstage. Maverick is backstage. Jaden Nix is still backstage. Nick Kaiken is backstage. I just want to say those names for the record. You know what I mean? But before we get to that, we're gonna air some footage real quick for you guys. Something that you were never ever meant to see. That is gonna air live today. You got Kevin Impact right here on my Fox Mulder shit, exposing it and showing you the backstory and showing you the behind the scenes. Okay. All right. No more talking. Let's get to it. Can we get a screen, please? Let's get this screen up. And here you go. We're gonna watch, and I'm gonna explain as we go. Okay. So as you can see, JTV Mega Rush 12th anniversary. Originally, before the opening segment was going to take place, you know, it was always intended that uh, you know, there was going to be a me and the Shan eventually. You know what I mean? Uh, it became the plan with Jimmy Hart and Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather, Vince McMahon, and Stone Cold Steve Austin. But originally, a while back, this was the original creative plan for this Mega Rush opening. So I'm going to air that right now. You guys enjoy, and I'm going to explain as we go. Okay. So it was always planned, as you can see, we were going to be in Fresno, California, but we wanted to drop Mega Rush before the WCW show last year, before December. We just wasn't able to put it together. Uh, we was able to put together some footage for the show, and this was the original creative plan to hype for the WCW show. We were gonna have Bill Goldberg come out with the original WCW World Heavyweight Championship, not that WWE bullshit. And Diamond Dallas Page and Sting was going to come out with him. Uh, Obviously, once again, part of the reason Goldberg, DDP, and Sting were going to be there is because they were going to hype the WCW event, and we needed something to hype it because up to that point, it was just conversational commentary, really. You know what I mean? And just some video hypes here and there. WCW was coming back, all this other stuff. So, um, I wanted to have these legends join us. This was the original creative plan before I was going to come out and say what I was going to say, and then eventually Shendon would have came out, you know, if it would have happened, obviously the way it happened, you know what I mean? Um, we got Shendon saying on the side that Stainless Grid. I agree, you know what I'm saying? The man is retired now. He's a GOAT. He's an icon, and it doesn't matter how any of us feel about Shendon. You know, professional wrestling brings us together. It brings us close. It makes us family, you know. And I like to think of myself as the Professor Xavier of the X-Men. So I take a lot of pride and respect in this, you know. And um, to me, WCW is very underrated today. It deserves a lot more credit. I think it's just disgusting. I'm gonna try to watch my language here, so I keep it professional. I think it's very disgusting that TKO, who owns the WWE now, they make it a mission. Even when Mr. Man was in control, they make it a mission to dump on WCW when, you know, nobody or nothing going on in this era could hold a candle to WCW. WCW, if it was around right now with the way it was in the 90s, it beat the shit out of WWE right now. It would embarrass it like it did back in the 90s. So big shout out to WCW World Championship Wrestling and all of his fans for many, many years who love professional wrestling. Smash that like button if you feel the passion for this sport and sports entertainment, you know, and you know, I think it would have been a big moment if this would have opened up Mega Rush and we was able to come out with the show when we wanted. A lot of fans in the arena would have been very excited to see these guys, including you guys, and I think it would have been amazing. You know what I mean? But here today, we're revealing this for the world so that the world can see and know and you know the truth. So that's what we were going to do. That's what we would have done. And you know, Sting has had an amazing career in wrestling for the longest time, along with Diamond Dallas Page. I'm very happy and proud of Diamond Dallas Page with DDP Yoga, who has helped a lot of people, including Scott Hall. May he rest in peace. Um, He also got the opportunity to help Scotty Riggs, who competed at the WCW Snow Showdown show, which is sitting at about 2.8 thousand views right now on YouTube. And you know, Diamond Dallas Page gave us back, man. You know what I'm saying? He even gave us back Jake the Snake Roberts. So big shout out to DDP for DDP Yoga. I think Sting's been very positive with what he's doing, helping Darby Allin and AEW, all that stuff. You know what I mean? And I was very happy that NWO got to wrestle against NWO Wolfpack at the pay-per-view, and that Goldberg and DDP main evented. And another thing, Goldberg and DDP was supposed to be for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. We just didn't do it. You know, I apologize for that. We should have done it, but we didn't do it. You know, the original plan was for the title to be on the line, and you know, for both of them to main event. I thought they had an amazing match at WCW, and I think that, you know, Goldberg's had an excellent career as well. It's kind of dope that he came back to become WWE champion, and you know, he had his history in JTV as well. You know, also something else that was supposed to happen in the mix of those guys showing up, we were going to make a phone call to Eric Bischoff, and he was going to bring out Hulk Hogan. Eric Bischoff would have brought out Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan would have been a part of Mega Rush. This is how he was going to look. He was going to have his Real American Beer shirt. And I think it would have been great to have heard, you know, that WCW Hulk Hogan version NWO theme song at the arena. I was very, very excited about it before he passed away. And it hurts. You know what I mean? I know people have their thoughts and opinions on Hulk Hogan, but you know, a lot of those thoughts and opinions is the same as a lot of people do. They want to try to criticize this man and judge him when they do the same thing 10 times worse than Hulk Hogan. But nonetheless, you know, you cannot deny the legacy of Hulk Hogan and what he's done. And if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan, there would be no JTV. So that's that. If it wasn't for Hulk Hogan, there probably would have been a Stone Cold or a professional wrestling or WWF. You know what I mean? Attitude era. I mean, Hulk Hogan was responsible for the steps we took. And big shout out to Eric Bischoff, who's one of my heroes as well. Eric Bischoff inspires me as a GM, as an owner. So I just thought I'd share you guys with that, and I hope you enjoy that brief history there of something that was supposed to happen and it didn't happen. Okay. So if you guys like that, definitely smash the like button. We're going to continue to move on to some more people who are here. I just want to shout out, I don't know what this is right here, but to the People's Wrestling Channel, if you want to join JTV Wrestling, you can contact us at jtvwrestling@gmail.com. You can send an email and we can talk, and we could take the steps there if you're looking to pursue a spot here in the pro wrestling circuit. Okay. So we're going to continue going. Let's see if we can prompt Mega Rush back up and continue to wait to see if we can get Johnny Franchise to come to the show before we close out eventually. All right. So where is Mega Rush? Let's get Mega Rush back up so we can talk about it some more. Where is Mega Rush? Here we go. All right. So if Johnny Franchise does show up here today, I'll go back to talking with him and stuff like that. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about Mr. Amazing, I believe, is who is we're going to talk about next. Let me double check that. All right, so let's see if we can get this stream back up, get that back up there, get the show back up. So, all right, let's chat, let's talk for a bit before we bring out our next guest. I don't believe Mr. Amazing is going to be able to join us, but I will give him the opportunity to see if he would want to join. So we're going to wait a bit. We got quite a few people backstage that are waiting to see if they can get some airtime here. Even Damian Taylor has arrived backstage, I see, and Dallas Goldman as well. But Mr. Amazing went out You know, obviously there was some mind games being played as it continues to get real cryptic with Mr. Amazing. Uh, Fans are going as far as to suggest that Crit, Mr. Amazing's alter ego, might be returning to JTV Pro Wrestling, and only time will tell if that's true. You know what I mean? Obviously, he's been acting really, really strange, and we thought it was going to go away. The last time it came back around, Mr. Amazing found himself competing, you know, with the World Heavyweight Championship on the line against Shendon back in the pandemic era when they went at it at No Redemption, I believe. And Shendon would wind up taking the World Heavyweight Championship from him. Um, Mr. Amazing is absolutely one of the greatest of all time, and it doesn't matter what else happens, his legacy is untouched. You know what I mean? And oh, it was New Dawn. Excuse me. Let me put that back up. It was not No Redemption. It was New Dawn that they competed for the championship, and it was a hell of a match. Uh, we got the opportunity to see a dream match that I thought would be really good for television, and the match was I got the opportunity to talk with TKO and negotiate. You know, with JTV Wrestling, we work with AEW, we work with New Japan, we work with everybody, you know, to bring in the right people we need to bring because this is professional wrestling, folks. And in professional wrestling, it should be about pop culture. It should not be about this wrestling show's better and this and that. It should be about the love and passion for the product. So we made a phone call. We was able to get Shinsuke Nakamura to come in and to work a dream match with Mr. Amazing. I thought that their match show was excellent. I thought it was great. I wish it would have been a little longer, but I think that they had a fantastic showing. And Mr. Amazing wound up coming out on top, defeating Shinsuke Nakamura, and then Steve-O from Jackass who showed up. And then eventually he went on to defeat Skull Brotherhood's Damian Cross. You know, I think that Mr. Amazing is looking healthy, strong, even though his health is also debilitating, just like Jada Nix and Marcus and a few other people in JTV, to be honest. You know, I still say that he looks good. I say he looks strong. I think he's ready to take the World's Television Championship away from Mark Bennett at Chemical Warfare, but that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think they're going to have a hell of a banger. Somewhere around there is really what I can say, along with going back to what I said I was going to talk about earlier. I said I was going to talk about this. So we're going to talk about this right now. And that's this right here. Uh, Matt Dagger came out to assist a bloodied Mr. Amazing, and they proceeded to work together to kind of eliminate Dean Apex and Mark Bennett. It was a good little fight, but eventually Mark was smart enough to teach the kid, hey, you know, let's get out of here, you know, and didn't get back in that ring. And I'd say it's a smart move on the part of Mark now that he is commanding the Iron Misfits and have kicked out and fired the original founding father of the Iron Misfits, Conville Wolf. Matt Dagger is not letting it go, though. Matt Dagger still wants Conville Wolf, whether he's in Iron Misfits or not. But an interesting perspective arrives at Mega Rush when Iron Misfits walked away and walked out. Mr. Amazing and Matt Dagger was kind of left in the ring alone. And Ultimate Showdown 6 season is about to start. So now fans are building rumors that Mr. Amazing could possibly see Matt Dagger at Ultimate Showdown. I don't know. Now picture this. Like I said, imagine if Mr. Amazing gets the JTV World Television Championship and Matt Dagger and him are in a match. That means there's potential for this to turn into a World Television Championship match at Ultimate Showdown 6. You know what I mean? All I see when I watch wrestling in JTV is potential. I see angles, I see things that catch my attention, my eye. I don't know. These guys have gone at it in the past, you know what I'm saying? But they've never competed against each other at an Ultimate Showdown. That sounds historic right there. If we could put that together for Raymond James Stadium, I think it would be fantastic. What do you think? Let us know in the comment section. All right. We have Johnny Franchise in the building, ladies and gentlemen. He's here. And this gives us an opportunity to explore with Johnny Franchise because I've never had the opportunity to talk to Johnny Franchise on here. So for the first time ever, we're going to be hearing, hopefully, from Johnny Franchise if his mic is not too broken, like Mark Bannon over there. You know what I mean? But you know, I want to try to see if we can get a quick shot of Johnny Franchise. Johnny Franchise. Let's see if we can get. We have a lot of photos. There's photos that we haven't even showed you guys yet that I'm gonna unveil momentarily. Nothing too surprising, you know what I mean? But there's still pictures that we didn't post on social media that I think people might like to see. Um, I really need to solve this matter with Jocelyn. So we're going to go ahead and put something together right now for the safety of Jocelyn Havoc. And we want to go ahead and communicate with everyone worldwide and encourage you guys. If you have seen Jocelyn Havoc, if anyone has seen Jocelyn Havoc, you know what I mean, please contact us. Our email is on screen. Jocelyn is missing. Colin Klein has been worried sick. We don't know who took Jocelyn Havoc. I'm advertising and advocating for this because we need to find her. Nobody knows who did it. It was a group of people. All we could do is assume, you know, Freak Show, Iron Misfits, Gold Brotherhood, BKS, you know what I mean? Seals. Seals was one of the last ones that was dealing with Jocelyn Havoc. You know, could Skylar Rose have something to do with it? You know what I mean? You have to wonder, you have to think in your mind and your imagination who could be responsible for Jocelyn missing. But while we keep that up and hope to find her, I'm going to welcome to the show Johnny Franchise, your JTV Empire State champion, JTV 19. Franchise, welcome to the show, man.
Well, first of all, you don't need to thank me for anything. I came here out of the goodwill of my heart because I am the greatest champion this company has ever had, regardless of whether or not I don't hold the world title. I hold the JTB 19 Empire State Championship, and that's the greatest title, not only in this company's history, but also, quite frankly, wrestling history. And the reason why is because I hold it. So I'm going to go ahead and leave a message for everybody watching, for everybody who may be listening to this after the fact of the show went live, which you should be watching live, by the way. Let's be real. But that's number one. Regardless, let me go ahead and leave you all with a message here on behalf of me, and not only just me, but my best friend Russ Walker. And that's the number one. We are the greatest. Once again, let me know what I'm saying here. We are the greatest wrestlers, not only in this company, but also wrestling history. And the fact alone that every single day I come in and I work my ass off and I still haven't got the respect I deserve is quite frankly astonishing. I mean, how many times has my microphone been cut off over the years? It's quite frankly, it's blasphemous. So let me go ahead and tell this to the people at JTV who are watching, the people in the back who are JTV wrestlers who are watching. That's number one. Day in, day out, me and Russ are the greatest wrestlers in this company. And number two, I am the greatest champion that this company has ever produced. And I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, but what about Shen? It doesn't matter. The last time that BKS Having Man faced me, I beat him in a tag years ago. I was one of the first people to ever break his winning streak. So that's number one. But I have no issue with BKS. The only issue with a BK that I have is Burger King. But that's about it. So I have no issues with them. That's regardless. But I'm just sick and tired of the disrespect I have to put up with. So let me go ahead and just state the obvious right then and there, just for the people at home who are watching. But anyways, though, Jay, my brother, how you doing today, bud?
Well, first of all, it's Kevin Impact to you, not Jay. Second of all, whatever you're on, I want some because you talking so fast. You sound like a Dominican taxi cab in Manhattan. And you know, third of all, what's astonishing to me is that you come in here on this show and you ain't even got a damn profile picture, kid. What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't need a profile picture, Kevin. Kevin, I'm going to listen to me because I don't need a profile picture because I don't even need nothing. My voice alone should be able to attract the thousands in attendance and the thousands on earth to watch me. I don't need some profile picture because I'm better than everybody else. All right? I don't need nothing. I just need my voice because my voice alone powers the universe. It powers the rockets. And most importantly, it powers the beds that all of you sleep on at night.
Listen, kid, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give you all this credit. I'm gonna build you right now. Now, you were in the first tag team match, and it was, I want to say, either in 19 or a little into the pandemic era. You were in the tag team match that saw the end of the streak, first ever streak of Shendon and JTV Wrestling. That's something you've accomplished in your career. You've been in the ring with a lot of monsters inside of that JTV Wrestling ring, and you've got the JTV Empire State Championship title, JTV 19. Um, we saw at Mega Rush that you went ahead and attacked Cerberus and stole his JTV Total Championship. And what I'm trying to figure out is, are you going to give the damn thing back? And what the hell are you trying to pull?
Well, number one, I'm never going to give it back. If he wants it back, he better take it away from my cold dead hands. That's a number one. Number two, if he wants the title back, then how about he goes ahead and face me? So that way I can just claim the title forever. And that way he doesn't even have to give it back. I don't even have to give it back for him forcefully. I can just take it. So how about me and him face at some point down the line, and I'll just go ahead and just take the title from him. And it actually, as a matter of fact, when I took that title, it was because of the fact that I took it because I just wanted him to know that I'm going to take it anyway. So I may as well just be at the process. And he doesn't have to feel so sorry at night, knowing all that fear of, when am I ever going to lose my title? No. I took that title from him predeterminedly because I know that I am the future total champion.
Okay, well, you and Russ Walker obviously are just another faction in JTV Wrestling, and I mean that with respect. You know, you guys have done really, really well. I mean, you have a championship in your lap, and you've been improving as a tag team. There's a lot of factions out there, as you mentioned earlier when you joined, that are causing a bit of a problem for JTV. One in particular is taking a shot at you right now in the comments, who comes in the form of Mark Banner, who says you lost to me at Ultimate Showdown 5 for your TV title, which is true. You were in that match. Is there anything you want to say to him and the Misfits? And what do you think about him?
Mark Bannon? To Mark Bannon?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, if he ever wants to come to me, I'll ban him from JTV because I'll beat him to a bloody pulp. So if he ever wants to come to me, I'm more than willing to beat his ass. That's number one. Number two, quite frankly, he's a misfit, right? I don't give a fuck about a misfit. So once again, if they want to step up to me, then please, by all means, go ahead and step up to me. But number one, let's look at the facts here. There was a multi-man match at Ultimate Showdown. Multi-man matches, quite frankly, sometimes I may not be the best prepared in those situations. The fact that he wants to claim that, I beat him at Ultimate Showdown. It doesn't matter. It was a multi-man match. Anybody in that match could have beaten me. You're not special, kid. So regardless, if he wants to come to me, by all means, he can go ahead and step to me. I'm more than willing to face him. I don't care what match we have to do it in. If he wants to step to me, go ahead. I'm more than willing. Just send me the date and the time, and I'm be more than glad to kick your ass.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not going to ask you dumb questions. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that you and Russ Walker would love to get your hands on the World Tag Team Championship. So I don't have to ask you about that. There's obviously a lot of things that can be in the future for Johnny Franchise, and no, you're not the JTV Total Champion. So if you and Cerberus do step in the ring, I mean, it's going to be a matter of him and me talking, deciding whether he's going to defend that title against you or not. It ain't going to be up to you, lard ass. So you could come in here and make all the smart remarks.
You want to call me lard ass, Kevin? You want to call me lard ass? Look at your fucking stupid balding ass. I'm not going to call me lard ass. Number one, I am the total champion now because I took his belt. So if he wants it back from me, he'll have to take it away from my cold dead hands, like I already said to you. And I hope Cerberus is watching, because I'm saying this to him right now. If you want that championship back, Busta, you better go ahead and take it from me. If not, then all that you are is a weak little soy boy. So if you want it back, once again, Cerberus, listen to me wide and clear. You better go ahead and take it back, because I ain't giving it back to you willingly, you little son of a bitch.
Hey, with a smile on my face, you need to watch your tone before I put my foot in your ass and kick you off the show.
Put my foot in your ass?
Yeah, just so we're on the right track.
You're in front of my ass. How about you go ahead and worry about the fact that you probably won't be in this company in a few months, and you're basically taken out by BKS, brother. I'm just stating the obvious right here.
All right. I like that. Let's move on, shall we? Let's move on. This is about you. This is about your career. It's not about me. Let's talk about your career. Franchise,
Sure.
sounds like French fries. You know what I mean? You're making me hungry. Let's see. So since you want to shoot Cowboy and you want to go live on the mic with the box office, let's talk about a few things, my friend. Let's talk about how generic you've looked for the longest time. What's going on with your attire? Why do you look like shit? Let's talk about that. Can you tell us, franchise? Why do
The
you
reason
go
why I
from
put
looking like a 5-star superstar to TKO NXT trash? Tell us.
think I look like TKO NXT trash. Well,
Yeah, go
Kev.
ahead.
Well, Kev, number one, I'm just a little bit ashamed that you want to compare me to trash. That's number one. But number two, let's just go ahead and mention the fact alone that even with the attires I have on, I look 1,000 times better than you and everybody else in this roster on their best day. Doesn't matter what I wear, I'm still the greatest to ever live. I'm still the greatest champion to ever live, you know? And when I wear good attires, I'll tell you what, I look like I'm a Greek god, like I'm the greatest man on earth. And even when I wear bad attires, according to you, I still look like I'm the greatest man on earth. So how about you go ahead and show me some respect?
Sure, sure. How about you respectfully tell us what your plans are for JTV's new season of 2K26? How about that?
My plans? You want to know my plans, Kevin?
Your plans. What are
My
your
plan.
plans? You know what I mean? What are your
What are my
plans?
plans? What is the greatest champion ever's plans for this new season? Well, number one, I'm going to end up taking that total championship officially, even though I already have the belt, so therefore I own it. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to continue to defend my JTP 19 Empire State Championship. I will say when I beat that man, Marcus Holloway, was it at Mexico? He did kind of
You
kick my
sure did.
ass for a little bit. I'll give him some respect. I'll give him some respect, but I ultimately ended up putting his ass to sleep. So in many
Okay.
ways, I have no issues at all. I have no issues at all. One, if he wants a rematch, I actually will give it to him because I'll tell you what, he did in a way earn some of my respect. And I will say that as the greatest man on earth, someone like him did indeed earn my respect. So if he wants a rematch at any point in time, I'd be more than happy to give it to him. That's number one. Number two, the next plan for me would also be to continue to be with my friend, my confidant, the greatest man who's also ever lived. We're one A and one B because everybody here within the two of us are equal amongst gods. And that's Russ Walker. We're going to continue to be the greatest tag team to ever live. And we're going to also eventually become the tag team champions. That's number, I think it was a 2 or 3. But then finally, my last plan is to continue on and be the best wrestler in JTV, and even if eventually win the JTV World Heavyweight Championship. So those are my plans, Kevin.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. I don't know that I'm impressed, but I definitely believe you. The last thing I got to tell you is next time you come on my show, you get yourself a profile picture and get the fuck out of here. All right. So if anybody's seen Jocelyn Havoc, you know what I mean? Definitely. I don't know if we're going to hear from Franchise anymore. I think Franchise has said everything he needs to. We want to thank Franchise for being a part of the show. Shout out to him. Definitely, in my opinion, one of the true goats. We're going to see what he's going to bring in 2K26 season. I'm excited. I'll be working with him, whether he likes me or not. You know what I mean? And if he doesn't like me, it's too damn bad. Uh, um, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on with Mega Rush. Let's see where we go next. We have Lowrider and people like that in the comments. So, we'll probably have Lowrider come in here momentarily. But the next person that I'm going to bring, it could get real controversial here momentarily. So I'm not going to bring them together. I'm going to bring them independently. Is going to be Nick Kaiken and Damian Taylor. Both of them are backstage. So this might get really, really interesting. But before we do that, let's see if we could get the graphics up for these guys. Let's get the graphics up real quick before we bring these guys out. Now, something very interesting happened. Um, something very interesting happened during the time that, hold on, during the time that Nick Kai Kim was delivering his promo speech. Uh, there were a lot of people who got pissed off. A lot of people got mad. They felt a certain way. They, about when he was talking and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Nick is coming into JTV Wrestling the same way as Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero did when they came in as the Radicals. The same as Mike Awesome and Lance Storm and all the WCW guys when they came over from WCW to the WWF. That's Nick Kai Kent. Nick Kai Kent is coming in as a territorial guy, and he's very vocal, very talented, very charismatic. You know what I mean? But Nick can be a bit of a pain in the neck as well. So he gets mixed feelings, and I think that that's a good thing because where I come from, if people don't hate you, you're not doing your job right. So I believe that Nick is doing his job right. I believe his promo segment was excellent. I thought what he said came from the heart, whether you agree with it or not. And that equated to Damian Taylor coming out of nowhere with Armando Estrada and put a beat down on this kid. You know, uh, you know, Nick tends to be very vocal, and he's going to get the opportunity to be vocal right here, right now. Because please welcome to the show, Nick Kaiken. What's going on, Nick? Are you with us, Nick? I don't know if Nick is at his station. Let's see if we can get his attention. If we can't get Nick, we'll switch over to Damian Taylor. Do we got Damian? Can we get Damian? Lowrider says he wants to join. Nick, are you here, Nick? Earth to Nick, Impact to Nick. All right, we don't have Nick right now. See if we could get Damian Taylor. Damian, are you with us, Damian?
Yo, hello?
What's going on, Damian Taylor?
Shit, nothing I can't handle.
I believe you. Welcome to the show, man. I might have a few things for you. A member of BKS. You've been dealing with Nick for the longest time, man. Is there anything you would like to say? You have an open mic before I ask questions. And
He's
please
not
don't
on
get
my
us canceled. Wink, wink.
he's not on my mindset right now.
Well, I mean, we're talking about him. You know what I mean? The segment is
Yeah, I
up.
know
You
we
you are-
talking about him, but I've been
you put
talking
a
about him too long and I've been hearing for too long. Been dealing with him for too long. I don't want to talk about that boy.
well, we're gonna talk about him. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
You put a beat down on him at Mega Rush. You know what I mean? Uh I'm assuming it was planned. You obviously don't like the guy. You know what I mean? Here we got this storyline going on. You two don't like each other. You don't like him. He doesn't like you. You know what I mean? This is just an opportunity to speak before you guys wind up going at it. Because I am trying to find a way for you guys to go at it, a chemical warfare. So what do you
I
think?
mean, I think he's like the 2011 version of Christian.
Of Christian?
Oh yeah.
Why do you say that?
Like who the fuck is you, bro? To come in here and think you can demand shit.
What do
Well,
you
I come
think?
from either you can really work in the ring or yo ass on commentary or some shit. You an interviewer at that point.
I mean, do you think that he's talented? Do you think he has potential to be a champion, be successful in JTV? Do you plan to be successful? Do you plan to be a champion? You got to give me something here.
I do plan to be champion. He's just in the way right now. So
Champion of what title?
I don't really know. I want the TV title, if I'm honest with you.
You got eyes on the TV championship held by Mark Bannon right now. You think that Nick is in the way of that title?
Everybody's in the way of that title, if I'm honest with you.
Well, I mean, of course, that's just common sense, but you mentioned Nick being in the way. If he's in the way, that means he's preventing you from obtaining the television championship, and you probably have to eliminate him. When that makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely got to eliminate him. Just off principle at this point.
I believe that you guys need to settle this heat that you guys got, this beef that you guys got, the same way as No Kills and Jada Nix, and probably Shendon and Jada Nix as well. You know, there's a lot of heat going on. I mean, I almost had to put my foot in Johnny Franchise ass just a little while ago. You know what I mean?
I
But
heard that. I heard
yeah,
that, and
yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
you
You
was
know, but
being professional about it. I'm like, shit, damn, he would have blown
I
off on that man. But
I
hey,
definitely tried. You know, I definitely tried. But
I respect
you
your
know,
patience.
well, we're here right now, and you guys have this thing going on. I think it's safe to say you're ready to wrap things up with Nick Kaikan. Am I right?
Is mainly that. Is mainly that. I believe he'll get better in time. Hopefully he'll get better in time. But I'm not.
Well, how
What's
about
the word?
thoughts of beating his ass with Beethoven in the background? You know, did you have fun doing that?
Of course I did.
I believe you.
Damn near had a smile on my face.
Right. You cut him all up. He still got the stitches, by the way. He's recovering because of
Ah,
what you did to him. Are you proud of yourself?
shit, proud. I damn near threw an after party.
It's gonna become a whole holiday in your family, right? The day that I
Mm.
busted Nick Kaikan open, you just had him bleeding all over the place. I mean, you
I was about
busted
to
his
say you.
coochie for
I think
crying
you got
out
to
loud.
reword that, busting wide open like that. But yeah,
I mean, I think it works for you, doesn't it? Busted wide open, by God.
I'm damn
All
near
right.
gonna put him in a casket. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So in your 2K26 season, you're making plans to become world television champion. Is there anything else that interests you? Maybe a submission match with Lowrider, perhaps. I don't know.
A
What
submission
might else?
match with Lowrider. I'm tapping him out. I ain't gonna lie to you.
All right. Well, what do you think about Lowrider?
He's a good talent. Not gonna lie
Good
to you.
talent.
He puts up a fight.
Right.
Talks his shit, but all in all, he a good person, I guess.
A good person. I don't know. I've known Lowrider for a
I'm
long
using that
time.
word loosely here. Okay, I'm being
Lucy.
nice. I'm trying to be the
What
fun.
what would you do if he came in here right now?
Talk my shit.
I believe you. I believe you. What about Nick Kaikan? Is Nick Kaikan back?
I
Where
I,
is
I
Nick?
will hope so. Shit. Hopefully he figure out his problem. Shit.
All right, we're gonna try to see if we could get Nick, and we'll come back to Damien momentarily. Let's see if we could get Nick. Nick, are you here?
I've been trying
Nick,
to say shit the whole damn time.
well, man, if you pay attention to your post, you wouldn't have that issue, man. Welcome to the show. You know what I mean? Uh, so is that what would you like to say? You want to reply to some of the things Damien just said?
Calling me a low-rate Christian? Seriously? Like, what the fuck has Christian ever done in his career lately? Outside of all the work he's been doing in AEW, what good has he done in WWE, if anything at all?
I mean, he was world champion in WWE. You know, he
Doesn't
was
matter.
tag team. He was
If
one.
he's
That's one of the
not the
greatest tag team.
WWE champion, then what the hell is he doing? Oh, sure, he's beaten Randy Orton how many times?
I don't think this generation wants Christian on top, and they're not ready for a Christian. They want someone else. You know what I mean? So it's kind of not really on Christian. It's on the fans. You know what I mean? I think that, in my opinion, I think Damien was complimenting you with the Christian thing, if you really want to talk realistically. But he's trying to throw
He's
you
been
down.
calling me a creepy little bastard for the last while. Where have you been, Impact?
I mean, I've been pretty busy. That's for damn sure. But I think I missed that part. How about you tell us about it?
The only reason why he's saying that is because just recently I just eliminated the goddamn problem that whole thing stirred up about. They didn't want me. JTV does. That's the reason why I'm here. That's why you gave me that fucking contract when Ray and all those fuckers in MPW let me out in the fucking streets. I came over
Whoa.
here and I made that decision. If he wants to say that I don't belong here, then I got some words for you, Damien. The one thing that you failed to fucking do when you jumped me along with your little bitch boy and honestly Umaga's ex-boyfriend, Armando Estrada, the only
Whoa.
thing you failed to do, and the only thing that I am still doing, is I am still breathing. I am still standing. And I can say right now, if you want me out of your fucking way, you're gonna have to kill me.
But Nick, he's breathing too. What are you talking about?
If he wants me gone, then there's only one way he can sell this. Damien, I'm not waiting for chemical warfare. You want to know where I want to meet your ass? I want to meet your ass at Ultimate Showdown. I want to meet your ass there. And you know what? If you want to put me in a goddamn casket so much, how about I do you one better? How about I get you to make me say the two words that I'm sure you want me to say? You want to probably hear me say that I quit. And quite honestly, the feeling is mutual with you. You hate me, I hate you. Quite honestly, I think there's no better place to end this bullshit than at Ultimate Showdown. And I don't need your goddamn response. I know very well that I'm easy to find. You found me pretty easy at Mega Rush. Why not, instead of trying to jump me when I know you're damn well coming, why not, instead of trying to jump me backstage, why not you jump me in the ring when I know all it's going to take is that bell ringing for me to absolutely show you what a receipt looks like. And I certainly gave you one hell of a receipt in the parking lot later, didn't I?
You sure did. You know, and then
Yeah,
it
and then some
appeared-
random bitches decided to jump me, but that's a different story.
right. I mean, at least you got help from Lowrider. You know what I'm saying? Lowrider, even though he said he did it for JTV and not you, but you know. Any
And that's
thoughts?
the thing. That's the fucking thing. Honestly, everyone here in JTV is treating me like an outsider. Everyone's treating me like I'm a goddamn lone wolf. And you know what? I don't need anybody's respect around here. I don't need friends in JTV because, quite honestly, who needs fucking friends? I've only had myself. And quite honestly, that's enough. I don't need friends. I need myself. You all want to make me a lone wolf? Then so fucking be it. If I put your asses to sleep or you all go for a goddamn bathroom break when I'm doing a fucking promo, then quite honestly, you all are no better than MPW. You're no better than Devin Kilowa. You're no better than Ray Everett.
Whoa,
And they're the reasons I'm here.
Let's settle down. Let's settle down, bud. Jeez. Take it easy, man. Let's calm it down. High on the hostilities. Nick Kaikan, man. You know, let's take it one step at a time. Let's do this for everybody tuning in. I'm gonna put a poll up real quick. We're gonna do a quick vote, and we're gonna ask everyone tuning in, give you guys the opportunity to vote on if you have any interest at all at Ultimate Showdown 6 to see Nick Kaikan versus Damien Taylor in an I Quit match from what he said. So Taboo Tuesday, baby. Taboo Tuesday. You got no kills in the comments going crazy for you, cheering you on. You are out of control. I love it, but I mean, you coming from the heart. You know what I mean? So let's see what the fans have to say. So the poll is about to go up right now.
Where the fuck is better than you in the damn comments, quite honestly? If you want to see me walk, I doubt Ray's wanting to hire my ass back.
All right. Well, the poll is up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody tuning in. Go ahead and vote. Tell us, would you have interest in seeing Damien Taylor versus Nick Kaikan in an I Quit match at Ultimate Showdown number 6? Let us know how you feel in the comment section. Now, while they're voting, getting back to you, Nick Kaikan, you know, I don't know how many Red Bulls you've chugged down, but I mean, it definitely shows. All you guys are coming to this show today, litting up from Johnny Franchise to Shendon to Jada Nix to Nick Kaikan to Damian Taylor. You guys are out of control. You know what I mean? But I mean, this is what professional wrestling is all about, and I have to dig it and respect it. So, Nick, um, personal question for you: do you
Okay.
believe that let's say, you know, I kind of don't want to wait. I kind of have interest in having you and Damien go at it. Maybe a chemical warfare is possible, but if I have to wait, theoretically, let's say this: if I was to put together this I Quit match with you and Damien at Ultimate Showdown 6, Raymond James Stadium, dozens of fans in that arena, do you think when it's all said and done and Damien makes you say I quit or you make him say I quit, do you think the rivalry is going to be over and you can both move on?
I sure as hell want to, but quite honestly, with all the shit he's been saying about me behind closed doors, is it really going to be? Because quite honestly, I want this shit to be over ASAP. And if I happen to do it at Ultimate Showdown, so be it. I got bigger things to worry about in JTV. And I don't need to worry about some wannabe hood rat gangster with a AK-47 and a fucking 9mm that the last goddamn thing I need to see is another fucking 9mm at my goddamn head.
Hey, man, watch your fucking mouth. God damn, how many fucks are you going to throw out there? Jeez, calm down. Let's keep it on wrestling. Quit the fucking shit. All right. Anyways, I think I believe, no names, that there have been wrestling promotions out there that have underutilized your talent, have not seen your ability, and been willing to take a chance with you, like JTV Wrestling. And now you're going balls out on JTV Wrestling.
Honestly, fuck those promotions at this point.
Well, I mean, the point that I'm really trying to make is that now that you're not the passenger, now that you're driving, you know what I mean? I believe that this rivalry with Damian Taylor is equivalent to those of a Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit. You know, just like a really old school rivalry that becomes iconic. You guys are living in a moment right now with each other, and you're not realizing it. All through the hatred that you have for each other, you guys are creating compelling television and an exciting environment for professional wrestling. I don't know how exciting it is for people who are in the locker room and you guys go at it and they're like, oh, here we go again, you know. But in terms of professional wrestling, I think you guys are doing magic, creating magic together, if you will.
To me, he's a second-rate Devin Kiloa. Enough said.
Oh man. Oh man. And then Shannon think he could tell me not to cuss on the air. Go fuck yourself. You know, how about that? So anyways,
Yeah, go be a company leech somewhere else, Shendon.
yeah. You know. Nobody care about Shannon anyways, you know what I mean? We all care about no kills with the little COVID mask face. Oh, I thought that little face had a COVID mask. That's just a face laugh. You know, they got the little COVID mask on there. But let's just move on back to you, Nick. So, Nick, you got the 2K26 season rolling around for JTV. I mean, there has to be an after. You know what I mean? There has to be a new day after you're done with Damian Taylor. So it starts to pose different questions. You know what I mean? Where do we go now? You know what I'm saying? Because whether you win or lose this potential dream match with Damian, that has to happen because you guys are just trying to kill each other.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I don't even know why that is. I had no fucking problem with him since he walked in. He's the one that started the fucking problem with me, and then he decides to join the enemy and BKS instead of fighting alongside JTV. What's the problem with that, huh?
Well, I'll tell you what. we're gonna do something interesting. I'm glad you said that. We're gonna do something interesting in a bit. But before we do that, I just want to get my question real quick before we do that. And my question that I was trying to get to before you cut me off, don't cut me off, was 2K26 season rolling around. There has to be an after whether you win or lose to Damien. What is going to be that after? What are you planning for your 2K26 JTV season? And maybe even Pumpkin Night in October. How about that? That's a good question. What do you got for us?
Honestly, I guess we'll just wait and see.
Oh, come on, man. Don't give me that bullshit cop out answer, man. You got to give me something here. You know what I mean? Do you want to be world heavyweight champion, tag team champion, total champion? There's got to be something. You know, you trying to get Amber in bed? Like, what the hell are you trying to do? Maybe you're trying to get Corey.
Whoa. I don't think we need to go to that far.
I'm just saying, maybe you want to get Corey Flash in bed instead. I don't know what you plan. What are you planning for 2K26?
What?
You know what I mean?
I think Corey's got more important things.
So anyways, at this time, we're going to go ahead and bring Damien back to the show. Let me see. Damien Taylor, come on back to the stage, man. Welcome, Damien. You here?
Yeah, hello.
All right, Damien requested, for both of you guys to have a discussion, and I want to give him that opportunity right now. Hopefully, you guys don't get it canceled, but go ahead. Y'all do your thing. Maybe you ask him that question that you had, Nick. Why is it? Ask him why. Why do you guys have issues? Well, go ahead.
Yeah, that is the question. What is your beef with me? Why the hell has it been that ever since I set foot in JTV, and then your ass then comes walking in, not even a few months after? Why the hell is it that I'm the goddamn target for you, and why is it that I seem to be in your fucking way of getting to Mark? Mark is not hard to find. And yet, you're coming after me. You're having your little bitch boy Armando Estrada right there beside you. Well, guess what, motherfucker? You and I face off at Ultimate Showdown. He's not going to be in your fucking corner.
Are you done?
I'm going to make certain that his ass is in the back.
Oh, okay, you're not done yet. I keep talking. You done? Okay. Jesus Christ. Damn. Tired of your ass, low key. Bro.
Makes two of us.
Bro, after this match or whatever that you want so badly, you'll be off my radar or some shit like that. Cause you're boring to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. And you a sneak this. You a scared of me. Hell, you scared of a girl.
Is that true, Nick?
I don't play in other people's DMs,
I don't
bro.
know what
I
the
go
fuck
straight.
he's talking about.
Straight at you. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's crazy, bro. You've been on this podcast. How many podcasts have you been on? You mentioned the JTV World Women's Champion.
Oh shit! He's making
For no apparent reason.
Sophia, we talking about Sophia. I'm a scream.
She is irrelevant to this whole thing.
She
is
Nick,
absolutely
you brought her up.
irrelevant to this.
Nick, you brought her up multiple times. And she checked you multiple times.
Maybe because you've been in her fucking bed lately.
I haven't been in her bed. She don't have to. I don't have to influence nobody to check anybody. Motherfuckers just check you, Nick. That's it. She checked your ass, and you know she checked your ass because we was all backstage when she checked your ass, bro.
Then if she has such a big problem, she knows where the fuck to find
She
me.
never had a problem with you until you kept name dropping her.
Well, what gives, Nick? Do you have an issue?
Yeah. You name dropped her first, and then now it's she has a problem with you. Nobody had a problem with you until you started doing sneaky weird shit.
Well, you don't see me doing that much nowadays, now do you?
Nigga, I don't watch you, okay? I'm not your daddy. I'm not the CIA. I'm not the FBI. I'm not none of that shit. I'm Damian Taylor. I don't watch other niggas, okay? Shit gets
Well, you certainly
brought
seem to
up
be
to my
obsessed with me
attention.
like some goddamn
I'm not
fangirl.
obsessed with you, Nick. That's where you delusional at. Damn, you act like Mark.
If anyone's delusional, it's Mark.
You very delusional right now. Cause I'm not obsessed with you. You name drop me every chance you get, and I don't even talk shit about you. I don't say nothing about you. I don't bring you up in conversations at all. You
Really?
irrelevant to me. Why would I bring you up in conversations?
Quite honestly, maybe you're just scared that I could very easily have you right there in that ring, lock you inside a steel cage if I want to, and quite honestly, you wouldn't even bother running. Quite honestly, by the time that cage is raised, you and I would probably be blood soaked.
Nick, Jesus Christ, man. On GDN, Nick, listen. I done whipped your ass so many times in dark matches, Nick, that I felt bad and let you win. Okay. Like I don't put up a fight no more with you because you're not gonna give me the fight that I want. And quite frankly, is
Oh,
embarrassing.
so that's what this is about. You're trying to get that side of me that I have sealed away for a long ass time to come back out because you seem to think I'm not being my real self. Is that what this is all about? Answer me, motherfucker! I asked you a question!
Whoa.
Is that what it is?
Oh shit. Cuz ass tweaking in this bitch. I'm feeling great. Let me relax. What was your question? What's up?
Are you trying to get me to unleash a side of myself that I've locked away for a long ass time?
Man, I don't know what you walked away for a long ass time. I just want you to do better. That's all.
Oh, I'll do better, and I'll do it at Ultimate Showdown. You can bet on that!
I just want you to be a man. That's it. That's all, bro.
If that's what it takes to prove it to you, then I'll see you at Ultimate Showdown.
I don't think you're getting the message, but yeah, I don't think you're getting the message. I really just want you to start taking. I just really want you to be an adult. If you be real with yourself, then you might get some respect from me. But you
Well,
haven't been real with yourself. You've been showing the side. You've been showing this side that honestly is a fucking turnoff. I don't know.
let's talk about a little bit of respect real quick. If we put this match together, you and Nick Khan to settle the score at Ultimate Showdown 6 in Tampa, which guarantees both of you guys an Ultimate Showdown match, which is a good payday. In an I Quit match, what do you think happens at that match, Damien? Would you come out on top, and would you accept that match with this man, Nick Khan, in 2K26?
I mean, at the end of the day, I just wanted to be over with, let him go his separate ways, and that's about it.
Do you think you could beat him in that match?
I know I can beat him in that match. Unlike him, I'm in the dungeon training.
You don't think he has what it takes? He's not ready for you.
I don't know. He might surprise me, but then again, he ain't gonna surprise me.
I mean, it sounds like he's giving you a little bit of hope, but at the same time taking away that hope, Nick.
If he surprised me and give me a fight, I'll give him his props for that. But I'm doubting he'll do that.
Well, you want to know what you ended up doing in that whole brawl, Damon? You made me bleed. And there's a certain reverence that I want to instill upon you. That
Oh,
there
God.
is no redemption without blood. And believe me, at Ultimate Showdown, I plan to not only restore that reverence and get it back in blood, but one thing is for certain, when I'm done with that match, win or fucking lose, I want you out of my fucking hair and I want you out of my damn life. If I have to go to fucking 19, if I have to go to next gen to do it, then so be it.
All right, man. I
So
think
where's Lowrider?
that's
I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought Lowrider wanted to come in here.
he may, but at this point in time, I want to thank both you guys for being on the show. If we need
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
you
no
Before
guys
I
problem.
stick
go,
around,
Mark,
and we'll bring
shut
you
up or
back
I'll
on.
take that TV title from you next.
All right, gentlemen. All right. So I want to thank them for coming on. We may bring them back out momentarily, but we'll see if we have some time to bring in Low Rider and allow Low Rider to speculate and speak as well. But we're gonna keep it going. Yes, and the Jocelyn picture has been up for a long time because we are in search of Jocelyn Havoc and we need to find Jocelyn Havoc. But it's a couple of things I want to share and I would like to say. So we're going to take a quick opportunity to express a few things, and we'll see. One of the things that I think has been sentimental to me for the longest time is probably going to be just, um, and let me get this screen up real quick. Where's the screen at? It's going to be JTV Wrestling. And you know what? It's kind of close to home. I can't even talk about this right now. So I'm going to dial back on that. Let's dial back on that before I do talk about JTV. And let's go ahead and bring Low Rider to the show. What's going on, Low Rider?
What's up? Give me 1 second.
Welcome. Okay. Welcome to the show, man. I know we wanted to make some time to bring you on
Yes, sir.
and to give you an
I saw
opportunity
some
to say a few.
great talent. I just saw some great talent, heard some great talent. I don't know what Nick was
Okay.
on, but crackhead energy, buddy. Crackhead energy.
I guess so. I guess. I don't know if you would want to say anything any more about it or whatever you might want to say, but I mean, it's free mic until I got questions. So you got a free mic until I got questions. I got questions, but I want to give you the free mic first. Anything you would want to address?
Actually, yeah, a few things. I got here a little late, so I got here probably the ending of Jake and Nick's talking, which honestly I'm kind of glad I missed because the man's boring as fuck. But as far as he's concerned, like I told him backstage when I saw him, when I was talking to him, he's just a paper champion at this point. Only victory he has is over Shendan, and man will never make you forget that he made Shen tap. Sorry, Shen. But at the end of the day, man, like that's the only victory you got, and that's the only thing you have to make you seem like you're the best. You fucking suck.
Wow.
Even Marcus Holloway, he doesn't have a championship. He's way more entertaining than you.
What is the deal? What is the hatred for Jaden Nix, man? What is your thing with Nix? You guys got
this
some
good. This
heat?
goes back to years. This goes back years. It's just
Okay.
personal things,
Right.
JTV things,
Yeah.
things that happened in the past. It's a whole bunch of stuff.
I mean, what
Man,
would be in terms of the JTV stuff? What would be the premise of the issue? Just for everybody.
It's just basically the cockiness this man has.
Oh, he's
I mean,
arrogant around you.
it takes a lot of cockiness to, say you're better than everybody when you have such a spam moveset that you even admitted to.
Damn. A
In
spam
his
move
words,
set.
in this company, you need to have one. If not, you're not winning.
Right.
But yeah, me and you, we come from an old school stage. We didn't have spam movesets back then. We only had what we have now. Well, what we both have is talent. Something a lot of the JT roster is lacking a little bit of. The talent that they have is mic skills, fighting through a match with everything they got, finding new moves that are irreversible. Let's see
I
here.
agree. It just seems like with this generation is it's like compared to ours, it's like we was putting on the show and entertaining and trying to have classic matches. And it's just like now it's just like about try hard moves and just winning matches. Like
Hmm.
winning is like most important now, you know.
That's why I will
Uh,
admit sometimes when I do watch JTV, I do skip through some matches just
right,
because they're not entertaining enough.
right.
Why? Because these kids don't give each other spots. They don't do anything. They depend on that dumb luck of, oh shit, that spot hit because of this. And then just keep moving until they win. It's boring. It's repetitive.
Right. Okay, well, let's continue to talk about something that's close to home for you. You know, Mega Rush has celebrated its 12th anniversary, almost
Hmm.
500 and something views, and you know, you got the opportunity to be there with Ari. Obviously, big announcement dropped that you guys are going after the JTV Tag Team Championships, the first potential mixed gender tag team champions. I mean, are you excited about this?
Not potential, future.
Future, all right. You know, this is something that's excited you, the possibility of working with every tag team and getting the belts.
Yeah, honestly, let's just put it this way. Working with my best friend to capture gold is honestly a goal we've had for years. Obviously, she's still gonna she's gonna reclaim that championship that she lost. Well, she didn't technically lose. And yeah, after the tag team championships, we're coming for all the gold.
And also it gives fans an opportunity to see a side of Lowrider they've never seen before in the pro wrestling circuit, you know, because everybody was so used to you possessing Kane and Undertaker in the SVR era and beating up Kevin Impact and beating up on King Leo and Corey Flash and VIP and you're world champion and you're hardcore champion and you're gone and you're back and you know you got some heat in the back with people and you're it's another controversy and I'm dropping the Kevin Impact statement on your candy ass and then you know we get along like it's a roller coaster of things that you get into um and now it's just we're seeing this side, you know what I mean, we finally got it right, kind of like me and Dry School, you know what I mean, we were grown enough to get it right and realize that our JTV legacy means more and it's not fair to both of us to continue to destroy it by having issues with each other, you know what I mean, so it's good that we're having fun with it like this, but you know, there's potential for a lot of different things. For example, there's potential for you and Amber Rocks to get in the ring. Obviously, you don't like that she injured Ari in the garden. I mean, what do you think about you and Amber getting in the ring in a wrestling match if it comes to it?
I say Amber dropped my girl on her head, caused a concussion, caused injury. That's something you don't do. Amber, all I gotta say is come. We got something set on the ring pretty soon. And I mean, anybody wants to interfere, that's fine. They'll get dropped the same way she will get dropped.
All
I
right.
mean,
Well,
I know I kind of went
okay.
after Nick in the comments for beating up women, but thing is,
I, I mean, you're entitled to that. You're entitled to your opinion, right? You can say what you want to say.
yeah.
That's how you
By
feel,
the
you
way,
know.
you're welcome, Nick. If it wasn't for me, you would have got your ass handled. Um,
That is true.
but yeah, no, Amber, you got something coming to you, homegirl. And I don't know. Now that Airlo's in the company officially, we're actually going to be competing together. I might not come alone.
Might not come alone, says Lowrider. And in the comment section, Amber says in that quote, looking forward to it. You know, I think that can't wait, she says. I think that would be fantastic. But right now, in the landscape of JTB Wrestling, ever since you've been back, I mean, you've been kind of having fun for a bit, exploring different things backstage and also doing some stuff on screen. You obviously had a very iconic moment when we went to Mexico and you went face to face with JTV World Champion Shandon, which was a moment. You guys had a good exchange of words back and forth. You know what I mean? So you've been popping up for good moments. You've been supporting Ari, obviously working with her, training her, which you haven't mentioned that on air, but Lowe's been training with Ari to help her. I mean, Ari's more than welcome to walk in here right now, as a matter of fact, if she would like to join. So I'll put that out there as a matter of fact. I think this is a really good time to get to that. Let's see if we can get Ari. But while we wait for that, right now in the landscape of JTV, there's a lot of interesting things going on. But you and Ari announced on Mega Rush that you guys was going after those tag team championships, and Ari said it could be anybody. You know, there was fingers pointing at BKS, fingers pointing at the Brothers in Arms. But I gotta ask you, and your knowledge in wrestling and your experience, and in terms of what you're planning, if you can fantasy book yourself with Ari for the tag team championship, who is on the other side of that ring? Is it going to be the Brothers in Arms, or is it going to be Shannon and Dallas Goldman, who have the JTV 19 tag titles right now? Who would it be against?
Well, me and Ari always we have the same mindset, either go big or go home. And right now the biggest faction in JTV is BKS. So I would say Shendon and uh yeah, his little henchman.
So you're telling me right now that um, you would tag team with Ari against Dallas Goldman and Shandon for the 19 tag titles if
Sure,
you
why
could have it
not?
your
It's a
way.
challenge. I like challenges, not things I can predict I'm gonna win.
Right. No, I mean I can admire it. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of guts. You know what I mean? It's good to explore and to think. And by the way, the results just came in for, and I'm sorry to cut Low off. Showdown 6, I Quit match. I mean, this kind of pertains to Low in a subliminal way, but uh, an I Quit match at Ultimate Showdown 6 potential match of Nick Kaiken versus Damien. 70% said yes, 30% said no out of a poll of 10 people who voted. So there's a lot of people that will want to see that match. Would you want to see that match? Low
Uh,
rider?
like I said in the comments, I feel it's more of a Mega Rush episode.
Ouch. I mean, you're giving them credit. I think Shannon said it should be on a live JTV show, which I think was just horrific. I'm gonna go up against you and Shannon. I'm gonna say both of you are full of shit because I think that's a great Showdown 6 match. I think it's a great pay-per-view match. I think they would kill it, in my
I mean,
opinion.
I'd still watch to see Taylor tap him out, put him to sleep. But
Right.
as far as I'm concerned, I feel it should be me versus Taylor at Ultimate Showdown. Honestly, I'm still looking for an opponent for Ultimate Showdown.
Well,
Talking about it.
let's talk about Ultimate Showdown. You know, I was trying to get there. You know, I was gonna ask you a question about Shendon. I was gonna ask you, you know, the universe is massive. Anything can happen. Realistically, I do believe that at some point I'm going to come back out of retirement. I see it happening, even though it just seems like it's out of reach, like I've let it go. But I see sometimes the possibilities that it's probably going to happen. It can happen sooner if I got to step up at Showdown, or I should say, Chemical Warfare. You know, um, something happened to me at Mega Rush. I'm not gonna lie to you. So what happened to me, and I'm not gonna go too long with this, but what happened to me, number one, is it felt really good walking out with that world heavyweight title over my shoulder when I brought it to the ring. It reminded me of the old days. And the second thing that happened to me is when Conscience got in trouble and I had to run out, and I'll get to that later. And I should not be talking about this right now, but what the hell, you know? It felt really good being in that ring when I came out and put hands on Will Smith and his son. And it brought a fire in me that, you know, I thought had distinguished, you know what I mean, or diminished or whatever. So I'm not planning on getting in the ring at Ultimate Showdown, but the universe is looking at you right now. You know what I mean? Your moment. It's not about me. You know what I mean? You're on JTV payroll, but your contract, I mean, we're not gonna lie here, you know, your contract allows you to be an agent, but it also allows you to be a professional wrestler. You can wrestle in any match that Lowrider chooses. He chooses when he wants to wrestle. He can wrestle. He can step in that ring. And we're talking about Ultimate Showdown and we're talking about Shandon. I mean, do you see yourself in this universe? Like, do you see the possibility in time in the future that you could get in the ring with Shandon?
Honestly,
Do
I
you
think I've
think
talked about this
the
before.
question pretty much is, do you think it's going to happen in the future? Can you predict it and be like, I think it's going to happen, or no, I don't think it's going to happen? That's
Oh,
pretty
yeah, most
much it.
definitely. Most definitely, I see it happening.
You
If
see
Shinda's
it?
still holding that championship, best believe Lowrider's here to collect championships. I didn't just come here to support you guys and watch you guys have all this fun. Nah, I still got eyes for the championship, and I'm still gonna come for championships. Whether it be Mark Bannon, whether it be Shendon, whether it be the tag team championships, whether it be Amber or Sophia's women's championship, it doesn't matter. A championship is a championship. I'm collecting gold this time around before I retire. So
Absolutely. That's how you do it. What about John Skinner? Could you see you and John Skinner going at it at Showdown 6, potential dream match? Or do you see something else?
the cards align. I can see it. If you come out of retirement, it might be you.
Well, um,
Give these kids a match for the century that they missed while they're still shitting in their diapers.
I think it would be cool, but I mean, what do you think about Skinner? You think he's talented?
I see talent. Um, I've been too busy backstage, honestly, with Ari and dealing with by the way, your interviewer who needs to
Hey,
learn some respect.
the name's Jay
Um,
Saray, Low Rider. It's Jay Saray. You know,
Ray
if
JC,
you
whatever.
if you want respect, you gotta dish out respect. You know, she was just
Uh,
asking the rough questions. You know what I mean?
So what you're
Ari's been
saying
really.
is, in order to get respect, you got to beat respect into them. Got you. I keep that in mind.
You can say whatever you want to say. All I know is that a lot of people felt, including me, like Ari was, you know, Ari came back to a lot of love when in actuality, you know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of you guys really deserve a lot of hate coming back to JTV, and that wasn't the case, you know what I mean? Because it was a lot of you who really kind of stabbed us in the back and walked out on this promotion, you know, whether you helped made it or not, which was not cool, you know what I mean? But that's the past. That happened already. In the future, we're where we're at. In the future, it does none of that matters. What matters is that you guys have established a legacy. You, Ari, have established a legacy in JTV. So you're not lying about what you said when you told the yo, respect the legends of JTV. That's true. You know what I mean? That's absolutely true. But at the same time, you know, when Ari came back to JTV to all this love, you know, it was ongoing for quite a while for both of you. And you know, she kind of came off kind of arrogant. When Cyndi Lauper fell off the apron, you know, she ran to ringside and she was just looking at her like it was just some kid who ran into a dead body in the woods. And I mean, she made the minimum effort, and then we went. I had to go to commercial break because things got out of hand. Some people saw that before we went to commercial. I definitely saw it, and it came off. You know how today's society is. It came off a certain way. You know what I mean? So some of the hatred that she's obtaining is because of stuff like that, and it's slowly starting to creep into you a little bit. You know what I mean? And you know, I think a lot of people love you, but I think you know there's been a couple of people that have been feeling mixed feelings towards you. What do you say to that?
Uh, uh, I could really care less about anybody's feelings. Feel the way you do. Either way, lowrider will be the topic of your mind. As far as the whole Cindy Lauper Aries situation, I mean, old people fall. What can I say? I watch old people fall all the time on TikTok, and I laugh. And that was probably a similar
Wow.
situation. If you're that fucking old, you shouldn't be on a fucking ring apron in the first place.
Listen, man, she was a part of the show. She was a part of the event. You know what I mean? She was trying to get in the ring. Ari should have paid attention, don't you think?
Who invites a fucking relic to JTB wrestling, and not to mention somebody that doesn't know how to get onto a fucking apron or walk on an apron.
Listen, we're talking about one of the most iconic figures in the history of time. We're talking about Cyndi Lauper.
Iconic or not, she took an iconic fall. That's for sure. And now Ari's getting all this backlash for what? For fucking what? For not helping somebody up?
I mean, you know how it's going to be. People are going to feel a certain way. We see a lot of these things all the time. There'll be the guy.
We live in a pussy generation. Excuse my language, but we live in a generation where everybody's so sensitive to some certain things, and it's just.
This is a time where the guy that's beating on the girl is instantly assumed to be the bad guy to be in the room. It don't matter if she's doing something to him. If he hits her back, they jump on him instantly. Any guys that are in the vicinity jump on him, and instantly he's the bad guy, no matter what the case is. You know what I mean? So people are going to feel how they're going to feel.
Not to go back on my words and defend Nick, but look what happened to Nick.
Right.
He got attacked by two bitches, and yeah.
Two bitches. Wow. Everybody just so edgy today. I love it. You know, it's like it's taking me back. But yeah, you know what I mean?
You already knew Lowrider was edgy. I say what's on my mind when I think it.
Well, it doesn't seem like we're gonna get Ari here today. So
yeah, she's the
whatever
with
real
life jab.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
So
to you, if you're booking your dream match at this Ultimate Showdown, who's the other person? If it's just you, no Ari.
It's not Ari, and it's just me, like in a singles match.
I mean, if you could get crazy, you could say, you know, some sort of Rage in a Cage that has I don't know, something on top of it. You could book whatever match you want against whomever you want. What is it going to be?
I mean, wouldn't it be kind of cool bring fantasy to life? So a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people don't know this about the past. 3 numbers, Unstoppable Train, 844 taking on BKS.
Okay, so you're saying your dream match for this showdown is me and you, 844 against BKS.
I mean, it would be something to watch. And why not spice it up and put the tag team championships on the line?
Okay, so you're saying 2v2. You're saying me and you versus Dallas and Shendon. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Got you. I mean, I would love that. You know, the first person I'd go after is that gorgeous ponytail bastard. You know what I mean? I mean, I asked you the tough question, but I'm gonna put myself on the spot. If I can get in really good ring shape, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the guys I really want to get in the ring once again. You know what I mean? All that other stuff when we first got in it, yeah, I messed it up. That's my fault, but it wasn't my plan for that exhibition. You know what I mean? This time around, you know, it's almost a match that I believe is going to happen. The same as you believe you and him are going to collide. I see me and him colliding in the future. You know what I mean? It just has to be at the right time for me. If the right time for me arrives, anything can happen. I can get in the ring with you. I can get in the ring with Corey Flash. I can get in the ring with all you guys in JTV and show the rest of these kids how to wrestle. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ.
I'm about Corey Flash. Corey Flash.
Let's
be honest, the man is pretty much over with.
I bring out the best in Corey Flash, though. I've had a showdown match with Corey Flash.
Can you bring out the fucking best in his fashion sense? Jeez, man was wearing tights from 2008.
All right, I'm gonna leave that one alone. And I'm gonna thank Lowrider for being on here. If we need Lowrider to come back, we'll bring her back out. But we're gonna send Lowrider backstage, and we're gonna continue the show. Thank you, Lowrider. So we'll probably have Lowrider come back out. We don't want to leave just yet. We're gonna try to keep it moving so we don't go on too long to see who else we're gonna bring out here. Okay. So let's see if we can keep this thing going. Let me look at my inbox. So I would like the opportunity, if possible, right now, to if there's a possibility, I would like to see if I can get Amber Rocks. If Amber Rocks would like to come to the stage, I mean, that'd be great to talk about a few things. So that's been put out there. I haven't gotten any feedback just yet. So Kevin Impact is summoning Amber Rocks, which that will be a first. We already did a first with Johnny Franchise earlier. Would like to get Ambini on the show. I might have a few questions for her if possible. If not, that's fine because she had a really legendary match at Mega Rush, and she's going to possibly have a legendary match at Chemical Warfare as well. Let's put the screen up real quick. I want that screen up there so I could talk about this. Whether she's going to be a part of this or not, I still want the screen up. So let's put the screen up. So where I am at, folks, in the show is, we're talking about the second hour of Mega Rush. And during this time, we got the opportunity to see, in my opinion, a really iconic match of Amber Rocks and Jocelyn Havoc. Quite possibly the best on-screen wrestling match showdown that they have ever had, in my opinion. There was a lot of positive feedback from this match. It was fun. It was back and forth. It was not one-sided. It had everything. It was just out of control. So me and Conscience definitely had a good time on commentary calling this with Miss J and Mason Steele. And it was good to see the reaction from a lot of fans that were really hyped about this match. And it was a good display for women's wrestling. Lowrider obviously just told us that he would have interest in working with Amber Rocks in that ring. I think it would be a very, very important match. And if somehow, some way, if Amber was to obtain the women's championship from Sophia, I could see the possibility of Lowrider and Amber at Showdown, for the women's championship. I could see that happening as well. There's a lot of possibilities right now at Showdown. And of course, assuming that we can get Jocelyn back and that she's okay and come back to us safe and sound. I thought that this was a good match. I don't know how y'all feel about it. Feel free to tell me how you feel in the comments if you enjoyed this match or not. But I enjoyed it and I thought it was fantastic. And I believe that Amber has been very serious and focused and determined to regain once again the JTV Women's Championship. The Women's Championship has changed hands a few times, more than the JTV World Heavyweight Championship. But Amber is no stranger to that title, and she showed a lot of passion and interest in getting ready to get it back. She had another championship that she had won that she was screwed out of not too long ago, unjustifiably, you know what I mean? But she's going to try to get the JTV Women's Championship. And, we got Funk Man in the comment. We want to send a quick shout out to him. Thank you for tuning in, Funky Man. Much love. Whether you're with BKS or not, it was still good to see you at Mega Rush. And we want to thank you for all the years and contributions to the JTV Pro Wrestling circuit. So, you need to change your lifestyle around, bud. But, you're still a legend without a question. And we thank you for that. Going back to Amber, though, I mean, I think Sophia's had a good run with the belt. I think she's done all right. It could be better if she was a little bit more involved. But I'm not really focused on that. I'm focused on those that really want to, rise to the top or stay on top of JTV and improve. And if that's not Sophia's cup of tea, then maybe she shouldn't drink any. But it's definitely Amber Rocks' cup of tea, and Amber wants to be number one. Now, Amber Rocks has been dealing with a lot of different things that have happened in her JTV career. a lot of people who maybe got jealous of her and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? She's having some heat with Ari that could potentially spill into Ultimate Showdown. Amber's competing for the women's championship at Chemical Warfare. If Amber's able to get the women's championship off of Sophia, which no one else has been able to do in a long time, there's possibilities for her and Ari at Showdown. And if that happens, you know, it wouldn't be the first time because they've been in the ring with each other, but we've never seen them have their moment like in a one-on-one match, even though they've been in the ring one-on-one in multi-person matches, you know. This will be a special occasion because Amber Rocks versus Ari for the women's championship. I mean, two generations colliding. You know, Amber's a part of the current JTV generation. Ari's a part of the old school JTV generation. So I think it would be dope if that can happen. You know what I mean? Um, by that token, it could be also Sophia and maybe Ari that could meet a showdown as well. You know what I mean? It could be Skylar Rose. It could be Jocelyn Havoc. You know what I mean? If we can get her back, like I said. So the women's championship, the women's division, I should say, right now is just kind of lingering on the what ifs, and I think that there's potential for a lot of different things to happen. A lot. Um, Amber's also dealing with some of the backlash from some of the things that Shendon said at this Mega Rush when he pretty much exposed and is alleging that him and Amber slept together. You know, it's really what he was trying to get at, you know what I mean? And it seemed like he hinted that it was going on for quite some time and she couldn't handle it, you know what I mean? We're not really sure what he mean by that, but it was some people felt it was kind of inappropriate of him to say that. But he said it. And Dan Rapture's not too happy about it. We don't know the entire story of what's going on with Amber and Dan Rapture, but there seemed to be a close relationship there for quite some time. You know, whatever that relationship may be with both of them, you know, they're good friends for many, many years. Amber Rocks was actually the person who got Dan Rapture into JTV wrestling. You know what I mean? Introduced me to him, and then the rest is history when he decided to join and beat the shit out of I don't know, Sub Zero at Pumpkin Night back in 2K20. So uh, Dan Rapture, in my opinion, has had a successful career ever since. We'll talk about him again later on in a little bit, but you know, she's been through a lot, and she's been dealing with Shendon's situation for quite a while as well, and trying to prove herself. You know, competing in Mexico in front of her fans, and then competing here at Mega Rush in Fresno, California, in front of her home crowd. You know, to get that fire from the fans. You know what I mean, and get this big dub against Jocelyn, which is well earned for Amber Rush. She earned that. You know what I mean? She earned that. So, I mean, I think she's ready. I think she's ready to go for Chemical Warfare. I think it looks real good that she could get the title. But I mean, what worries me is that Sophia is very resilient and she can be a little dangerous in the ring. You know, I'll say that she could be dangerous, and she gets very desperate, and Amber needs to be careful with that. You know, so we'll see what's gonna happen. I'm looking forward to the match at Chemical Warfare, and they had a good little showdown also that we'll display later on. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Amber Rocks is not gonna join us. Jocelyn can't be here because the investigation still continues to find her. We'll come back to this. So as we close things out with that, you know, Amber gets the dub. Time expires. A big victory for Amber Rocks. We take our quick break, and then we cut to this segment in which we had Low Rider here momentarily, or a little bit ago. I thought Low Rider had some interesting things of what he said. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to. This is just me, but it just feels like I don't know. I don't want to assume because I don't want to be toxic and talk bad about him. But it is well, what Lowrider said earlier is starting to feel like the old him is kind of creeping back, and I hope not because when Lowrider came back and I worked with him, it was for all the right reasons, And I don't mean to sound crazy, but I think Ari's starting to become a little toxic. She's starting to become a little toxic with what she's saying and doing, and it just seems like Low Rider's following her, and I hope that that's not going to be the case. You know, what I mean, he seems to be following her around with that, matching energies or whatnot. You know, and and I definitely want there to be respect for my sports broadcaster, Miss Jay Saray, who does great work. But I thought this was a great segment in the new JTV AI era. And, you know, they said what they said. Obviously, Ari is interested in becoming the women's champion once again. And that's a direct threat to Amber Rocks, Sophia, Jocelyn Havoc, Skylar Rose, and anybody else who may come along. You know what I mean? There are currently some folks, at least one woman that is training to try to get into JTV. Hopefully, she'll get her opportunity to debut as well, among others who have debuted, you know, including Toyota Mahami, who has not just got her opportunity yet to go at it with Amanda Jones Ray, but we'll get to that a little later. So the ball is in Aries court pretty much. We'll see if she can manage in 2K26 to get whatever title, whether tag team or women's title. We'll see what she can do. Time will tell. She's got to work hard for it, you know. So we're gonna keep it moving. So we cut to this quick segment right here. Something very, very interesting. If Mark got his mic all good, I don't see Mark backstage, but if Mark can get his mic right, I'll be happy to have him on the show. Don't think we're gonna have Dean Apex. I don't know if we can get Dan Rapture. So put the opportunity for Dan Rapture to join, but this was interesting. You know, the camera couldn't catch what Dean Apex and Mark were talking about, and that takes me back to the old SmackDown days, SmackDown 2 on PS1, where you had cinematics where people were talking, you didn't know what they were talking about. So it's a throwback to my young years in pro wrestling, and the camera just couldn't catch what they were saying. They were obviously talking about something, and Dan turned out the lights and came into the room, and he started confronting Mark pretty much. You know, there were strong rumors going around that Mark was the one who took him out at the Hall of Fame. He's the one who cheap shot at him, and Mark was feeling some type of way, and Dan obviously has all the right to feel some type of way if it was Mark. I think Mark looks suspicious, but I mean, it's a matter of assumption. We don't know for sure if he did it or not, you know. So it's anybody's opinion and everybody's assumption with that on whether Mark did it or not. But um, the rumors grow strong, and Dan just confronted him about it. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't know if he did it or not. I think that it was pretty low ball for Mark to tell Dan, "Oh, you know, you talking about Shendon's girl." And I mean, Dan felt some type of way, man. He felt some type of way like there's something going on. He has strong feelings for Amber, in my opinion, and it shows. You know what I mean? And I didn't think it was cool what Mark told him, but I mean, Mark said it because Dan was kind of hitting him home. And Mark doesn't like to hear people say, "Oh, Amber beat you." He just can't stand that shit. You know what I mean? So maybe we can't get Dan Rapture right now, but maybe we could get him later because he was in the main event. So we're gonna keep it moving, but I think that there's trouble in paradise with this right here. We'll see. We'll see if this is gonna impact the Iron Misfits positively or negatively. You just never know, right? So we're gonna keep moving along. I'm getting ready to bring Maverick in here and a couple other people if possible. There was a segment that took place. Let's see if we can get this up as we arrive in almost the third hour of the show. So we're wrapping up third hour of this show and third hour of Mega Rush. So we're wrapping up soon. So Where are we at? Let's get this up on the screen. And once again, I want to thank all of y'all for tuning in, joining. Much love to y'all. God bless y'all for supporting. Appreciate it. Smash that like button, all of that good stuff. We had this moment here where Amber and Dan kind of, Amber looking kind of guilty after what Shin said, and Dan kind of reacting to it in a way, you know what I mean? And then we was just greeted to the segment in which Maverick would come out and BKS decided to go after him. Maverick came to work, showed up. Maverick was showing signs that he knew what was going on. It was a pretty chaotic night at Mega Rush, and I think that they was probably after him for a while, in my opinion. I think they was chasing him for a while, and he went to the ring to just, ring guard himself in a way. And BKS decided to pursue him, and Maverick had some backup from the All-Star Kid, Corey Flash. This is an opportunity for me to bring Shendon here and Dallas Goldman and Maverick. So I'm probably going to summon them momentarily, bring them in here. I don't think we can get Corey Flash, but I'll see. I'll try to get y'all Corey Flash. But while we're looking at this, I'm going to take the liberty of going on and seeing if I can get, let me see who's backstage. Right now, backstage, we got Damian Taylor, Dallas Goldman, Nick Ken, Maverick, John Skinner, and Shendon. So I want to bring to the stage right now Dallas Goldman. I'm going to bring Dallas Goldman by himself. Dallas, welcome to the show. Nice profile picture. You with me, Dallas? Dallas Goldman, are you here? Okay, I don't think Dallas Goldman is ready to go, but we'll keep him in the background just in case. We're going to add Shendon. Shendon is here. And then we got Maverick also. So welcome to the show, everyone. Hopefully we can be professional here.
Hello.
A great segment. Welcome to the show, Dallas.
Hello. You can hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I can hear you, Dallas.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Dallas?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to the show. Maverick, are you here?
Yes, sir. Maverick is here.
Okay, I want to talk to you guys and give you an opportunity to speak as you wish. This was a great segment for Mega Rush, but Corey Flash is not here right now. I don't think he can join us. But you guys are here representing. We have a war. We have a war, and it shouldn't be a war. It shouldn't be a war, Shendon, because
No, it should.
Even though you and I feel how we feel, Impact and Shendon, and then you and I feel how we feel about what happened in JTV, the history, everything, the problems I had, my Kevin Impact statements with people, the problems you've had, the stuff you had to say, the videos you had to make about people. We've had issues of our own and with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow, some way, even backstage, there's been times that you and I have had a closeness. And I've been wanting, just like with Drasko and a lot of other people, I've been wanting to have a brotherhood with you for the longest time. And I thought we had a brotherhood, but you let your ego get in the way and decided to have your cronies beat me up and throw me out of BKS. And it's fine. I don't need to get my revenge. I'm not saying I'm not going to. I'm just saying I don't need to at this point in time. And I believe that, me and you was doing something good for this company. I thought we were on the right track. You as the president of JTV 19, me running JTV, I thought that we was going to do the right thing, Shendon. But instead, your ego is bigger than your head. That it has to be all about you, and you you have to own JTV because nothing is good enough for you. So now you got to take me out, you got to take JTV out, and we have this war. This war that now we have to settle. You know what I'm saying? It's like thinking like Donald Trump. You know what I mean? It's like the war in the Middle East. So now here we are in the spotlight, same spotlight that you crave that you can't get enough of. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be this way. We should have been able to handle this the right way and things could have been better, but instead you insist. So now
How?
we have to have this war.
How? How do you think will be solved beside this? Just talking and agreeing? That's it, agreement, and make peace and be happy and everybody on their way? That's it? No, I don't think so.
What do you
That's just
think,
Now,
your
Maverick?
opinion.
What do you think?
now, hold on, Shinden. Hold on, Shinden.
Uh,
Here's what I'm going to say. Shinden, when you and I were in Next Gen, I've told you this before. I've told you this to your face. When you and I were in Next Gen, you were one of my favorite people backstage. We've had this conversation. Now, because of you, I did lose my head a little bit. I got suspended and had to step away for a little
Maybe.
bit. But here's what I'm
Right.
going to say. Ever since that you have been in power of 19 and been in power of BKS, you've become power hungry. You want everything to be your way. You don't even defend your global championship. I don't even know when the last time you defended the global championship was.
It was against Mark, in case you still don't watch the damn show. you know?
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so it was against Mark. But
And it's going to be defended down the line too, because I'm just too heavy lifted with these championship, and I gotta defend one at a time.
really,
Understand?
because what it
Something
sounds
that you don't know about because you never held a damn championship in JTV. So
Right,
that's
okay.
something you wouldn't understand.
So let me. It seems like I've gotten under your skin a little bit. So let me say something really quick.
Not
And
yet.
this is going to Jay here. Jay,
It's Kevin Impact, idiot.
yeah, my bad. You know, Kevin Impact and I are on a first name basis. You know what I'm saying? Real name, you know. But Kevin Impact and I, you know, you were talking a while ago about how you thought that they were running all over the place, coming after me, trying to get me and whatnot. Let me say this. The moment that I arrived to the building, for in Fresno for Mega Rush, what happened, Shinden? Oh, wait, that's right. You had BKS waiting at the door, but where were you? You weren't there. You weren't there to help BKS. Why? Because you were too busy putting your balls in BKS's purse, right? Because you didn't want any part of that. You wanted to send BKS to take care of it yourself. See, this is the stuff you don't mention. You were power hungry.
Part of what? Of your business? You think I'm worried about you and your clown ass and Corey Flash that freaking whooped his ass and busted his ass out, and even his father? Listen, man, business was taking a place, and it, like I said again, JTV is hanging in balance. I was doing business with the Impact, you know?
Right,
and you kept on sticking your business. You want to come back to JTV after a long ass break, and you want to push yourself to the main spotlight because you couldn't be there in the first place.
You want to know? Here's why, Shinden, and let me explain. Okay, let me explain to you why I'm doing this, Shinden. Shinden, you have been the world champion going on 6 years. You want to say, oh, it's been 5 years, but you've been basically the world champion for your entire career. Why? Because, Shinden, in all honesty, you're a tryhard. You know, I know that I'm gonna get a lot of reaction with what I'm about to say. But Shinden, I've seen you in other promotions, okay? You and I have been in other promotions together. I've seen you, and you're not compared to what you are here because you're safe. You're safe because you have BKS. You're safe because you have BKS watching your back 24/7. You don't have the balls to come out and do it yourself. You're holding people back like Dallas Goldman. You're holding people back like the lavish man John Skinner. You're holding people back like Damian Taylor, who just joined you, and now he's having to run around with this gay boy Nick Kaiken, who can't keep keep my name out of his mouth still. And he wants to run over the entire JTV locker room. He might as well join BKS for all I know. So, you know, here's my opinion, Shinden. You are power hungry. That's all you are. You are so upset at the fact that you've lost ownership of JTV 19 and your BKS may disband after Chemical Warfare. You're so
Right.
nervous. You're so scared.
It's terrified. I'm so freaking shaking my boots right now. Okay.
Because, no, Shannon, I'm not done yet. Let me ask you a question, because I'm going to ask you a question that nobody has probably asked you, and I want you to seriously think about it. What happens if BKS breaks up? What happens if you lose BKS? Does that mean that you lose Amber Rocks too? What happens? No, I want you to seriously answer that question. What are you going to do? Are you going to make another group? Is that your plan? Are you going to make a group called, Balls Deep in Shinden? Like, what are you going to do? Huh? EDS? Like what? Like
Lavish.
Like what's your plan?
What's my plan? I mean, if the challenge is upset, then I'm taking up to the challenge. When it comes to a company versus a company, a crew versus a crew, whatever the stipulation is going to be, and whoever wins or loses is going to take it. You know what I mean? And we move on. If I lose, which is not going to freaking happen, if I and BKS, if we all lose at Chemical Warfare, then I don't know what's going to happen. Because I never thought of it. Because my mind is on one thing, is to win this war. You see, when it comes to Chemical Warfare, maybe that will ring the bell. The last time you and I were at Chemical Warfare, I was on beast mode to take you out and King Wall's bitch ass out and some other dog out, to win the Z Division Championship. When you desperately kept on want to freaking have me screwed up and jump, even after Chemical Warfare, you want to go after me at Night of Rebels. Even not enough, you trying to play with your mind stupid games when you became a clown and joined Freak Show to make my life a living hell. Now, I am part of crew. I used to be alone when you jumped on me, when you have Recto and Big Cliff and all these clowns after me. Now I am no longer alone. I've been on my ass and been alone for a very, very long time.
You've been alone on your ass.
Winning the Z Division Championship on my own, winning the television championship on my own, winning the world title on my own. I didn't need nobody's help. You're just twisting things up. That's what you're doing. No, shut your damn mouth. Damien coming in, he will get his opportunities once he's finished with Nick. I don't know why Kevin Impact, bald-headed ass, want to promote this as an Ultimate Showdown match. Man, that thing is pathetic. I don't want Damien to fight Nick at Showdown. That's a waste of time for Damien. He's supposed to do much more bigger things than that. Dallas Goldman, shut your mouth. I'm talking right now. Dallas Goldman, ever since he came back, he was at least given one opportunity. If he messed it up, he's out of here. But ever since he took that opportunity, he took it way to the roof. And him and I went all the way to the finals to win the co-op, and he's still being hot on TV. John Skinner been wanting to go after the Hulk title for the longest time. But shit, everybody want to go after Colin Klein. Everybody in BKS doing their stuff. Even Axel doing a fantastic job getting the briefcase back to BKS when Kevin Impact trying to steal that damn thing. Hungry power. That's the same pathetic shit that Kevin Impact used to do. Now, all of a sudden, he out of BKS when we kicked him out. Now, he's a good guy. Everybody want to forget his sins? I'm doing way less than what Kevin Impact is doing, but I'm making it more professional, and I'm trying to wake up this damn sleepy-ass roster. You see, I'm glad you're back, Maverick. I'm glad you're back. You want to play games, you and I? We will play freaking games. You want to freaking do all that clown games and what was the show? Rage in the Cage? We're gonna do it.
The pay-per-view that I made. So don't forget it, all right, buddy.
Once when BKS wins at Chemical Warfare, I'm going to promise you this, you piece of shit, that I'm going to make your life a living hell, just like you did to me. All right, okay. You keep that shit in mind. Whoever backup that you got in your Corey Flash, Colin Klein, whoever you got your back, they will all fall. I will show you real hunger. I will show you.
Shinden, I don't know if you're just showing your ass right now because you're upset because Kevin Impact won't come back and hold your balls, and take you out like he he can. But here's what I'm gonna say. All right, it doesn't matter what you say, what you do. It doesn't matter who I have coming to help. There's so many options that I have to join the freak show, and you don't even know what my plans are. All right, you don't even know.
Shit, like
But
can.
here
You don't even know what I got under my sleeves, and I keep surprising you. I'm always
okay.
a step ahead of you.
Well, here,
Just like Impact.
let me tell you something, okay? So I've actually made a calendar for you. All right, so I'm gonna read this for you. Are you ready? I just want to make sure that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. So here's my calendar for you. All right. So first thing on your list is you're going to lose at Chemical Warfare, and you're going to disband as BKS.
Now look at him trying to copy the BKS list.
Oh no, I'm not done yet. Then after that's over, then I'm going to kick your ass. Then once I'm done, Nix is going to kick your ass, and then you can finally take that long break you've been wanting to take. How about that, buddy? You want to do that, Shinden?
I can listen to you guys talk all day because it's just so amusing to me. Act like I'm not here, but I'm
Oh
here.
no, we know you're there. I got questions.
I'm chilling. I'm smoking weed. I'm doing my thing. I can do this all day, but you guys just talk all you want. I'll let you guys go at it.
I mean, shit, Dallas. If you got something to say to Maverick, go ahead. I want to listen to you to talk.
That's
put your bong on the side and speak out of your freaking hands. Tell that man what it is. Man, shut up. Many people heard you talking. It's time for Dallas to speak.
Dallas. Let me say something to you, Dallas. Here's what I'm going to say to you. Okay, you don't have to listen to that man, right? You can talk whenever you want to talk. Dallas, you are so much better
I know
than
how to talk. You can do all the talking for me. So.
What'd you say, Dallas?
And then can do all the talking for me. I know how to talk, So.
Crazy.
I can listen to you guys all day. That's what I'm trying to say. And you guys are entertaining, So, go ahead.
What you gonna say now, Maverick? It's a kissing ass? Is that what you see it? Is that ass kissing? Or that's loyalty that you never gotten?
I mean, all I know is y'all dick suck in the locker room. It sounds like. So I'm just trying
to all right. Cool. Good. Y'all doing a good job. Let's. Okay. I want to talk to Dallas Goldman. All right. You guys can keep doing that all day and night. You know what I mean? Dallas Goldman. Before I get to this segment, Dallas Goldman has expressed to me that some days ago that he'd been wanting to talk. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to bring him on the show here by himself. But I got him here with the fellas. So I want to give him this opportunity. And if you guys could be professional enough, I know we got a war going on. This is like a presidential meeting or whatever you want to call it. War, the War of Nations or whatever. We're still in a wrestling setting, guys. This is still professional wrestling. Inside of this drama that we are having with each other, because I'm with Maverick against you guys. This is still professional wrestling, and there still exists that passion and that determination and the art form of what we do. So I want to talk to Dallas Goldman if possible. And if I can't talk to Dallas Goldman, you guys are going to have to leave the room. And Dallas, you told me with your little new profile picture, you told me you wanted to talk. You told me this. You told me that. I want to see what you're all about. If you think you're the future of JTV and you got what it takes and you're so damn good, I want to hear it right from you. You know what I mean? So, no. The first thing, shut your ass up and listen. The first thing that I need you to do is check your inbox, and the second thing is just shut up and listen. All right, I'm gonna ask the questions. You're gonna provide the answers. I don't want to hear nothing else. You said what? I can't hear him. Are you
Can you
with
still
us,
hear
Dallas?
me?
Okay,
Can you still hear me? Yeah, I'm
ahead, say
outside
what you
now. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
I don't want you to lie. I just want you to answer my question. You know what I mean? That's all you got to do. I don't need extracurricular shit. Just answer my questions. You know what I mean? Do you believe that you're in good hands going into this war? Because chances are when BKS goes out of business in chemical warfare, your ass might be going back to EIPW. Okay. So you sure that you're making the right decision, sticking with BKS all the way to chemical warfare and risking your illustrious career?
Absolutely, because BKS has always had my back, and I can't trust nobody else anyway. So I'm just gonna stay with BKS until they need me, and then afterwards I'm
Right.
doing business. I'll
Right.
focus on myself more. You know? So
Right. So BKS has always had your back. Is that the reason you and
yeah.
Shendon are having drama right now and you talk about taking his title in the future? So is it
Uh,
the other way around? Is it Shendon that shouldn't trust you? Is that what it is? Are you
I
plotting to
mean, me
take
and
over
Shannon,
BKS?
we're like brothers. You know, nothing can rip us apart. You know, so
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
my
Yeah.
business is
Yeah.
business, and I want that title. So we gotta do what we gotta do. In the end, I hope everything goes well. You know.
You hope everything goes well.
Yeah.
Given everything you've seen that BKS has done, you're hoping everything goes well. You actually think in your delusional PG ass mind that that man Shendon is gonna just kindly give you a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship and kindly, yes, Dallas, yes, I lay down for you, Dallas. You can beat me for the title. You really think so? You really
Yes,
think
I
he's not
do.
gonna try
Because
to
I
end your
feel like
career?
I actually earned it, considering my first match of the night back in JTV, I won against a champion. So what do you have to say to that?
You are
I'm
more
still
ignorant.
undefeated to this day, and I am a champion. So what do you have to say to
Listen, man.
that?
What I have to say is you're delusional, man, and you're more ignorant than 10 high schools put together. How can you say that? You know what I'm saying? It's very clear how cutthroat he is, how manipulative he is with you, how he wants to control you, and you guys are having back and forth. And then you bring your goofy ass on the air and you don't want to talk about it. You want to sit here, blow smoke up his ass and give him a bunch of credit, give yourself a bunch of credit. Everybody knows BKS is having problems. Everybody can see that you and Shendon are having problems. Why do you not want to talk about it? Or do you need permission from Papa to tell you? You know what I mean? You need
Well, we
permission from
have no
Shendon. Is that what
reason
it
to
is?
talk about it because we're the tag team champions, so it really doesn't matter, you know?
Dallas, come on. You're gonna hide behind the success that you guys have the 19 tag team title belt, and when it's very clear that you guys are having big turmoil. We've seen how uncomfortable you felt when they had caveman beating on people, and you go and tell Shannon, why do we have our own kind beating on each other? You questioned this man, and he told you not to question. He put you in your
Yeah.
place. Are you his little bitch or what? The
I ain't
fans
nobody.
want to know.
Like I said, I'm still undefeated. Nobody can top me, and I feel like I am on the right path of my career because I am a future world champion. And I see what you're trying to do, but it's not going to work because I just don't really care about the fans like that or anybody's opinions, you know. So me and
And what is
Shannon, we are doing business the way we want to do business, and that's that, you know. So
are you going to care when you get in the ring with Tommy Hawkins and then he beats you and you don't go nowhere and your career diminishes?
I highly doubt that Tommy Hawkins will beat me because I know him very well. I'm the one who trained his ass to become a champion material, and I know him very well, so it's going to be pretty hard for him to beat me. Good luck with that one.
And yet here he has success in the singles division by himself, but you need Shendon on your side. Isn't that interesting?
Success.
Isn't that interesting? Well, what do you want to say? What do you want to say, big man? Go ahead. What do you
Tommy
want to
got
say?
success, man. He won the freaking 5-star title and he lost it to a potential BKS member. You know, I don't know what the hell you talking about. I don't see him on TV. Success, my left nut.
Yeah, where has Tommy been? Have you not noticed all these posts that I've been talking about him and he hasn't responded one time? Like, who is, what has he been doing that has been so special to you?
Well, I mean, maybe he's been getting ready with his cam to put his foot in your ass. Maybe that's what he's getting ready for. You never know. But I mean, you're right. he hasn't been seen in quite some time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, great path of his career. He did amazing. Right.
I'm not going to argue with that. You know,
I mean,
there,
that's all I
there
really have
are
to say about Tommy Hawkins. You know, at least Shendon will actually respond and be a man and tell me how he feels about me to his face. You know, Tommy won't even do that. He won't even respond. He's just hiding in the shadow.
right, and we all know Shendon is going to be the man when it comes down to you guys having your world championship title match in the future. You know what I mean? He's
Part of
definitely
me,
going to be the man.
part of me is not happy that Tommy and Dallas are going at it because we used to be very close before JTV, but now that's on Tommy's end. He messed it up. He doesn't know how to do things the right way and how to do business. But Dallas and I are closer than Dallas and Tommy. But it doesn't matter anymore. When that happens, when that match happens between Tommy and Dallas, Dallas will destroy him and then move on to that. You want to instigate stuff between me and Dallas? That is none of your concern, you nosy. Very nosy, Impact. You are being very nosy. Even the stuff I'm dealing with Amanda, even the stuff I'm dealing with
Sure,
Amber, it's none of your concern.
sure,
You know? What you're really
sure,
concerned is
sure.
you are very so you worry about a lot of things that I'm dealing on the side, but you keep on, I don't know, forgetting or just distracting your mind so you don't get nervous about chemical warfare. You could potentially use your damn job and you be out of that freaking JTV. And I take over.
Sure, sure.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
that's what everybody in the past has done, right? They've challenged me and then fail, right? Right.
Fail.
So you're the one, you're the chosen one, the
Fail.
majesty, right? You're the one
Uh-huh.
that's finally going to beat Kevin Impact and dismember him and take his spot, right?
Listen,
You know what I
Egghead.
mean?
Listen, I'm gonna make this very clear. Okay. I don't give a damn. I don't want to hear about you. Oh, I'm feeling the passion. I'm feeling the fire. I might come back. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. I'm telling you this very clear. Okay. You pissed me off when you did what you did at Ultimate Showdown 5 when you retired at the wrong time against Amazing. Okay. So that happens. Even though you and I are supposed to fight at Showdown, but that was given to Corey, bitch ass. And look what he did ever since. Barely catching up and trying to save JTV, one of your team, right? Whatever.
Are you done with your
I
I
pitch
seen
attack.
that coming,
already, or
man.
what?
Why are you talking? I'm talking to him. I forgot you here for a second.
Because
I'm
it
gonna finish
sounds
this.
like all
I'm
you care
gonna finish
about.
this.
It's because you're
At, Che-
upset because Kevin
at, Chem-
Impact retired.
at chemical warfare. Oh yeah, I take this very personal. This is something that you don't understand. Stay on the line for a second, okay? If at chemical
Yes,
warfare
ma'am.
I don't see you, then it better be at Ultimate Showdown. If you don't come back for Ultimate Showdown, then I have no interest whatsoever to have a match with you ever again.
You know what?
You
Hold
can
on.
freaking delete. Man, shut the fuck up for a second. You know,
Man,
this
shut
is
your
between
bitch
me.
ass up. Don't
That's
you-
between
nah,
me
nah.
and Kevin Impact. You did nothing in your pathetic career, and you want to think everything gonna be
I'll
handed
be
to you.
back.
Shut your ass up. Okay? This is a message to you, and keep that in mind. If Ultimate Showdown, I don't see Impact, you know, coming back and put his boots together and he puts his glasses on, I don't think I'll be interested to fight or deal with Kevin Impact ever again. You know? And I'll be fine with that. Because they're nowhere perfect. Nowhere at any other place that is perfect than the majesty and the box office head, the global phenomenon Kevin Impact, going at it at Ultimate Showdown. Putting the world title on the line, sure. Global championship on the line, sure. I want a clean match between you and I that we never had. Vendetta, it was epic. I was able to make you fight like you never did to anybody in JTV history. You were a tough son of a bitch at Vendetta.
Shinden, let me ask you a question.
You were extremely resilient.
Hold on,
you
Shinden.
know?
Hold on, Shinden. Let me ask you
Man,
a
shut
question.
your ass
No,
up,
no, no,
man.
no, no.
Oh man,
This is a serious
you're
question.
lucky.
Shinden.
You're
Nah,
lucky you're not
Shinden.
next to me.
Shinden, let me ask you a question. When's the last time that you had a clean match? This is a serious question. When's the
Clean
last time
match?
that you had a clean match?
The recent one.
Oh,
It's a
you mean the one that you lost?
Absolutely, with a pathetic BKS member that got pinned who
Ah,
could have saved himself
ah,
with a submission.
because
It is fine. That
if
was
I
a clean
remember,
match. I took the loss and moved on, but it doesn't really matter because that is not a war.
really,
That is
because the
not the
last
end
I
of it.
remember, you were looking up at the lights. Oh, and it was against Dan Rapture and Colin Klein. Some people that you mentioned earlier, and you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Uh-huh. You want to talk smack about me? When the last time have you beaten me, huh? Every time you step in the ring with me, you lose, and you complain to the management.
Yeah.
You shut your ass up for a moment. You know what I mean?
No. You know what, Kevin? I've actually got a really cool idea. You know what? Shendon's talking all this mess. He wants to be like, "Oh, you're gonna fight me at Showdown." Let me listen, Kevin Impact. You and I go way back. You were on my side with JTV. You know, BKS needs to end. BKS needs to get out of here. So here's what I'm gonna say. Just to, fire Shendon up. Kevin Impact, I am going to offer you a challenge for Ultimate Showdown. And I don't want you to answer it here. I don't want you to answer it anywhere else. But JTV 19 in my home state of Kentucky. How about that? How about that? Shendon, how does that make you feel? Because you're begging him for a match. I'm asking him for a match. I'm doing it the right way. While you're over here, I have to beat you.
No begging. No begging, but challenging. Ever since I joined JTB, it was a challenge for the top guy.
Because he just said, and I quote, you
was the
have
first
to beat
one.
him. You have to beat him. Why do you have to beat him?
Have to beat him.
I want to just have a match with Kevin Impact. One of the greatest to ever do it in JTV wrestling. Better.
Oh, absolutely. I'm trying to have a classic
better
battle.
than the
What
King
the
of
hell are
Legends.
you talking about?
Come on, Maverick. Classic. He's full of shit.
That's
He
what I'm
needs
saying.
that match. He's
Full of
Thanos.
shit.
Shandon is Thanos.
Right.
I'm
So-
the last
so-
Infinity Stone. If
so-
he gets me, he's gonna feel like he's accomplished everything.
Impact,
You know what I mean?
Impact.
I'm the last
Listen.
Infinity
Well, hold
Very
on,
simple.
I'm not done yet.
You don't have to accept it. It's fine. If you don't show up at Showdown, you can stay at retirement, and you can stay at the show. You
Okay,
can
well,
stay in
Listen,
retirement.
man.
He can sit
Listen,
over there.
I'm gonna speak real quick. I don't have much that I have to say to you that I've already said, and I don't want to make this about me. I don't even want to talk about myself. But you keep going there. And I know that you believe you can beat me. I know that. I know what your plan is, what you're trying to do. But the thing about it is that I think you believe that I'm afraid to step to your level. That's where you made a mistake, doubting me. All right. I don't know if it's going to be at Ultimate Showdown. I don't know if you're going to have a job after Chemical Warfare. But I mean, you're the Majesty. You're a big name in professional wrestling. You know what I mean? No matter what happens at Chemical Warfare, I still kind of got to keep you on payroll. BKS won't be around anymore, and you'll be out of fucking power. But the possibilities of me and you at Showdown, it's possibilities of it. But like you said, if you don't get that match with me at Showdown, you'll lose interest. If I'm going to step in the ring with you, I don't care whether you lose interest or not. I don't care if it's in 90 years and I got to drag you. You know what I'm saying? My spirit has to drag you out of bed and beat the shit out of you and challenge you. Whatever the case is, when the match will happen is when the match will happen. I think it's going to happen. I'm speaking it into time right now. I'm pretty sure that match is going to happen. Could be Showdown, could be the next Showdown, could be anything. Time will tell. With Maverick, as far as your challenge is concerned, sure. I'll be at 19, and I'll exercise my decision on whether I'll face you at Ultimate Showdown or Shendon. As a matter of fact, I'll entertain the idea of both of your challenges. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be triple threat match or whether it be one-on-one against either one of you. You know what I mean? Shendon is one of the guys that I want if I get back in the ring. But I want to leave it there. I don't want to go too far with it. I want to try to see if we can move on. Okay. So I'm going to move on, and I'm going to try to bring these guys back in here momentarily to close the show out. But I want to try to see if we can get Chris Conscience. So I'm going to take these guys off the stage real quick, and we will bring them back in a little bit so we can wrap up so they could be the main event. I don't even see Dallas here, but we'll have them come back, and we're going to take the liberty to try to contact Chris Conscience. Chris Conscience. Well, there's something I'm not going to air. Or what do I do? Do I air it? We're having some technical difficulties here. Not really sure what's going on, but give me a moment. Okay, so now we're good. Do I want to show this right now? Let's we got Dark Ken in the comments. Man, Dallas Goldman stepped out. Let me see if I can bring Dallas Goldman back, because I want to talk to Dallas and I want to talk about his match a little bit. I don't know if yes, I see him. Welcome back to the show, Dallas. I'm going to get us a screen and I want to talk to you, okay?
Hola, amigo.
I'm not your friend. Don't ever call me that. All right, so we got this match. I don't know if you can see the screen. There should be a screen up.
Kinda. I
So,
can. It's laggy. You know.
Yeah. We got a little lag. I see a little bit of lag. So give it a moment to refresh it. Make sure you refresh it if it's lagging for you. So you had a really special match on television with Corey Flash. I don't know if that means anything to you. You took on a classic JTV star, and I'm just wondering, does that mean anything to you? And what are your thoughts on that match?
Honestly,
You've been a lot of matches.
This match didn't really mean as much to me as it did for me versus Mr. Amazing. I like Corey, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like he didn't try enough for me to like it as much as I should have, you know?
He didn't try enough. You guys rocked the house down.
I think
It
he
was
didn't
half
try
and half.
enough. He should have tried a little more, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. But I like Corey. He's a great talent. He's a great babyface, you know. But he should have just tried a little more. A little more. I feel like I kind of carried that match a lot, to be honest.
Right.
That's just my opinion about that. But
Right. I mean, I we talked about a few things with Maverick and Shendon being here. I think that you spoke how you really felt, but I mean, I think that
I wanted that match to be good. I really did, 'cause I like Corey, but he just wasn't there fully, and I feel like he should have tried a little more with me.
But the thing is, I understand that's how you feel, but I think that he did, and I think that you guys had a good match. I thought the match was going to be one-sided. You was going to dominate, and then it was just going to be like, oh, no big deal. But it was a big deal, and it was back and forth. It wasn't that you dominated him. You didn't dominate him. You guys went at it. You had the upper hand on him a lot of the times, but Corey was fighting back. There was times you was trying to finish the match, and Corey kept getting up. He kept kicking out. He kept getting his shoulder up. So he did do, even though you disagree, he did do a good job. He did have a 5-star match with you, and he brought the heat. He really did. So I'm really surprised that you feel he didn't, because I believe he did. I believe he did outstanding. The only downside to him was just that he lost the match. That's it. That was like the only thing for me, that he lost the match. But Corey had a banger with you. And I think a lot of people didn't expect to have a banger with you. Who are we being joined by? Alliance Wrestling Network. What's going on, Alliance Wrestling Network? Shout out to you guys. Shendon says it felt one-sided at the start, but he put the pressure from mid to end. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know if it was one-sided when it started. I mean, we're watching clips of the beginning of the match, and Corey's whooping your ass from what I'm looking at. So it definitely wasn't one-sided at the beginning. It was mid from the beginning, but it got towards the middle is when I think you took the initiative a little bit more, and then Corey just kind of kept fighting for his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. That's
He
only
did
my
try his
opinion.
best. He did try his best, but his best wasn't good enough. So Uh, but me versus Tommy, I am excited for that match. I feel like Tommy will give me one hell of a fight because I know Tommy pretty well.
Yeah.
But in
He's
the end, I
talented.
feel like I'm going to win that match because nothing is going to stop me from becoming the face of JTV and
Right.
having the world title. So it's going to be hard to stop me for anyone who fights me. Let's just say that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say this. I don't think you have such a young mind and such a young career. And again, I told these guys, and like I've been saying, I don't want to make this about me, but I've seen a lot. I've been through a lot of rodeos and called. I've seen a lot of factions. I've met a lot of people. You don't seem to understand what you're getting into by trusting Shendon. I know you think he's your friend, he's your boy, all this other stuff, but you really, really have no idea. You know what I'm saying? That man will do anything. He'll sell his soul to the devil to get what he wants. And he probably did. You know what I mean? You know, he's telling you not to listen to me in the comments. He's trying to prevent me from putting some wisdom into you. Why do you think? Let me tell you something. Why do you think I left BKS? It wasn't just because Shendon beat me up and this and that. You know, I had good intentions. I thought me and Shendon was just going to be cool and ride the wave. And I thought I was doing the right thing when I was being ignorant. I thought I was helping a lot of people that didn't appreciate me. And I was wrong. And I had to snap out of it and I had to wake up and I had to realize what the right thing was. You know what I mean? You're talented, but you're risking your career every day that goes by. And you trust that man. You know what I mean? And he's
I
talking about 10 years.
100% trust myself
I'm
and go ahead.
hold on. You said what?
I was going to say I
He's
100% trust myself and what I'm doing because I am a
really
man of my word and I never fail. And there's a reason why I'm on top. So
really.
I have a lot of faith into myself. Let's just
Yeah,
say that.
you're on top because you're riding with Shendon. But what happens when you threaten the crown? That's what
I
you're
was
not
on
seeing,
top
kid.
even before with Sendon when I was teaming up with Tommy, you know. I can do my own thing no matter what and be on top. Okay.
Again,
I don't need anybody to be on top. Okay. I can be on top in the singles division. I can be on top in the tag division, even in the women's division. It doesn't matter because nobody's on my level. All right. Let's just make that very clear. I'm the greatest Canadian performer of all time. This is the Dallas Goldman era. Is anybody going to stop me? Is anybody going to stop me? Is the question.
I think the person in the mirror is going to cost you a lot of dollars and a lot of championships. But okay, if that's how you feel, that's fine. I want to send a quick shout out to CJ Mondo, who's got some work going on, but he's left us a like, showing support. Big shout out, love to him. I'm looking forward, by the way, to being on the podcast. I think it's on Monday. Going to be live with CJ Mondo on Nitro is Dead, episode 14. I'm sorry if I got the wrong one. I think it's 14. Looking forward to being there. I hope you guys will join us. You know what I mean? And subscribe to that channel right there, his unscripted hardcore channel. So I want to say that I'm not really sure. Excuse me, I apologize. On who Alliance Wrestling Network. Oh, it's Mondo. Okay, CJ Mondo. All right, just want to make sure. All right, so I think I have what I really need from you for now, Dallas. So we're gonna send you backstage, and we might bring you back on the show momentarily. Get them the hell out of here. These guys had a great match. I understand what Dallas is saying and Shendon. You know, what I mean, I think they had a banger of a match. You know, I was expecting, I'm sorry to say, a lot less from Corey Flash, but he actually brought a lot more. Episode 17, yes, CJ Mondo. Episode 17 of Nitro is Dead. I will be there live on Monday, and I'm looking forward to that. Very excited. And we might have Dallas Goldman come back in a little bit. I'm getting some messages. Nick Kaikano. I guess Ricky Armstrong was watching. That's pretty dope. Shout out to Ricky, man. Shout out to Rick, Big Rick. I didn't know Big Rick was in JTV a while back. He never got to debut, but he was backstage with us and stuff like that. So shout out to them boys at AHW doing a fantastic job right now. And it's all love for show. You know what I mean? Same with DJ Chaotic. Looking forward to being on his podcast in the future. But we're going to close the match here with Dallas Goldman and the All-Star Kid Corey Flash. We're going to keep it moving so we get ready to close the show out. We don't want to keep going any longer. So let's speed this thing up. Try to bring in the last few guests on this show. I don't think we need to show none of this. We already talked about what we talked about. I guess I should cover this, so I'll go ahead and cover the next topic, and we're gonna go ahead and get a screen back up. So let's get this screen back up. We get this nice shot of Sophia and Amber. I think they're gonna have a great match. I thought this was a nice shot, little good intervention between both of them, and then we went into this mysterious cave-like location. And there's been a lot of interesting things going on with the Skull Brotherhood lately. One in particular, we saw this debut of this Minister Payne. And Minister Payne to me is kind of like the next Shao Kahn in JTV. And I think for the longest time, Shendon was like the Shang Tsung of JTV for the longest time. So this guy, I don't know, man. Not too sure what's going on. Every faction's having some kind of issues. And you know, there was a sacrifice that apparently needed to be made, and it came in the form of Minister Payne administering pain with this segment. I thought it was very good. It was compelling. It was interesting. And he talked about a new age. I guess we're living in a new age of the Skull Brotherhood. Even Damian Cross standing next to this Minister Payne was looking at him kind of strange after this occurred. And we saw this strange occurrence that led to what people are calling the demise of a classic JTV star in Burke Lawson. You know, Burke Lawson's been the spokesman of the Skull Brotherhood for many, many years, and now he's seemingly been eliminated by this Minister Payne. So there's no telling what's going to come out of all of this. But I think that a lot of people are not paying attention to them, and it's starting to kind of become an issue. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like what I wanted to tell Shannon about earlier, that I really feel like we have a problem with Skull Brotherhood, but instead Shannon insisting on us having issues. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I hope things are going to be all right and stuff like that. I do hope so. You know, but I mean, I can't predict every single thing. You know what I mean? But we're going to move on. You know what I mean? We're going to move on. We're going to move next to the next thing we're going to move to is going to be the following topic. I'll have some pictures to show before we close the show out, but you know, let's make sure we got this. Okay, we got it up and running. Let's get this screen back up. So let's talk about the Cash in the Case match, and let's thank VIP for 15 years of service to JTV Wrestling. You know what I mean? He's celebrating his 15-year anniversary. So much love to him. You know, he's like a brother to me. I'm very happy that he's out of BKS and doing what he loves to do, having his passion for professional wrestling and sharing his love for the Power Rangers. And we are still working on that movie for JTV Films. But, you know, there's been a bit of turmoil, and I can say that VIP will definitely be back very soon once again on Titan Nation Alliance, and he was keep doing his thing in JTV. I'm very excited to work with him at Chemical Warfare, as together we're going to finally put BKS to rest. I'm confident that we will do it, and I just want it to be over. You know what I mean? I want BKS to be done. Chemical Warfare is the right place. You know, that was the first ever JTV wrestling pay-per-view was Chemical Warfare back in 2012 when me and Lowrider reset JTV pretty much. You know what I mean? So while this is going on, I'm not going to be able to have the winner of this match, Axel, the outsider, here today, but I could probably get VIP. Backstage right now is Damian Taylor, Colin Klein, Dallas Goldman, John Skinner, Nick Kaiken, Maverick, and Shendon. So at this time, I'm going to bring to the stage number one, John Skinner is joining us here live on air, who was in this match. I'm going to try to see if I can get VIP to join. What's up, Skinner? Welcome to the show.
Yo, yo, yo. Lavish.
All right, well,
Yeah.
you've had a lot of shit to talk in the comment section. Let's see if you got enough to back it up here with me live on the air. You know what I mean? Red Shoes was supposed to be here. He declined the offer. We're trying to get VIP to join us. Axel can't make it, so we have you guys. A very interesting, compelling match at Mega Rush that you had for the Cash in the Case. You was the original recipient of that Cash in the Case back in the day.
I was.
Any mixed feelings about that?
Nah, I'm just glad that the Cash in the Case briefcase came back to BKS where it belongs.
I bet you are. I bet you are. You know what I mean? Well, how does it feel, the fact that you didn't win that match? You know what I mean? Is that great too? Is that a good thing?
I might not have won the match, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. My goals haven't changed. I'm still coming after the hardcore title.
Really?
Yes, really. My goal is plain and simple. I don't care if it's Colin or anybody else that's holding that title when my time comes, but I'm taking that title and taking it to BKS.
You know, Lavish, you sound pretty confident that you're going to have a job here after Chemical Warfare when BKS is no more. Have you thought
I'm
about your
not just
future?
confident, I'm lavish, okay?
Yeah? You think the future
Yeah.
just looks bright for you no matter what, right?
It's perfect on the other side.
So what you're actually saying is that you think you're as important, if not more important than Shendon, and you're big enough to keep a job in JTV when BKS is no more, right? Is that what you're saying? You think you're bigger than Shendon, more important than him?
I'm saying that BKS is bigger than everybody. That's what I'm saying.
You know, sounds like you're kind of dodging my question a little bit, Game Changer. Are you afraid that your game is going to change at the Chemical Warfare? Is that
I'm
it?
not
Are you
afraid
a
of
worried?
anything.
Really?
I'll take on anyone, anytime, any place, anywhere.
Really?
Yes, really.
I don't know. You know what I mean? You say that, but I mean, you didn't win that Cash in the Case briefcase. You weren't able to do it on that night. What if that happens at Chemical Warfare? You slip and you cost your team their jobs along with yours.
Think you're funny, don't you?
I think I'm honest. Some people don't like it. Maybe you feeling some type of way. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, Game Changer. You know?
When it comes to Chemical Warfare, BTS is going to win. That's what I think, and that's what I know.
Is that what you tell yourself every time, every day in the mirror? You know?
That's not me telling myself. That's me stating a fact.
You stating a fact. Okay. Well, you talked about the Hardcore Championship. Everybody knows that. Besides that, what else are your plans for the new JTV season in 2K26? What else you got in mind?
To dominate. To make a statement. To show why I am the game changer. Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, you have no match for Ultimate Showdown 6. But if you did, who would it be against?
Whoever's the hardcore champion at that time.
Well, what if I told you that at Ultimate Showdown, if you do keep that job, what if on the other side of that ring it happened to be, I don't know, Keith Ocean? What would you say?
Well,
Oh,
Keith
what's the
Ocean
matter?
ain't here. Keith Ocean hasn't been here in a long time. Let's not talk about Keith Ocean.
Keith Ocean is not here, huh? What if he was here right now and walked on this show right now and told you that it's going to be you and him at Showdown if you can keep a job? What will you do then?
Well, that's if that happens, but obviously Keith Ocean won't appear. He hasn't appeared in like God knows how long. Other than that time when we did that podcast sometime last year.
I mean, if I remember correctly, when you guys got in the ring for a championship title in JTV 19, he let you win just so you could be a champion. So who's to say he comes back and he doesn't whoop your ass?
Keith Ocean can't whoop my ass. He can't whoop anybody.
Really?
Probably other than himself.
Well, how about you tell us, how do you feel about this match? Do you think you had a good match at Mega Rush? What are your thoughts on it?
I think I had a terrific match. Sure, it didn't go down how I want it to. Sure, am I upset about it? Sure, I am. But hey, the briefcase came back to BKS. One of my good brothers, Axel, won that match. So I'm pretty satisfied with the results.
Man, I don't know. I mean, it looked like Axel was fighting for his life to win that match. I mean, if it wasn't for you, VIP probably would have won the match. Would have came out on top.
All VIP is good for is cleaning my boots.
Well, he got the hell out of BKS, and life has been better ever since. How about you?
He
How's
didn't
your
leave
life?
BKS. He got thrown to the curb like a pile of trash.
All right, I'm back. Y'all can hear me? We've had some technical difficulties. Skinner, I think we lost Skinner. If y'all can hear me, let me know. If y'all can hear me, just let me know. We're back on the air. We lost Kevin Impact momentarily. Kevin Impact is back. Can y'all? Okay, we can hear me. I'll try to get Skinner back. We lost. We froze up a bit, but we are back. And I like this because it didn't knock us off the air. It just knocked me out. So I think that's really dope. I didn't want to start all over again. So happy to be back with y'all. But yes, indeed, we are back. So don't worry. I'm gonna try to get that match back up for you while we talk about it. I do appreciate you guys showing the support, sticking around, showing love. You know, what I mean, we're gonna be wrapping up very, very soon. We're trying to rush this thing. Um, I think John Skinner was saying some interesting things. I think we're probably gonna move on though. You know, what I mean, we have lost Skinner now. I don't know where he's at, so we're gonna move on. Um, you know, I, you know, I believe that they had a good match. I thought the match was good. Um, I don't know why this reset, but leave it somewhere around here. So, anyways, we're trying to keep the studio back up. I think it was Maverick hacking or maybe BKS, but yeah. So I thought this was a good match. I thought it was fun for TV. I really wanted VIP to come out on top. It just didn't work out. You know, Shendon was smart. He made this match before I can get to it. They took the briefcase back from me. My staff was supposed to get it. You know what I mean? It didn't work out, whatever. And Shendon made a quick match because he knew that I couldn't cancel the match. I couldn't stop the match from happening, you know, with the power that he has as half owner. But he took liberty, and I decided since he wants to play games with me, I sent VIP to take out, you know, Eddie Dice. He took Eddie Dice backstage before this match, and I took a chance. It didn't pay off, but I took a chance for JTV. You know what I mean? It's not a good thing that Axel has the briefcase, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. All it means is that he could get a shot at any championship before 2K27. So good luck for him. You know what I mean? Whenever he decides. I'm told Skinner is backstage. So welcome back, Skinner. If you want to finish what you were saying, now's the time.
Damn, I lost my train of thought, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, I mean, we could probably get you back out here. I mean, I do appreciate, you know, I don't like you very much, but I appreciate the fact that you showed up. You're very talented, and I give you respect as a talent. You had a hell of a match. It went to Axel. Congratulations to Axel on a big win, even though I don't like him very much neither. But you guys are doing whatever you got to do to make an impact in pro wrestling. You know what I mean? It's the new generation, and I give you props for that. All right. So we'll take him down. We'll probably have Skinner come back out, but we're going to move on. Okay. We're going to move on. I'm going to call Chris Conscience on the phone. Hopefully he picks up. And let's see if we can ask Chris Conscience some questions. Okay. So let's see if we can get him. Chris Conscience. It might be possible that we could get Corey Flash. I don't know. Just a quick interview with Corey Flash, but for right now, we're going to try to get Chris Conscience. Where is he? Right there. Okay. So let's see if we could get Chris Conscience, excuse me, while we talk about this match. And in the meantime, I thought this was the greatest celebrity match that took place ever in JTV history. And we got Chris Conscience on the line here with us. What's up, Conscience?
What up? What up?
All right, y'all just need to let me know in the comment section if y'all can hear Chris Conscience.
What up?
We got Chris Conscience on the line here. If y'all can hear him, let me know in the comments.
Yeah, I'm here.
Chris Constance is here with us. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear him? Let me know. Okay, they can hear you a little bit, and you're very, very loud. So I don't know why they can hear you only a little bit. Like I'm talking like this and they can hear me, and you're talking like pretty much the same, and they hear you a little bit, you know. So we're live on the air right now. Welcome to the show, brother. Obviously, I want to give you the opportunity to talk about a few things. You know how we do it here. So the first thing that I want to ask you about is what did you think about this match with Will Smith and Chris Rock from Mega Rush?
Uh, I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I wanted to make a phone call because Chris still in training, and I knew that Shaq was the right man to call because this ain't his first rodeo being in the wrestling ring.
Right.
And so I really thought Chris was going to pull in the end, but
Yeah.
I knew what happened at the end of the match.
I think a lot of people were surprised, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like how they were surprised when Chris Rock died through the ropes and almost killed himself, you know. I don't know how you felt about that, but I almost started screaming. But nonetheless, that's just how it goes sometimes, mistakes happen. Uh I thought it was kind of cowardice that Will Smith kept running from him and was looking for cheap shots and almost like in a way relying on Jada to kind of distract him for him to get, his spots in and a lot of cheap shots,
Yeah, yeah. He would do anything to get to make it upon herself, not him, herself.
I hear you, brother. And I agree with you also. I thought they had a hell of a match on TV. It wasn't much of a wrestling match when you think about it. It was more of a no holds barred brawl, just like it was a tuxedo no holds barred match. This wasn't a wrestling match. This was a fight. And even though it wasn't a wrestling match, I thought it was entertaining because they was doing a lot of like shenanigans. The running around, the cheap shot, and then the little low blows and shit. And it made it fun. I think you making a phone call to Shaq though made it more interesting.
Yeah. I see the vision. So, I always got to do it big, especially when we get to these certain type of special moments, and I want to create bigger moments like that. Not just for us here in JTB, but more than just to more for the crowd. You know what I'm saying? More than our audience, those who really see a real wrestling organization that got more power than one organization, if you get what I'm saying.
All right now, Mr. Controversy. You know what I mean? I got Dan Rapture in the comments saying, and I quote, he says, "This match was a bit entertaining match. Good job, Chris Third Eye." I don't know if Dan Rapture believes you was in that match. I think he's giving you props, I guess, for commentary, and I guess maybe wishing you luck for your chemical warfare match, which we're about to talk about in a little bit. But what are your thoughts on Dan Rapture giving you a compliment live on the air?
I'll take Dan's compliment. Me and Dan don't really talk like that, but he know me, I know him, and it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, a compliment is a compliment. You know what I mean? I appreciate it myself, but I think it's nice of Dan Rapture to do that. I'll give him props for that, And I mean, to be fair, I mean, he's kind of a semi goody good guy now because him and Mark, they just keep having issues from left to right. But I mean, I guess that's a different story that got nothing to do with you. But I mean, that's love. That's love right there that he did that. How you feel about Mikey Truth? MPW's Mikey Truth following us on social media. I thought that was kind of cool this week. What'd you think of that?
Yo, I like Mikey. I've been to his company, and real stand I do everything he does is positive. So if you got positive and not negative feedback, and you really true, and you don't have any yes mans who like to eat your booty like sandpaper, then he like I said, man, I like Mike. Mike is a good guy. He cool. So I don't have nothing terrible to say about him on and off the record.
All right. Let me try to keep it on topic, and I feel the same way about Mikey True, by the way. But let me go back to keeping it on topic so we don't go off. So, how did you feel personally when it was revealed that Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith brought Jaden Smith with them to the building, and now they got this faction going on, and they try to attack Chris Rock? How did you feel about that?
Discussed it, but I know that they needed another princess to back them up, because Willow ain't gonna do it. So who else they got left? You don't even really see Will's oldest son, he got an older son that he got from his first marriage.
Right. Yeah, he seems to stick to like the usual suspects. You don't hear a whole lot of that. You know what I mean?
No, he's not in the limelight. He's not Hollywood. He's like, the last time I seen him, he was I think had a scholarship or something like that, playing football.
Yeah. Okay, well let me keep it once again on topic, and let me ask you, it's time. You're getting ready to step into the ring for the first time ever in JTV Wrestling against Will Smith, man. You know what I mean? What does this mean to you, and do you think you're ready to take on the responsibility of wrestling a wrestling match?
I'm glad you brought that up. It's Die Hollywood Die. That's what it means for me. It's time to say goodbye to Hollywood, die Hollywood, die. And that's the type of match I'm going to be in. And I know Jada going to be there, and she going to put the same lollipop that was wrong out that night. And where he got that life. He got that from Joey Ryan. That's a Joey Ryan traditional lollipop sucker.
He had it in his trunks, nice and warm for Will.
Mm-hmm. It had some baby oil on it too.
Johnson and Johnson. But I mean, I thought you looked real good. Some people were surprised that you was in good shape when you came out like this on Mega Rush, and pretty much laid the smackdown on Will before Jaden decided to get in the ring and jump you. What are your thoughts on Jaden and Will not letting you and him handle shit like men, and Jaden get involved, try to cheap shot you from behind? What do you think of that?
Well, I gotta see who's the biggest man is. The bigger man is in their relationship, and it's Jada. But if she want to go ahead and try to stop the match, or try to intervene, whatever, I'm gonna pour some acid on that red table.
Yeah. Well, I want to give you an apology live on the air, man. I know that you had it covered when they decided to jump you, but I couldn't help myself, man. It just looked too fun in that ring. I had to jump in there. You know what I mean? So there's that.
I'm glad for the backup. I'm glad for the backup. Even though, many people they somewhat surprised to see me without the suit or in the suit.
Right.
But at Chemical Warfare, they gonna finally realize like what's my real potentials are, what I can really do in that ring. And I'm not just a commentary. Many people forget that, because I sit at a desk and we get to call matches and whatever. It's not like I ain't got no ability to wrestle.
Right.
I've been all everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of people are gonna understand how far back you go. You know what I mean? Many, many years in wrestling. So looking forward to it, brother. You know what I mean? I know luck is for losers, but I do want to wish you luck on your match at Chemical Warfare in Montreal, Quebec. Looking forward to also doing commentary with you on there. And it's a pleasure working with you, man. Thank you for being a guest on the show. Okay.
Hey, anytime. I do thank you, but there's one more thing too I want to go ahead and talk about,
All right.
and I'm gonna leave it with this. Wrestling has more than one dragon in its family.
It's safe to say that Chris Conscience has a big surprise for you guys at Chemical Warfare. Looking forward to it. Thanks a lot for the call, brother. We'll talk to you soon. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That was Chris Third Eye Conscience. Just gave us a little bit of background to this whole scuffle and situation that happened with Chris Rock and Will Smith. I don't know how you guys feel about it watching, tuning in, but you know how he feels about it. So top that if you can. All right. I think we're getting ready for the main event. We're going to close this show out here as we prepare to go to the fifth hour. It was not my plan to go to the fifth hour, but nonetheless, we're here. So let's try to wrap this thing up. We'll get our screen back momentarily. We still have people that I would like to talk to if possible before we close the show out. So let's just keep it moving. We'll have also miscellaneous people. You know what I mean? So we'll have a little bit of fun before we close out. Where are we at? Okay, so I want to talk about the main event. I want to try to get this back up, get the screen back up. I was very surprised by this match when I saw this match. I thought that both teams did an excellent job. I believe that it was very surprising for me because going into this match when I was watching, I was really expecting Shandon to really be in control. I was expecting him to be like more in a dominant type of role. And I think that Shannon went into this match comfortable, thinking he was just going to dominate, come out on top, no problem, no big deal. You know, all Alex King has to do is follow my lead. Blah blah blah. I got this. You know, all I have to do is protect Alex King. Pretty much, Alex King was a liability to Shandon in the match. You know what I mean? Alex King was, you know, the bystander that Shannon had to keep an eye on. You know, Alex King was Donald Trump. Shannon was the Secret Service. You know what I mean? Watching over him. And it didn't quite work out the way it seemed like Shandon was planning on it. You know what I mean? And even with that megaphone at ringside that he wants to play stupid, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, he's the one that's in possession of the megaphone. It's safe to assume that he's the one that did what he did to Jimmy Hart. And when we have the evidence, you know what I'm saying? What's going to happen is going to happen, like I told him. Anyways, I thought they had a good main event match. I thought it was excellent. I was really surprised that Colin Klein and Dan Rapture was on beast mode for this match. I saw a side of Dan Rapture I had never seen, especially in a match against Shannon. I think he brought it. It was even stronger and better than what he did with him in 19. Even though their match in 19 at Mexico was excellent, you know what I mean, for the anniversary show. I thought they did a good job. It's just that this side of Dan Rapture was just beast mode. This side of Dan Rapture could be world heavyweight champion. You know what I mean? And notice how I'm saying it about Dan and not Colin, because I expect that from Colin. But Colin was also a monster in this match. He showed a side of him that he needed to show, and it was really try hard. And the thing about Shannon is that, you know, you really have to go try hard when you go against him. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why he wants to try to challenge people like me and stuff like that, because you know he wants to go after people that are not going to be try hard. You know, that's why he tries to avoid Knicks and stuff like that, whoever. You know, but I can go try hard if I want. You know what I mean? But it's not about me. It's about, you know, the people that are on the roster. And I think that what Colin did with Dan was go try hard, and it proved that if you go against Shandon, anybody could beat him. You know what I mean? But it was most interesting because in actuality, it was actually Alex King who cost Shandon the match. Um, I think what was more impressive was the fact that Dan Rapture was able to hold Shandon as long as he could for Colin to put Alex King in the chokehold at ringside. That's what was very impressive to me, because Shandon is not stupid. Shandon knew, you know, that they was probably going to try to do something sneaky. And like I said, he knew he needed to guard and watch over Alex King. He had to do that. So that was his main plan. But it's hard to go beast mode when you have a liability and you have to watch over your partner. You know what I mean? Now, something interesting to me that I also want to mention is Alex King did a good job. You know what I mean? Anybody would expect with some of the matches Alex King has had in JTV that he was kind of just going to be dominated, and that's not what happened. He actually did a great job, and he maintained that he had Shandon's back. You know, he did a good job. All four of those guys did good. It's just that the problem is he got caught in the chokehold, and when he got caught in the chokehold, that's it. It's over. You know, but they was doing good. They was doing good. I remember Alex King doing crazy spots. He did that one spot with the table. He had put, I think it was Colin Klein through the table later on in the match, and they was doing a good job. Everybody was doing a fantastic job in the match, fighting, going to war. You know, it's just it was amazing to me because, and that was a good spot right there with the Janice, you know, power bomb. But it was amazing to me that Dan Rapture and Colin Klein worked together as a team. So if Dan and Mark can convince Colin Klein to jump ships from Freak Show to join, to leave Maverick and to go to Iron Misfits, Dan and Colin could tag team really good and be tag team champions. And they've proven that. Now, Alex King, I thought did a good job with Shendon. It's just that the fact that Alex King got choked out, Shendon didn't like that. That's not good enough for Shendon because Shendon has to win. You know what I mean? So he wasn't going to accept the fact that Alex King lost. You know what I mean? He was very upset about the match. You know what I mean? And he definitely wants a piece of Colin. You know what I mean? Who was kind of stiffing him a bit. You know, he definitely wants to go again. And if it isn't me or someone at Ultimate Showdown meeting Shendon, I think that Colin will be a great candidate to go up against Shendon, and it could be the first ever world title versus hardcore title. You know what I mean? Because you have to say that because the world title is not going to be on the line at Chemical Warfare. It's just JTV versus BKS. So it's safe, you know, it's safe to assume that. Now, it's not safe to assume that Shendon might not lose the World Heavyweight Championship before Showdown, especially when JTV regains control fully of JTV and BKS is out. So there's speculations and possibilities of all that. But before we close this thing out, as we're taking a look at this, you know, we got a few minutes before we close the show. I'm going to bring people to the stage here. I'm going to bring Colin. I'm going to bring Shendon back. So I'm going to bring Colin and I'm going to bring Shendon right now. That's what I'm going to do. Colin, welcome to the show. Welcome back, Shendon. You with me, Colin? Colin Klein?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Are you with me, Shendon? Shendon?
I'm here.
Okay. Anything you guys want to say about this match? I know you don't like each other too much right now, but it was a great match. It was a great main event. Thoughts on the
Man,
match?
we used to be best friends. Remember when you and I were with Casper? You remember that? What happened, Shin? What happened to the good old days?
Hold on.
Well, you
Before
sound
you continue, yeah, you sound mumble. You got to come a little closer and
Yeah,
say that
hold on.
again.
I have my headset on, so hang on.
Well, it sounds bad. You got to figure it out. While he's figuring that
hello.
out, Sean, what'd you? Okay, never mind. Okay, go ahead. Say what you want to say to Sean. Can you hear me, Colin?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Say what you want to say to Sean. Go ahead.
I don't understand why we have to be enemies, Shen. Remember us and Casper from back in the day?
Was that 2K20 era you're
You
talking about?
remember that, man? Good old days.
Really? I
Yeah.
do remember
Yeah.
the
Why?
whole thing. And
Well, he's not going to answer that question, obviously. So why don't you tell us what you thought of this match, Shiva? How about that? Since you don't want to answer that.
I want to hear Colin.
Well, I mean, he asked you a question, and then you don't seem to want to answer it. You know.
I mean, I don't think that's the only thing he want to ask me. So how about you zip it up for a moment and let Colin
Right.
talk?
He asked you a question. You know. So maybe I will sip it up if you answer the goddamn question. You know.
Is
He
that
asked you
is
what
that
happened.
is that the only question, Colin?
How about we go? How about we go one at a time? You know. What I mean, how about you answer that one, and we go to the next one. You know. How about it? That work for you?
I mean, those days are dead. Why you miss it so much? What's really special about those days? Just giving kindness to people, be friendly all the time when people you don't know they're gonna freaking stab you in the back and talk shit about you constantly because you're just so damn good at what you do. How long do you think I can take that? And just let people just talk, 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 talk. I think I deserve to give them a reply. Now all of a sudden that chain has been changed into the majesty. They all of a sudden want to miss the King of Legends. Right. Once that King of Legends comes back, oh, they cheer and then they boo again, right? That's how people are. They're predictable. They're simple minded. So what's the point? What is the point of being kindness? I guess I'm being kind to the wrong folks. You see, I never have an issue with you necessarily, Colin. But when you stick your business into mine, there will be an issue. I'm not going to forget about what happened at No Redemption when you assisted me, you and Mr. Amazing. You know, when we saved JTB Wrestling at one point, I'm not going to forget about that. But that's the past. Things has been changed, part of it because of Kevin Impact. So blame him for that.
Right. Blame
But
me
you
for
say,
everything.
yeah, blame you for a lot of things, and that's one of them.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So I don't think anybody deserves to see that version of the King of Legends come back ever again because nobody deserves it. You know? This damn players don't deserve no damn kindness at this moment after what happened to me when I was alone. Now I'm a big of a threat than before. Everybody want to talk about and sweet talk, please come back as a King of Legends. Hey, Maverick, if you want to talk, you can bring him in here, you know?
I will bring him in here, but I'm giving you the opportunity to cry on air as much as you want. I don't care about it. I don't want to hear it, but I mean, you have the opportunity.
Those are the tears. You say those are crying. Nothing but factual. That's what you want to hear. Why, Shendon? Why? Even you talking about, these fans miss the King of Legends. Even you talked about it. We spoke about it at Mega Rush. Why do you even care?
And I meant it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's my opinion is irrelevant. I was exposing you like I have everybody else on the Kevin Impact statement because, like I said, and I'll say it again since you want to put me on the spot. The truth is, Shendon, deep down inside, you want to be loved by everybody. That's why you did all this because you love JTV. You love JTV so much back in the day. You wanted to be the hero. You wanted to be the Bruce Lee and the Jean-Claude Van Damme and the Muhammad Ali. But somewhere along the line, when you became very successful, people didn't like it. Some people was like, He's winning everything. He's doing everything. He's on everything. And you develop haters. And when you develop haters, I know your story. That's why I decided to work with you. You develop your haters. You decided to mood swing, if you will. But something happened along the way, right? Maverick happened along the way. There's something there. There's something with you and Maverick that he changed you. You always want to talk about affecting people's careers. Maverick affected your career because he turned you into what you are. I mean, let's just be honest. You know what I mean?
Yet he,
And I'll bring
and he made a
I'll bring him
mistake
in here.
for it. Yeah, he made a mistake for it. And he got
I
what he
mean,
wanted, right? He want to see the
he
side of it, of a version that he don't want to see. And that's not
yeah,
only affecting him, but also affecting
mhm,
you and also affecting everybody.
sure,
It's also affecting JTV. And
sure.
you cannot blame me for that when you are the guys are the ones that pulled the trigger at the wrong person.
I mean, the trigger's being pulled by the Skull Brotherhood, brother. You're just blind.
Skull Brotherhood. And you
By the
think
Skull
Maverick
Brotherhood.
is not with the Skull Brotherhood, huh?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't
How
know.
do I know? How do I know you're not with the Skull Brotherhood? How do I know that?
Because I'm telling you, I am not with them. You know,
I mean,
that's the
I'm
damn
telling
shit.
you, I'm telling you, I'm not with them, and I could be. I could be with
I
the
don't
Skull
believe you.
Brotherhood.
I don't believe you. One time
You
you
don't
used to be
believe
with
what?
BKS. One time you used to be a hero, the man that used to represent the guy, the so-called the heart of JTV that I called you years back in Vendetta days, you know. And now you sold out to BKS and whatever you sold out to, probably Skull Brotherhood that I don't know of. And all of a sudden, when you got your ass beaten and removed from BKS, now you want to be a good guy.
I didn't sell out to BKS. I took over management. You sold out to BKS.
I don't sell out to nobody. I took over so-called of your
You can say
group.
that.
There's a huge
You can say.
difference.
I mean, I raised your arm.
You did.
Do you remember that? Yeah, you sold
I
out
do.
to BKS. I didn't sell out to BKS.
No.
I took over.
That arm was raised was meant something else. It wasn't about no damn selling out.
Okay, Shendon. Sure,
Yeah,
no problem.
yeah.
No problem.
Because
You know,
I mean,
let's
simple it is. Simple it is that I have enough by being kind. Not everybody deserves to be kind. If you're just too kind, people are gonna use you. They're gonna freaking trash over you all the freaking time. Does everybody deserve kindness, Impact? What do you think?
Of course not. You know the answer to that. Don't ask me no dumb questions on there.
I
You know what I
gave
mean?
kindness for many years. I put a lot of time to this damn place, you know. But you're lacking out, and I'm here to fix it. That's
Okay,
why
well,
I'm doing what I'm
I'm gonna
doing.
get back. I'm gonna get back to my point. So, with everything that I said, you, Shendon, you want to be the king of legends. You should be the king of legends. It's about time. It's time. It's time that you stop being a knucklehead and you
I'm
wake
sick
up
of
and you
being
realize things. And the truth is this, Shendon. The truth is that nobody's paying attention to the Skull Brotherhood. We're here going to war against each other, and it's stupid. It's really, really dumb when we should be
Okay.
fighting on the same team. But it's so important to you to prove this point. You want to beat Kevin Impact so bad at Ultimate Showdown. You want to beat JTV so badly. You want to rule over JTV and own it. You want to fire Nix, don't you? You want to own JTV so you could tell Jada Nix on the next Mega Rush, you're fired. You want to get rid of him, don't you? You want to get rid of everybody that you don't like. You want no kills to
That
fall
would
in
be
line. You
funny,
want
but
I
that's
believe
not
you. You
not my
want
intention.
you want Maverick to fall in line and Corey Flash and everybody, and you want them to almost worship BKS. But you're not realizing everything that's happening, man.
Respecting BKS. I don't know about no damn
Oh,
worshiping.
oh,
Put
come
your
on,
legs on your knees and respect it.
come
You know,
on,
the real
come
talent.
on,
Man, quit on bullshitting. You talking a lot
the
of nonsense.
Majesty coming from the
You
Majesty. Yeah.
sure the majesty, yes, respect.
Uh huh.
I guess you're misunderstanding me a lot of times.
I
You know, I'm
guess
sick
so.
of
I guess.
explaining. I'm sick of
I guess.
explaining things at times, you know? You seem to
Uh huh.
understand enough, but that's completely fine. I'll let my actions speak for itself at Chemical Warfare and whatever happens after, you know? And Maverick,
Great.
I don't trust him. You trust him. You put him as your team, JTV team. I don't trust Maverick. Here we go. Shinjin, go ahead.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
Yeah, you don't trust me. That's wild because I don't trust you, Shinden. I can't. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. You're out here saying that all this mess about you don't like Colin Klein, whatever, blah 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 blah. But he's the one that beat you at Mega Rush. You're throwing all this to the wind. You're so upset because Kevin Impact won't give you an answer and face you at Ultimate Showdown. You don't deserve to face Kevin Impact at Ultimate Showdown.
And you deserve to fight me for the world title, huh?
What is it?
That seems to fair, huh? That is what you think. You think you deserve to fight me for the world title. That you want to be pushing to go after me, after BKS, and potentially for the world title. Isn't that your plan? Right? You think you deserve all of that attention after you've been away from JTV for many, many years? Huh?
Shinden, I am under the business of trying to help JTV get rid of the Majesty. I mean, weren't you the one that said that all you needed to do was beat Kevin Impact? What's your end goal if you beat Kevin Impact? Are you just gonna walk away with the title, never for us to see you again, and we're just supposed to be like, well, where'd the Majesty go? And we're supposed to miss you? No one's gonna miss you. Nobody likes the Majesty.
Do I give a damn what people thinks? That's why the King of Legends is dead. Because I know the Majesty nobody gonna give a damn about. But the ones that are gonna respect it, appreciate it. I don't give a damn about their opinions. I'm gonna do what I'm going to always gonna do, which is do my own thing. Breaking histories, man. I don't give a damn about your opinion. I'm here to shatter records. You have a problem with it?
Shinden, here's what I'm gonna say to you. And I believe that I'm right when I say what I'm about to say. I believe that you are scared of this version of Maverick that has appeared. I've heard you speaking my name and speaking on me. You're afraid. You're afraid of losing that title. Because if you lose that title, you break. You lose everything. You're already going to lose BKS at Chemical Warfare. And that's the other thing. Let me touch on that for a second. Because for months now, for years, you have pointed the finger that I am in Skull Brotherhood. Let me tell you something. I'm not a part of the Skull Brotherhood. But what I find interesting,
I don't believe you,
is that you are the one that is pointing the fingers. But when somebody says it to you, you start to get nervous and you start to go, no, it's not me. You start to get upset and you start to throw a little fit. Shinden, who's to say that you're not the leader of the Skull Brotherhood because you're afraid if BKS dies, you have to have a backup plan. You have to have a second option. Who's to say that that's not the case? Because ultimately, you're the Majesty, right? So don't you rule all? Don't you rule everything in JTV?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh,
not yet fully.
Not yet. Huh, okay.
Yes.
Because
the
from the sounds of it, to me, it sounds like you already believe that.
Not fully yet.
So I believe that you are a part of the Skull Brotherhood. I do believe that, and you're just not letting it out right now because ultimately you're going to say that it's me. But again, it's like I've told everyone. I've told Kevin Impact in the back. I'm not a part of this darkness. You have classified the Freak Show with darkness. We're not darkness anymore. I'm here as a light
darkness
to JTV.
when you were part of Freak Show and you went at it with Marcus Holloway and you used the book with one another.
Shinden, it's just like you. It's just like you, Shinden. I've changed. I'm a different person. You are just a bitch now. You went from being one of the greatest of all time. You went from being the King of Legends. I know you don't like that name, so don't freak out. Don't have your period, all right? You don't like the King of Legends, right? You're upset with the King of Legends. You don't want to hear that name anymore. You just want to be the Majesty. You want people to kiss your feet, and you want people to brush your hair, and you want people to touch you in your no-no square. That's what you want. You want to have all this glory and this fun and this gold. But Shinden, what happens when you lose everything? What happens when the titles are taken away from you? You see, because again, ever since I've been back, you have been complaining and complaining and complaining. Shannon, you have been the champion for 6 years. Everybody is tired of you. Everyone is tired of seeing you. You're under this assumption that we love the Majesty. Shannon, the only people that love the Majesty is BKS. BKS is the only group that you have that even loves you. And the thing about it is when it comes crumbling down and you lose the title, you're going to realize that. You're going to go home and you're going to cry and you're going to go, oh, the Majesty's kingdom is broken down. And no one's going to care. Not a single person is going to care. You are upset at the fact because Kevin Impact won't come out of retirement to face you. What are you going to do? Are you going to force him to come in and fight you? Is that what you're going to do? Because I'd love to see an ass whooping from Kevin Impact. I would love to see that. You know, I'm honestly scared to see if you even show up at Ultimate Showdown to defend your title. I'm scared to see if it happens, because if Kevin Impact says no, are you going to tuck your tail and leave, or are you going to even show up? Like what are you going to do?
That's it.
Is that always your catchphrase? Is that it? Because I know what's about to happen. You're about
Because
to
you kept on
No, hold
repeating
on,
the same damn thing over and over when I already answered to you, even at Mega Rush, even at Lucha Underground. But you seem to be deaf. I know.
So hang on, but Shannon, I want to ask you a couple of questions, and I want you to answer them short, not with big, long-winded answers like the Majesty always does. Here's the question here's one of the questions I have for you. What has BKS done that you're saying is saving JTV? Tell me. I want you to tell me. What has BKS done to save JTV? Go on.
Awaken them. That's the short answer.
Okay, you've awakened them. So you've awakened JTV by attacking the legends of the past? You've awakened JTV by going to TNA and ruining Kevin Impact's Hall of Fame induction? That's how you've awoken JTV?
Well, technically, I didn't ruin it. I showed up at the end, but that was Nick actually the one that ruined it. But okay.
Okay.
I guess.
So, okay. So you guys showing up didn't ruin the Hall of Fame induction?
Not really.
Oh,
that's your opinion.
Oh, it's my opinion. Okay. Were you invited? Were you invited to be there?
I don't need to be invited.
Oh, you don't need to be invited. Okay.
Just
Why?
like Nick.
Because that's best for BKS?
Absolutely.
Well, let me tell you something, Shindan. Here's what would have happened if I showed up. Here's what would have happened if I would have shown up at TNA for his induction ceremony, which I'm very upset that I wasn't there. Here's what would have happened. First of all, I would have walked out. I would have hit Nick with a chair, and then I would have beat your ass like Nick should have, but he couldn't do it. Because, you see, the simple fact of it is, this is a new era. You like that, Kevin Impact? This is a new time for JTV Wrestling. Okay? So here's what's going to happen. At Chemical Warfare, BKS is going to die. When BKS dies, then I, myself, along with the freak show that you don't know about, is going to take everything from you. I'm going to take everything. I will see you at 19. I will see you at Showdown, and I'll see you from there and there and there, and we will continue going and we'll continue going, because I have told you from the get-go that I am taking that world title from you. And I'm not stopping until I take that world title from you. And I'm going to put you on the shelf, and you're going to take a long hiatus, and you're going to step away until Kevin Impact finally decides to accept your challenge, because you don't care about JTV. You care about your own ego. That's all it is. That is the only thing that you care about. You care about nothing else.
You see, the more you talk, the more views drops. People are sleeping and sick of you repeating the same thing. But I think it's very clear that what I've said was enough. I don't want to repeat myself. Whatever happened, chemical warfare, it happens. Whether BKS loses or they don't lose. When we lose, we're gonna set the record straight to everybody. And if we lose, and Kevin Impact decide to keep us around, we will not stop to do what we want to do. And if he kicks us out, then I guess he kicks us out. That's the war. It's
Oh, I
between
don't mind.
JTV and
Yeah, I don't
between
mind
us.
you. I don't mind you doing what you're trying to do. It just it'll be different because then you won't have any power. You know what I mean?
You see, you try to
will be
trick
in
me.
good hands.
You try to trick me and use your power, take out my powers of JTV 19. Now I no longer have that ability to do anything with 19. No management, no match card, the fire ass match card, the
You're
cards.
damn right.
You know, that's completely fine. Just like I tricked you with a briefcase. 1-1 now. You know? But it's not over. You think you're genius, but I'm the mastermind when it comes to business wise.
Yeah.
Amigo. Yeah.
Mastermind.
You
All right.
maybe you've been doing this for 25 years. Sure, I was running JTV almost 8 years, but also I've been doing stuff outside of JTV that I do have the mind for it.
Sure.
You want to bring all your power, JTV talent. You want to have Colin and everybody going to go after BKS. There's still some more soldiers, talents, hungry folks that are sick of your bullshit. They're willing to want to join BKS and do, and they were inspired and admired about what we've been trying to do for the longest time. I'm gonna show you how we run things the right way. Taking over to save it, you know, because your mind is fucked up, Impact. You kept on changing your mind, changing your decision, you know.
Sure.
My BKS is much more better than yours. None of your BKS members are here anymore. All of them are gone because you do make poor decisions a lot of times, and I don't. I do make poor
Right.
decisions. Nobody's perfect.
I mean, Alex King proves that, you know. So you're right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Alex King was a horrible choice, whether he like it or not. And if you want to do something about it and you want to bring out CJ Amando, his ass and CJ Amando will be thrown in the dumpster where they belong.
I thought you were gonna say buried. I would it would have sounded better. What would have been more edgy? You know what I mean?
I
Buried.
almost said it. I
Yeah.
almost said it, but I feel like I should
I
change
believe
it.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
almost said
believe you. You know, you want to strip the JTV stars out of their abilities and shit. You know what I mean?
The right
It's,
ways,
go-
yes.
it's gonna be
Yes.
interesting, man. Montreal, Quebec, chemical warfare. It's gonna be more than a pay per view, my friend. We're doing all this shit talking, all this bragging. I don't got much to say. You know, at
Nor do
chemical
I.
warfare, at chemical
Yeah.
warfare, I'm coming to work. It's going to be an interesting night. I'm going to announce matches. I'm going to announce what's going to be going on. A lot of interesting things are going to take place. And, you know, if you want to have Cody Sullivan join BKS and stuff like that, that's cool. You know what I'm saying?
And
I'm
more
Kevin
incoming.
Impact. I'm Kevin Impact. I'm always full of surprises.
No,
You know what
no,
I mean?
no, 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 no. You're not Kevin Impact. You're just Kevin with no impact. I don't see no impact with you anymore.
You
You're
know
just
what?
Kevin.
Hold on. Listen, Mr. Impact. Listen, I've got a proposal for you. All right.
Man, he is on his knees again.
I've
Yeah.
already, all right, this guy. Yeah. Like your BKS members are always on their knees in the back, right? So, anyways, so I have a proposal for you. All right. So obviously I've given you the option for a Ultimate Showdown match and for you to answer at JTV 19. But I have
Right.
another proposal that I want to talk to you about privately for JTV 19.
So why are
Get
you
your
bringing it up
opinion on it.
now?
We'll see what happens.
Why are you bringing it up now if it's going to be privately? You know what I mean? We'll talk.
Well, we're here,
So,
you know. Might as well.
all
Who
right.
the hell you think you are, man? You know?
Well, I know
You
that
just
I'm talking
you
to
just
the.
you just came back and you're talking all that big. You just came back.
Well, I mean, I
You-
know that I'm talking to the new JTV 19 president. So who are
I
you?
lost counts how many times you got fired and removed from this damn place and suspended. You want to talk about all that? Oh, you're making business with JTV 19 Impact.
Oh, do we want to talk
You
about how
you
want-
gotta prove yourself so many times. You gotta keep on winning at least 10 matches. At
Do
least
we-
10 matches you ever came back.
really? So do we want to talk about how you've like basically taken away so many opportunities from the JTV superstars to actually prove their worth because of your stupid BKS crap?
Incorrect. A lot of folks are getting opportunities, especially on 19.
Are they?
And there's more. Well, there's no opportunity, then those tournaments would have been made in the first place. The Empire State, the co-op, more opportunities are going to be given.
So what happened with the cash in the case match on Mega Rush? That
What
was
happened with it?
opportunity for BKS, right?
Absolutely, that was an opportunity even for VIP.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
you cannot say
You're
cannot
really
say.
giving out opportunities.
You have no right to talk about the brief in the case, because when that shit happened, you weren't even around. So you zip it up about it. It's none of your damn concern. You're too nosy, just like Impact.
It's the I mean, if you're gonna talk shit about me, you got to get your shit right. It's cash in the case, not
Yeah,
briefcase in the briefcase.
You're talking
What
about the
hell?
cash in the case that I was a part of? Is that the? Oh, right. Yeah, the first match. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the one that you lost because Skinner won, and then Kevin Impact tried to screw up Skinner. Then Troy Jackson won, and we beat the shit out of Troy Jackson. He cannot compete no more. Yes.
Why? Because you were a bunch of
Yeah.
crybabies because Skinner lost his briefcase.
No, because the tournament was not about the briefcase in the first place. The cash in the case in the first place.
Cash in the case. That's right.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Something else?
We're getting ready to
It's
close the
coming.
show out, gentlemen. We've gone on long enough. We could do more of this talking of chemical warfare. I'm gonna try to make the opportunity to see if I can give some time to Marcus Holloway, who got here late. All right. So I'm gonna thank you guys for being on the show. Colin, is there anything you want to add?
I've been sitting here in silence for a few minutes, but
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
no, I'm good. You guys
All
stole
right.
the show.
They stole the show indeed. All right. So I'm gonna bring in Marcus Holloway. I'm gonna have you guys on standby, and we'll see what Marcus has to say momentarily if he is here. Let's see. Marcus, are you here?
Hello.
Are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling fine.
Really? I wanted to talk to you earlier because Jaden Nix was on the show earlier, and we talked about a lot of interesting things. You'll have to go back, but you're on the screen right now, and there's a lot of interesting things going on with you at Mega Rush, and there's been a lot of interesting things that's gone with you for a long, long time. This has been a long tail that I'm hoping to end very soon in between Chemical Warfare and Showdown. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little mad at myself that I've allowed this to go on for so long, and I feel like I owe a lot of people an apology that I'm not going to get into right here, right now. But I'm going to be looking to try to look into your medical condition, man, because I
My
don't know what's been going on.
Condition.
Medical condition, Marcus. Yes.
There is no medical condition. What is this about a medical condition? There is no medical condition. I am
Listen,
perfectly fine.
We talked about this a couple of times off screen, and
we have Impact. What is there to talk about here? There's no medical condition, and I keep telling you that. I tell
Look,
everybody else that. I tell Nix that. I tell Amazing that, and nobody listens. Nobody listens.
Marcus, I know you love Raven. I know you have a lot of influence in music and in professional wrestling, people that you idolize. This is more than a gimmick. Okay. You are Marcus Holloway, but this is more than a gimmick. You have a problem, and it's very clear that you have to see a specialist. All right. Now you have a tag team championship title match at the Premium Live event. I don't want to take that away from you. I don't plan on it. But I don't know how to explain the things that have been happening to you, man. Nobody does. And I feel guilty at this point. This is more than a gimmick. Put that on as a slogan to this story. My career, showcase mode, whatever. It's more than a gimmick. And I've realized that this is not a gimmick anymore, man. Something is not right. Amaze has been dealing with a disease for years. It's almost like a multi-personality thing. Lowrider has had it. You know what I mean? And with the things that have been happening to you for the many, many years that you've been wrestling, it almost seems like it's starting to jump over into Nix. I mean, Nix was unhinged. A side of him I've never seen earlier here today. I didn't know what to say.
That man has always been unhinged. That ain't for me. He does what he wants to do.
You don't want to hear it. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's very clear that something is going on. You need to allow you to get looked at by somebody. And if we're not going to do that, and I'm telling you right now, I'm being man enough right now with you straight up. I'm not going to let you wrestle a chemical warfare unless you see somebody.
Oh, really? Try me.
Really.
Try me.
Listen, man, it's been a long time since me and you've been face to face in that ring. I don't want no problems with you. I'm not at that point in my career where I should be looking for problems with anybody. I got nothing but love and respect for you. I believe in you. I think you're one of the guys that could take this title from Shendon in 2K26 season. But with the way you're going, there ain't going to be much of you left. You already lost the match with Nix at the Rage in the Cage. Things have not gone your way. You're fighting for your life right now. At Chemical Warfare, you have an opportunity at the championship. You lose this match, Marcus. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be more dirt on you, and it's going to be more doubt on you. I need to have you see somebody, and I don't need you to rip their head off, and I don't need you to try to end the careers of what's left of the Newsom Club and try to attack everybody in the arena. You know what I'm saying? Some people might say you're like the modern day Bruiser Brody. You know what I mean? You channel a lot of different people. Sometimes I see New Jack in you and it makes me smile because I miss him. I see a lot of things in you. But that mean streak that's within you, you don't have control. You lose control. And when you lose control, that can be a big problem. Look at all these wrestlers that were talented. So many people that we've had in the past that I don't need to mention that had all this charisma and all this skill. And because they didn't have control of oneself, they lost it and they wound up ending their careers. You know what I mean? Something interesting that I shouldn't mention, but I will since we're having flashbacks on the screen of you. One of these people that seemingly you saw in your vision was Jason Hudson. I had a dream about Jason Hudson yesterday and woke up this morning and I saw me and him trying to get along. You know what I mean? And that's a dream in my imagination that's never going to happen. You know what I mean? His mind became what it became because of my action, his actions in the territory, the environment. And I'm sorry if the environment may have spewed some toxicity into you. I don't know if it's my fault. Sometimes I feel guilty. You might say it's not. You might say it is. I don't know. But I'm telling you that I apologize to you, and I should have stepped in a long time ago. And I'm going to step in. I'm going to do my job. And it starts at Chemical Warfare. Chemical Warfare is the last show of 2K25. In 26, we start brand new. I'm going to look out for my family. I'm going to take care of my people. And BKS is going to go away. And if BKS is not going to go away and it needs me, you, Amazing, and Nix to send it away, then that's what it will be.
Everybody's so worried about this war between BKS and JTV. We need to be focusing on the big picture. Fuck BKS, fuck JTV. We need to focus on the big picture that is the Skull Brotherhood.
Finally,
the Skull Brotherhood is taking over everything.
Finally,
why are we
somebody
focused on BKS?
Finally, somebody agrees with me. Finally. And that's the point I'm trying to make to everybody. It's very clear what's happening. It's just people don't want to pay attention. They're so zoomed in on JTV versus BKS. So there is a method to your madness. You see, that worries me. You kind of remind me of Jake the Snake Roberts a little bit because just when people think you're gone, it was all a plan. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. But I'm going to do my part so that the Skull Brotherhood doesn't mess with you ever again. And I'm going to step in. And at Chemical Warfare, we're going to do what we're going to do. And I want Nix to be there too. You guys need to look at somebody. You're on edge. I don't know what's going on. We need to look into it before we continue.
Where's Corpse? I need to talk to Corpse. Where's Corpse at?
Well, we saw the corpse. We saw the corpse. And the fact that you remember that you saw the corpse is interesting. Is there anything there? Can you tell us anything about that? What's the deal with the corpse, man? The corpse is former Skull Brotherhood, and now all of a sudden he's acting like a mentor. What's the deal? Or are you just not going to tell us? it's interesting. It's very interesting the things that are happening. You know what I mean? But you got to keep in mind that you have a bright career. There's a lot more for you to prove. We may have put the hardcore revolution on pause sometime after ECW, but after Chemical Warfare, with a lot of stories coming to an end, it's time to refocus. You want to be the JTV Hardcore Champion among many other things. You got to remain focused. You have to focus, Marcus. The only way that you're going to become the JTV Hardcore Champion is by winning your match at Chemical Warfare, and from there excelling, and from there learning to be able to control what's going on the inside. Because I really don't know what's happening. There's a lot of things you've seen, a lot of things you've put us through. I'm going to step in whether you like it or not. Now, at this point, we wrap up the show. I just want to give you the opportunity to say whatever it is you want to say. What would you like to address, if there is anything?
Where am I at? What's happening here?
Are you all right, Marcus? I need you to focus.
Oh, hey, Impact. I'm here for my match.
No. There's no match, brother. There's no match
What
right
do
now.
you mean? There's no match. I'm here
No,
for
no.
my next gen match, TV title match against Troy Jackson.
No. There's no match. No, Marcus, that was a long time ago. There's no match going on right now. You're on a podcast live on the air right now talking to me. There's no match. Are you all right?
No,
There's no match, brother. You wrestled Troy Jackson. The match was years ago. That was years ago. That was like 7 years ago. 7, 8 years ago. There's no Troy Jackson.
no,
Troy Jackson.
I thought that was tonight.
No,
I
Marcus.
thought I was fighting Troy Jackson tonight.
No, Marcus.
Next gen.
Troy's gone. Troy's gone. He's never come back. He's a relic. We're going to close the show out, folks. I want to thank everybody that was a part of this. We don't have time for VIP. We'll have to catch you on the next one. You're late. But we're going to talk about this off air, okay? Okay. We have the medical team that's going to take a look at Marcus right now. That was very disturbing. Now, I like Marcus. I think Marcus is one of the modern days Undertakers and Bray Wyatts and Jake the Snake Roberts, and his dark persona is amazing. He's a legend in the making, but I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say. I'm going to try to do what I can. I'm going to try it. I want to thank y'all for tuning in. I know it's been a long show. I hope to see you guys at Chemical Warfare in Montreal, Quebec. The next stop for me is going to be live on Monday at the CJ Mondo Titan Nation Alliance podcast. And there's going to be a few retro slams we're working on. And the next stop for JTV Wrestling is going to be Chemical Warfare. I am excited, but I don't want to say I'm worried on there. I'm not worried. I'm confident. But I wanted Marcus to be part of Team JTV, but you see for yourself what just happened. And I don't know what else to say. I don't know. I need to do something about this real soon. I can't say anymore. I'm going off air. I need to spend some time to myself. Thank y'all for tuning in. Just cut the show. Cut the show, man. Go off air. Cut the show. Cut the feed.